Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Nerd Rage Gaming's League Invitational. My name is Dan Hugar. I am here with Christian Fontenot and half of Moe Days, and we are here to talk you through the results of our League Invitational for the past few months. So I'm excited to be here with you guys. Christian, Mo, how are you feeling?
I'm sending a tweet.
Cool. Christian, how are you feeling?
I'm doing great.
I'm so glad to hear it.
I am not on my phone currently.
It's fine.
I'm gonna let
So
them know we're here.
we're really professional here, guys.
Yeah.
So I am going to start off because we obviously have two excellent players here with me who's moderately good at the game. And I want to always ask the question of, why should we listen to you guys? So, Mo, can we start with you once you are done tweeting?
I tweeted.
Okay.
I did it.
So, Mo, let me start with you, my friend. Can you introduce yourself, how long you've been playing, and why should we listen to you?
Hello. So I'm Moitis, and I've been playing since New Year's Day of 2018. That is longer than most of the competitors have been alive, which is crazy to think. Most of the ones in the juniors division. My
Okay.
bad.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, maybe like half of them, maybe like a third of them, right? But with
Either way, how...
point being, I'm
Yeah.
cracked at the game, right?
Uh-huh.
Because I know how to draw for turn. I know how to evolve into Gardevoir EX, and that's the deck that I most recently got a day 2 with. Because even though my finishes out of the 3 of us are the worst, still cracked with Guardy.
That's fine.
I love Guardy.
Bryce, can you throw up Mo's Limitless?
Yeah.
So, speaking of which, Mo is pretty good with Guardy, was pretty good with Lugia, and then is pretty good with Inteleon. So, Mo, very excited to have you here. And then, you know what? Actually, we'll go with you, Christian. Christian, can you introduce yourself? How long have you been playing, and why should we listen to you? And Bryce, can you throw back to camera?
Yeah, so my name's Christian Fontenot. I've been playing since early 2016. I am, my dad's American, my mom's Danish. I kind of flip-flop back and forth quite a lot, have for a good period of my life. Yeah, I've played a bunch of different formats and a bunch of different decks. We had the Limitless page pulled up just earlier. I play full time. I don't know. I yap a lot on my own stream. That's kind of what I do. So
Also, remember the Lost Zone
Yeah.
Kitchen.
true.
So-
Remember Lost Zone Kitchen? Yes.
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 And
Shout out
thank you.
88 Card House.
Christian is extreme. Can you throw that list up? Christian is wildly good at the game. Like, wildly good at this game. So we are very excited to have you here, and I still count you as a Chicago local.
We're missing 2 at the bottom.
Did I cut off something?
Yeah.
You know what? It's fine.
Malamar
You had
was
enough
his first
anyway.
day 2.
You're right. You're
True.
right. That's fine. You're good at Pokemon.
It's okay. He won a regional.
It
We have
is.
that one up there.
Yeah, we got that one up there. All right. So then, Bryce, if you don't mind throwing back to camera, I'm going to introduce myself. But hi, I'm Dan. I'm sure a lot of you know me by now if you pay attention to the stream because I talk here all the time. But
Yep.
I have been playing. I played a bit in grad school back in 2011, 2012. But I've been playing competitively since end of 2018 when Celestial Storm came out. And I'm moderately good at the game. I've gotten 2 Worlds invites, top 8 a regional, bunch of other things. I got top 16 and 2 Players Cups. So you should listen to me, number 1, because I'm good at talking. Number 2, I'm competent at the game. And I've gotten more competent in playing weird, very difficult to play decks. So we'll talk about our favorite decks. But I haven't gotten more than a 128. But to be honest, I haven't played as much recently. So
Aren't you busy being a dad?
I do have a child,
Yeah,
which
I feel
takes
like,
a lot of time
yeah.
out of the day.
Yeah.
And so we're going to are we ready to get started, Bryce? So perfect. So what we are going to do today to answer some of the questions, number 1, we have about 25 players. Gigi, very happy to have you here. Thank you for joining. Christian is incredible. And we're very lucky to have him here. But like we said, this is our invitational. So we have 25 players today who have all qualified through getting a ton of points at locals, topping our challenges or cups. And we are playing for $500 in store credit and a sick trophy that we just put together. Yes, 500 is awesome. Really, the trophy is sick. So we are very excited about that. And so guys, I don't think the players are approaching it as a try-hard event.
Dude, I would be.
I want a trophy.
I agree. And I
Yeah.
think,
Can I have a trophy?
so to be fair, they're all good players. They're all going to play well. But
Participation.
the general consensus was we're going to play some shenanigans today.
Yeah.
So are we going to see the Brixie list 14 times? God, no. Are we going to see a lot of Blaziken EX? Yes. Yes, we are. So I'm excited for that because seeing good players play weird decks, I think is great. And we are going to start off with that. It's like, Bryce, listen to me. Blaziken EX versus Pult Charizard. And so with our start turn 1, we have Blaziken going. Do either of you guys know anything about this deck?
I do.
All right, Christian, tell us about it.
I love, so I'm a big Torchic fan, which means I have put way more hours into Blaziken than I should. Now, we have not been given the deck lists yet, so I won't comment too much on the list in question until I've actually seen it. That being said, looking for the deck, though, it does look like we're looking at something focused on Blaziken EX with Monkey Dory, which makes a lot of sense. Monkey Dory is a very, very, very broken card, and Blaziken's ability to cheat energies into play is going to make it a prime target to utilize that Monkey Dory. I think we'll see a Zork in there as well.
Yes.
So we're kind of looking at something like we tank a hit with Blaziken, we retreat, we Monkey Dory, we probably play some Turos, got some draw engine with the Zork. It's going to be a bit of a more defensive deck that kind of tries to spam Monkey Dory. We might see some other interesting cards in here. So it's going to be a good one for sure.
Agreed. And Kenneth, we do have the roster. Bryce, do you mind putting the link to pairings in the chat? So Bryce will put that link in there. And so we see 2 Torchics. And Mo, any idea why Adam did not get a Zorua down?
Bro, I don't play this game. Like, he's talking about there's a deck that cheats energy in play and has Monkey Dory. And I'm like, bro, that's Gardevoir, right? He's playing red Gardevoir.
Okay.
That was my conclusion testing Blaziken for NAIC is like, this is just red Gardevoir. Which red Gardevoir is still good because it's still Gardevoir.
Is that a
That's fair.
Reshiram?
All right, so
No,
then
that's Luxray.
it is a Reshiram and a Luxray. So
Surely Luxray's worse.
No, that's Luxray.
all right, hold up. So Mo, talking about Pult Zarts, we see Larry send him the board, and I mean, 2 Dreepy and a Charmander before Arven's pretty good. What else is he trying to set up?
I think he's chilling because he has Badoo active, and Badoo does something amazing. It stops you from playing rare candy. So, since he's going to use the Badoo attack, Itchy Pollen, of course, as everyone knows, it does 10 damage. That's kind of irrelevant, but it's the fact that you stop. So, Larry is going to stop Adam from using the rare candy card and getting Blaziken into play. So, he's going to randomly have to, like, actually find Combuskin and then manually evolve it. But if he doesn't find Combuskin, then he's like, okay, I can power up my backboard and then get a Dragapult in play. And Dragapult feasts on these little dudes, these little chickens. It's
Well,
having wings.
And I will actually say, you say the Badoo damage doesn't really matter. I know, we're very loud. But you say that Badoo damage doesn't really matter. It actually is really big if Adam is not able to evolve up the active Torchic because 70 HP minus 10 from Badoo, that is the perfect math for Phantom Dive. And I mean, Larry's board looks insane. So Mo, is there anything else he would need?
I see the TM Evo in hand. I would misplay, right? That's why I'm not over there. So personally, I would be like, oh yeah, man, maybe I TM Evo to get my board set up, get these Dracloaks in play, the middle Pults, as I would say.
Yes.
I'm a changed man. So I would probably want to get my draw engine in play eventually if I don't have any follow-up. Since Larry used that Itchy Pollen, I guess that he does have a follow-up to draw support and get some energies in play. But how else does he get energies in play? Does anyone know? Question for the class. How does he cheat energy in play?
So it is Charizard EX. We're going to
Okay.
jump over to Adam's turn here. And so, Christian, what is Adam trying to do?
Well, so Adam's trying to do the one thing Mo said Larry shouldn't do, right? So Larry wants to spam Itchy Pollen. The best counter to Itchy Pollen is our good friend TM Evo over here. And Adam did rip the TM Evo off of the Iono. So a bit of a high roll here. Don't know how many TM Evos are in the deck. Probably like 1 or 2, I'd imagine. But yeah, this is going to be really, really good. We can get 2 Combuskins into play. And now we're kind of not that concerned about the Itchy Pollen anymore, right? This might be a good turn for Larry to potentially pivot into something like his own TM Evo. If he needs to, we can still use the Itchy Pollen. It's still going to get value, but now it's not as good, right? If Adam had not found Combuskin, of course, then the Itchy Pollen would have continued to be amazing, of course, blocking the rare candy, right?
Agreed. And Kenneth, Torchic does not, but Torchic has 70 HP, which is way more important than whether or not it can do 20 damage for 1 fire. And so again, the Larry's turn. So Larry does decline to take the Monkey Dory because where is he going to put it? And now, kind of like you were saying, Mo, that rare candy will be super valuable because it could enable Larry to get off a Phantom Dive this turn if he high rolls a bit. And so Mo, then, looking at Larry's hand, what is he doing here?
No, bro, he's not getting that. He's going to go Ultra Ball for another Dracloak, see some more cards, and then Itchy Pollen again. Because he's got, like, Boss, Rod, Rescue Board. He doesn't really have the rare candy card as we would like to see. But I think he's going to do what I think he is, it's the end goal for this turn. He wants to Itchy Pollen, leave Badoo active, and then get a Dracloak or 2 into play. So he's going to end up seeing what he finds off of the Recon Directive, the top 2 cards. Hopefully it's another Dracloak. Get that 3rd into play, or it's just going to be another draw supporter.
And with the energy in hand, it will be easy for him to keep setting up this board. Neither of those really going to help with that. But you're right, his hand is not what you would call great. But with Buddy Pollen, like, it doesn't have to be awesome. So then, Christian, is there a line for Larry where he needs to be aggressive, or is he okay to chill right now?
No, I think it's absolutely like completely fine to sit here and chill because what's going to happen likely is Larry's going to itchy pollen again, and then Adam is either going to pass back or swing into Larry with Combuskin or Blaziken or whatever makes sense, right? There's definitely an argument for Adam to pass back here regardless to kind of get 3 damage on the Torchic, so you can Monkey Dory back into the Badoo to then kind of get a more valuable knockout. Because the thing is, as Adam, if you do swing into this Badoo, it's a very low value knockout, right? What that means is that when this Badoo gets knocked out, well, then all of a sudden, Larry's kind of free to do whatever he wants, right? We can bench the Fez, we can evolve into Dragapult, we can evolve into Charizard, and we can get this big 2-prize swing turn, right? Which is going to be putting Larry very, very far ahead. So you really don't want to just be swinging neutrally into the Badoo, and we're going to see a really nice heads-up play here from Adam. I don't know how many options he really had, but regardless, the second TM Hevo here found from the Arven is just going to put us in exactly the spot we want to be in as Adam, right? Because now, if Larry swings this turn into the Torchic, it's bad for the same reason that it was for Adam to swing into the Badoo. And if we just Itchy Pollen again, well, then Adam's going to go Monkey Dory into the Badoo, knock out the Badoo, and then knock out whatever goes into the active. So, really, really good turn for Adam here. And Larry's going to have to find some solutions.
Completely agree with everything you're saying there. And GG, it is best of 1 through Swiss and asymmetrical cut, and best of 3 for top cut. And so Mo, getting over to Larry's turn, I mean, we weren't going to swing last turn, but we're looking like we're a lot closer to it this turn. So is Larry going to reach for that Dragapult knockout, or is it okay to still chill?
I don't think Larry has an energy to attack. He has the Luminous, but he doesn't have a rare candy for Charizard. Not that I don't think I saw one. So yeah, he's gonna manually evolve into that Charmeleon and then probably end the turn with another Itchy Pollen, which maybe this is the situation where you want to see a boss being played to avoid putting those 3 damage counters on the Torchic, and then playing around that Monkey Dory's Adrenaline so you don't give a free prize card on that Badoo.
I think that makes complete sense. And so, Kenneth, best of 1 ASIM, we had talked about it, and especially when we're doing like an event to kind of highlight our local players, we don't want someone to kind of get screwed by a bubble, so it's exciting to get everyone the same chance to play. And Kenneth, I appreciate that. I love Nerd Rage. I'm excited to be here. All right, and so, Christian, going back over to Adam's turn, Larry deciding not to gust looks like it's going to enable Adam to actually attack with a Blaziken if he wants. That seems like a big deal here.
It absolutely is. Of course, Adam is still under item lock and has been for basically the entire game at this point. I actually don't think we've played a single item. I think we had the one Poffin on turn 1, but that might be it. So even though Adam theoretically is actually in a really good spot here, the reality of the situation is that the fact that we're still under item lock means we're very limited in our options, especially because we haven't been drawing cards, right? So I'm not quite sure what's in Adam's hand. We have a bunch of energies in the, well, I say one energy and some items. So we're going to be able to swing with this Blaziken. And it's fine, but our lack of dark energy now means that we're really not able to kind of get the Adrenabrain Gill on the Badoo with the 30 damage on the Torchic, right? So this 30 damage can still be put otherwhere, right? But
so actually, on that note, I would have loved to see a collect there instead of an attack.
I would have been very okay with that. I think it's a little bit more of a passive play because then Larry can still go like boss take 2 by killing Monkey Dory Torchic, right? Could still be a problem. So I don't hate the knockout here, but obviously as Adam, we're kind of just accepting the fact that we're going to be playing this game from behind, especially with this Torchic very likely to get knocked out. Larry, a good heads-up play for him could be to put all 6 damage on the Torchic to not spread. I think it maybe won't matter that much, but it's an option to consider for sure.
Absolutely.
It's a very interesting board state, though.
It is. And Mo, so getting over to Larry's turn, like you said, we didn't have the energy to attack last turn. We actually have it in hand now. And so, Mo, as Larry's going through this, my question is, does Larry try to get a Charizard, or do you just manually attach and save that Charmander and Charmeleon?
Yeah, personally, I would like to see another manual. If he plays the 2 Charmeleon, which I doubt he does, I would like to see just evolving into your stage 1s and not getting Charizard up yet because you don't need Charizard to accelerate to your active. You can just manually attach to that fire energy in hand. You probably want to save the Charizard for a turn where you can use it. It's explosiveness for the ability as well as the attack. So you probably want to use it when you're ramping up more damage. I think right now you're wasting the ability. So maybe you want to use it for a manual retreat, or you want to use it to power up the Charizard's attack in itself. As for the damage counters on the bench, I would probably like to see 4 go onto the Torchic, but maybe like spread the excess amount because you're going to damage the Blaziken in the active spot. So it doesn't matter if you leave damage on their board. There's already going to be damage on the Blaziken anyways, and that's
True.
probably going to be the primary target for some healing with Adrenabrain.
And actually, I've gotten locked in before of like, oh, I'm not going to leave any damage, forgetting I Phantom Dive into the active.
Exactly.
All right, so then now we're running into an issue Adam maybe could have avoided by collecting is we're going to see that unfair stamp. And with no draw on Adam's board, that could be tough to deal with. So is there anything else Larry wants to do before playing this stamp?
Maybe CC the Blaziken.
So why would you think that's the right move here, Mo? I'm not saying it's not. I'm just
what's the
curious.
retreat on Blaziken? I have no clue.
1.
It's 1? Okay, for sure. So it probably retreats pretty
Wait,
easily.
Is it 1 or is it 2? I think it's 1.
I think it's 2.
Is it 2?
Is it a fatty?
What the hell then? That could make a difference.
Well,
So-
regardless though, the Blaziken notably cannot attack next turn regardless.
So
I-
is that what its effective attack is?
Yeah, that's
My bad. I don't get my reps in, bro.
Yeah, I'm a certified Blaziken expert here.
It is 2 retreat, to be clear. But
Yeah.
yes.
But regardless, the Blaziken can't swing, so we don't need to gust here. But notably, that means it's actually a really, really, really bad spot for Adam here, because if we don't rip a draw supporter from this stamp, we are probably losing the game on the spot, frankly. If we can't retreat the Blaziken and launch attack, there's a Prime Catcher and a Reversal Energy. I mean,
Too
that,
easy.
Okay.
that
So
works.
one thing I should
but-
share with Christian, because we don't talk about this much, I'm a very loud person. For those who listen to the stream, you know this by now.
Mhm.
They can hear us if we talk too loud,
Oh,
because
really?
there's very poor sound buffering here. Don't worry, guys, it's on the list.
Mm.
So for both of us, we probably need to
Okay.
chill. But I
Good to
think
know.
getting the 2 damage on the Blaziken is correct, and that is actually a pretty darn good hand for Adam. Holy.
Is it though? Because
What is he
we're
doing?
severely lacking in options here. No, actually, I actually don't hate this because we can still attach the reversal. Oh, we have we have double blaze again. It doesn't matter. Yeah. But
So
actually, then maybe the CC would have been good because then you trap the energies on the bench. Now we would have had the Prime Catcher regardless, but
And so that
Yeah.
is exactly my thought. Is it would stick a Blaziken in the active
Yeah.
even if he could attack the next turn. But now getting this Torchic down, Mo, is this the right call?
Dude, I don't know, man. Maybe he's doing it. Maybe he's going to play the boss. But I'm popping the Fez all day.
we don't knock out the Fuzz.
Do you not?
Is
Does
it
it not
no,
do
it's
220?
You do
200.
200.
200? This card sucks, dude.
No,
Okay, it's
I
not terrible.
I actually would say, though, I agree. I would have hit into Fez
Mhm.
because then you can clean it up with Monkey Dory, and Larry has no way to clear it from the board.
Yep.
Yeah, Larry. Oh, okay. We see it. Okay.
or,
so
or just
arguably-
do it anyway.
Arguably, the fact that we're not knocking out the Fez here actually makes it better because we put 200 on the Fez. We have the small chance of trapping the Pheasantipity. I severely doubt it's going to happen, but notably, we can just pick it up with Monkey Dory later in the game. And the Monkey Dory is always going to be active, right? So we really just want to see Dark Energy for Adam here.
And this is why you don't evolve into Charizard yet, because now he's got a free retreater. It's not just energies as the out. It's not rescue board, but it's also a Charizard EX is the way you can pivot out of the active spot with that Pheasantipity.
Absolutely. Because right now, in that hand, Larry did not have an out because he had Ultra Balled away his rescue board later, or previously.
Oh, okay.
So Arvin would not have been an out to retreat. And now Adam's hand gets way better with 5 cards off of it. We're missing Prime.
Yeah.
But with that Zork isn't very helpful if he had prized all of his Zoras.
Yeah, a Darkness Energy just means a free 2 prizes.
It does. And the other advantage for Adam with that is because there's no monkey on Larry's board, there's no way to heal that damage until Adam takes another knockout.
Mhm.
All right, and so we do see another Recon Directive. We actually could get Charizard or Luminous here.
Larry already has Luminous, though.
And I agree. I think this is probably the time to use Charizard to also set up other attackers on your board.
Absolutely.
And so, Christian, is there anything else you would want to see from Larry here? Is it a Phantom Dive turn? Is it a Burning Rain or whatever attack?
Infernal
Yeah,
Rain,
Infernal Rain.
guys.
Infernal Rain, yes. Burning
gonna let me
Darkness,
correct
that's
you?
the attack.
This is the point in the game where, as Larry, we kind of need to start putting together a prize map here, right? We have 5 prize cards remaining, 200 on a benched Blaziken. So notably, we could Phantom Dive here and then put 60 on the benched Blaziken to put it to 260. It has 320 total, so the math would be pretty decent here to lock up a knockout on that Blaziken. We could just go Phantom Dive 2 times, knock out both Blazikens. The problem here is the double Monkey Dory and Adam now having 5 mystery cards in hand thanks to that Iono, right?
Yes.
So theoretically, as Larry, you really just want to go Phantom Dive, right? The problem is that between the Monkey Dories and even Larry's own potential Monkey Dory, this game is going to get really complicated really, really fast. So I think we would rather actually just clean up the prize cards here. If we had a counter catcher, I think we'd do. Well, it's not active, so we can ignore that.
But no,
Yeah, I would like
think
to see like a knockout on the bench Blaziken if possible, but if we just hit the 200 here, we're probably trying to threaten the Torchic, make sure it doesn't really like evolve. We could even do like 6 on Monkey Dory. I think that would be totally fine as well. There's a lot of different ways we could put this damage. Notably though, I want to see all 6 on one thing. I don't want to see this spread.
I think that is very reasonable. The one advantage Larry has going for him is that Adam's hand is ass. And that would be very problematic for Mo is reacting because I said a naughty
We
word.
can swear?
Oh, well, the we can light swear.
Yo.
We can politely swear.
I thought me saying a card was trash was bad. I
No,
was
that's
like,
acceptable.
Don't let the
Yo.
European swear on camera.
That's fine. So we do actually get the Monkey Dory, which is good because, like you were saying, Christian, we can undo part of that and kind of mess up the prize map here. But now the question is, do we knock out Fez? And I think we
go.
do,
Yeah.
and I think that's the right call.
For sure.
So, Christian, with that knockout, fortunately didn't get a ton of great cards off of that. What is the rest of Adam's game plan this turn?
So again, as Adam, we're trying to look at the prize map here, right? We did heal from the active, which is good as long as Larry does not find Gust, which is going to be way too easy for Larry. It's just a counter catcher away. And notably, that does mean that now the now active Blaziken has 60 HP remaining. And is that it does have 60 HP remaining, it's going to be knocked out by Phantom Dive. So Larry can actually go for a massive 4 prize turn here.
Yeah.
And Adam, Adam goes punch here, and then in all likelihood is just going to have to swing again, or potentially could even go knock out a 1 prizer and then double monkey for 60 and then double monkey the next turn. But regardless, as far as turns required to win the game, it is Larry that is ahead here. So Adam kind of has to be looking at finding another Blaziken to tank a hit, right? Because if we can't do that, we can't win the game.
So, and that is the issue. If Adam does knock out that Dragapult EX, Larry's Charizard one-shots Blaziken EX.
Exactly.
All right, so then to Larry's turn, I mean, do we do anything other than just try to find Gust? Because I feel like that just kind of seals up the game here, especially if we get an energy attachment down onto the Charizard.
Oh, wait, there's a...
Do the math.
Who are you asking?
Do the math. I know I can't.
Go ahead. Go for it, Christian.
Well, I mean, for Larry here, we are just taking our... I mean, it's really just a case of we take our 4-prize turn here, and then nothing else really matters, right? We kind of just throw all the complicated math out the window. We say, hey, I have 1 prize card remaining. You get 1 prize. You have 1 prize card left. I win with Zard. I literally ever draw a Gust card. Boss in this case, of course, because we do not play Prime Catcher. We already played the Unfirst Stamp. And we, of course, at 1 prize remaining, will never see the counter catcher available. But we find Boss, we insta win the game. In most cases here, right? With Dracloak available, that shouldn't be too hard, I would imagine. Especially here with the Dragapult hitting the board here. We could even just like outmuscle Adam, frankly, and like not even need Boss and still just like 2-shot something with the Dragapult. So
agreed. And
yeah.
I do not really like Larry getting this Dragapult because I feel like you want to keep both Dracloak down. Unless Mo, is there something I'm missing here?
I would personally want to see energy on any Pokemon that can maybe get stuck in the active spot or anything like that. But I would not want to see the Dracloak evolved into the Dragapult just being, because there's no way for a multi-knockout. You have 200 damage on you. It's not like you have 280 damage on you and you're in range of double Monkey Dory Adrenabrain or a single Monkey Dory Adrenabrain.
Absolutely.
I mean, there needs to be 4 Monkey Dories in play for you to even get knocked out due to an ability without getting knocked out by an attack. So I think you're chilling. Like, I would prefer... Oh, the Monkey Dory was in deck 2. So there's a couple of things I would have preferred. I would have liked to see the Luminous in the previous hand. You go Artizone for Monkey Dory and then attach the Luminous, and then you can heal that residual damage. So you can open up lines to maybe knock out a Torchic as going back onto the even prizes. Or knocking out Zorua. When you take out Zorua, then you just tell Adam that his onboard draw is effectively useless. You nullify any chance of Adam having more outs to draw cards.
Well, real quick to jump in here, Christian, I kind of want your thoughts on this. Was this the right choice to retreat the Dragapult?
it's interesting here. I think while it is very good to obviously protect your Dragapult here, notably you're making it easier for Adam to play around Charizard range, right? Where you actually kind of want Adam to be able to go knock out Dragapult, or kind of force Adam, frankly, to knock out Dragapult.
Agreed.
To then play into the Charizard. Now, what we could be playing around here is some like incredibly niche line where Adam would be able to go like double Monkey plus Halucha to knock out a Charmander and then knock out the active. But notably, there's no damage
Sure.
on the bench, so that's not even possible. So I don't like to see the Dragapult stay in the active here. That being said, though, I think it's like still relatively fine. It's just a rough spot for Adam here. I think in hindsight, what Adam probably should have done is actually keep the Pheasantipede alive and then continue to have Larry be bench locked to deny cards like Monkey Dory, and then kind of try to do like one big swing turn to end the game. This plays around Charizard, plays around Fezdraw, plays around Monkey Dory. It's a little hard to pull off. I'm not sure if it would have worked, but it would have definitely avoided this scenario, and that is probably in our best interest regardless, right?
And so I agree with what you're saying. And Mo, I'm curious on your thoughts on what Adam should do here. But, well, actually, we'll talk about that for game. So, Mo, what do you think about this decision
I
by
think-
Adam?
Doesn't Larry just retreat and knock out?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3, 270, yeah.
And this is what
Okay.
we're going to say this one quietly, so that way we don't hear
Okay,
it.
I was
But
gonna
you're
say-
absolutely correct.
I was like, I think I've never played Charizard to an actual event, but
But you're good with numbers.
I do think that 180 plus 90 is 270.
Larry does that game.
But I don't think Larry sees it yet
Okay.
because we are digging through our hand to
Takes-
see what's the
Takes
line.
a
here.
manual attachment, ladies and gentlemen.
He just
does.
No,
No,
he has,
not
he has the
even.
energy.
Larry, Larry, you also have boss.
Oh, we also
Larry,
have boss.
Larry, honey,
Yep. All right.
sweetie.
And Adam just
Please.
scoops that
Okay.
on up. All right, so then with our first win, do we have a second game, Bryce? We had that. All right, so here's what we're going to do, guys. So like we said, and you can turn it back on us, Bryce. So like we said, we're just going to cuddle up here, Christian.
There we go.
Oh my goodness.
Because the
Yeah,
whole point of
wow.
this is to feature local players. What we're going to try to do every round is go through a winner's interview, talk about the player, show their successes outside of just this tournament here, and kind of try to pick their brain about what they're playing, why, and how they're doing well. So I think I'll participate in this first interview. Who should I kick off? to have
I'm
Larry
gonna go get
join?
Larry. He can sit in my spot.
I appreciate
Let
volunteering.
me go
Mo.
get him.
Thank
We
you
can
very
go
much.
ask him why he didn't play the boss right away or retreat.
I plan to.
Oh,
yeah.
I think it's a great
I'll be right
question.
back.
Mo, while you do that, I'm gonna go scatter around the tables. Does that make sense?
I was going to have you here for the interview, but that's totally fine.
Well, I feel like one-on-one interview is better, right?
I was just going to have you
I
here.
don't know.
We'll start with two for now
Sure,
because dude, you
sure.
have great insight. I would
Thank
like to
you.
steal your insight.
Should I give him the middle seat?
You should absolutely
there we-
make him
there-
cuddle with
there we
both of
go.
us. Yes, we'll feature him in the middle seat. All right, so like we said, in these interviews, we want to hear a little bit about the player, want to
Mhm.
hear about the actual gameplay, the successes they've had, why they made their picks, and to be honest, like if you're here, you're a pretty decent player.
Sure.
So I want to try to learn as much as I can because Christian, we're both pretty good.
I'd say so.
I'd say so.
Yeah.
But if we stop trying to get better,
Mm-hmm.
it's not going to go well for
Oh,
us.
very true.
Yes.
Absolutely very true.
So
Yeah,
Larry, come on in, have a seat, my friend. We are
Oh,
going to
that's
put you in the
over
middle
there.
so we can see your
Yeah.
lovely face. All right, so as Larry's sitting down here, Bryce, can you throw up Larry's Limitless page, please?
There we go.
So not everyone here has a Limitless page, but Larry, you've had some pretty good success in like big tournaments in the past. Am I right?
Yeah, mainly last season. This season was pretty chalked for me, but last season I got like I think 3 day twos.
That's
Nice. Yeah.
fantastic. Absolutely. So, like you said, those 3 days twos, Raging Bolt, Chien-Pao, and Mew. It seems like you have a type of deck that you like the most.
Yeah, big basics or I guess Mew's not like a basic, but
Oh, but still kind of
low to the ground.
Kind of a big
Yeah.
big basic, yeah.
big thing, blow it up, very efficient. I appreciate that. And so you can put it back on us, Bryce. So Larry, why are you playing Dragapult Charizard though? Because that's a very different deck than big basic blow 'em up.
To be honest, nothing in this format's like really clicking for me right now, and I've been trying this out on live a bit, and I'm not really good at state 2 decks, so it's a bit of like a learning curve. I'm trying to get better at like other things now.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Do you want to go, Christian? What questions
Yeah,
do you got?
no, I think that sounds great. Do you want me to ask about the boss?
Sure.
Sure. So, well, I guess we were curious while casting at that last turn there. You'd have the boss for game and also the Charizard to knock out the Blood Moon. Did you just think you had more prize cards left, or?
Yeah, I was overthinking it. I'm
Yeah, you're
like,
fine.
I thought I had to dig for boss, but then I look at my hand. I'm like, oh, I have boss in hand, and then he's like,
Yeah.
yeah, you have Zard on board. I'm like, yeah, I
Yeah.
guess the game progressed more than I thought it did.
There's always that like thought in the back of your head, right? Where it's like, okay, I think I have game, but like if I like play the card and then realize I don't have game, I've like thrown a board that I should be winning, right? So
Right.
obviously cautious play is better than not cautious play, right?
Mhm.
But yeah, all good, all good. Phenomenal play from you, by the way. It was just very good, clean Pulsar gameplay. No complaints there.
Yeah.
I have a complaint.
What's up?
I
Okay.
have a question,
Okay.
actually. So, because we talked about it a little bit.
Mhm.
So, why did you decide to retreat the damaged Dragapult
True.
into the clean
Very
one?
true.
Into the clear one. Because I wanted to take the immediate like knockoff off the board. From just a Blaziken swing. I There's just something I missed, or
So we were kind of talking about it, and even though it panned out that Adam didn't have another Blaziken,
Hmm.
if you had let your Dragapult EX get knocked out, Adam
Hmm.
would have gone to 1 prize remaining.
oh yeah, and Charizard cleans up anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly, 100%.
Essentially, probably once again overthinking on my end, but like I said, I'm still getting used to the deck, and Charizard, I've never played any Charizard, so that whole like comeback mechanic it's still kind of new to me. But yeah,
Well, the math like seems simple on the front end, but when you're
Mhm.
actually trying to map out prizes and
Mhm.
everything, like it's just something else to think of because your attacker changes as the game goes on.
right. Generally,
essentially.
I've always played like a 2/2/2 like race style decks, like
Mhm.
Mew, like Chien-Pao, all that. Like going to odd prizes kind of scares me still. So
Okay,
yeah.
okay. So tell me about that then. Like you mentioned, this is a good learning curve for stage 2 decks. Like, what are some of the other places maybe where you have like I hate to say the word weaknesses, but like weaknesses in your game, and you're trying to figure out how to grow and develop.
Yeah. For me, like prize checking, like playing clean, like going into the game and like knowing what's in the deck exactly. Like I've lost games just from like not knowing what's in the deck at like all times, pretty much. Probably that. Playing too fast, like I said, not seeing win cons on board. So it's all stuff I gotta clean up, clean up a bit. But yeah, I feel like for a while I was playing decks that kind of led more sloppy play. So like I'm trying to kind of refine that, you know.
Mhm.
Dude, I will tell you, and Christian, I don't know about you, but in the early part of my career playing Pokemon, I exclusively played blow 'em up decks because those are ones that were fun and I could understand pretty easily. How about you,
Yeah.
Christian?
I was always kind of flip floppy on what I played, honestly. Even since I started playing like way long ago. I was always the type to like switch deck every month or every week, even if given the opportunity, right?
Yeah.
A lot of my early success did definitely come with like big basic blow 'em up decks, and kind of they're easier to play in a sense. I don't necessarily think that makes them like easy decks. It's kind
Correct.
of the concept of a skill floor and a skill ceiling, right? Because even though the skill floor of something like Raging Bolt or Chien-Pao or Mew is like relatively low compared to other decks in the format, notably the skill ceiling is still relatively high because a lot of your wins are going to come from good clean sequencing that optimizes your odds, right? So I actually think a lot of these decks are really good for teaching the game of Pokemon because you are learning to optimize probability, which is a skill that is going to carry over into everything you play. Now, I think it's really good for Larry here. Kind of spreading yourself out and playing more decks to challenge yourself is something I recommend a lot when coaching. It's just a great like long-term plan to improve as a player. And I mean, outside of like again, you kind of like missed a like, game on board immediately, right? But I mean, as far as I'm concerned, like, you still won the game, so that's kind of like a relatively minor thing, right? As long as you still got the boss for game, right? Like as long as you still did the action, it's like how long it takes doesn't actually matter. Seems like good improvement to me. I think Pulsar in general is like a really good deck to kind of bridge the gap because Charizard can kind of be an unga bunga type of card. But yeah, good stuff.
So
I like the mindset.
And I'll actually jump in on that. So Larry, you say like encourage a sloppy play.
Hmm.
Dude, I watched you play Mew VMAX.
Yeah, that was like I think that was my peak in terms of like when I was playing well, but because I like the disruption and then draw back up kind of play style. I
Yeah.
think we're lacking that currently. Like I don't know what you guys think, but
We are, and to be honest, I love that because I don't like that.
Yeah.
But Larry, I say this as there was nothing sloppy about the way you played Mew. Like you played very well. You always sequenced very well. You
Thank you.
tracked your resources really well. So even if we talk about kind of like you said, Christian, like skill floor, skill ceiling.
Yeah.
Mew VMAX had a very high skill ceiling,
Oh,
even if it had a
absolutely.
relatively like high
Absolutely.
floor.
Yeah.
So Larry, how as you're trying out these new decks, how do you try to translate what you did well before to what you're doing now?
right. I think
We got the next one up?
Yep.
Oh, in that case, Larry,
Okay.
thank you for chatting with us, man. We'll let you go. Sorry about that. I got too excited. But Larry, thank you for joining.
Yep.
We'll try to do this. I'll try to speed it up, apparently, because sometimes that's a thing I need to struggle with here, but
You stop yapping.
it's fine. I just yeah. So all right, so do we have our next game up already? All right, so we do have our next game. We have another Blaziken EX. I love it. Listen, people, I didn't even know it, but I called it in the beginning. A lot of Blazikens versus Raging Bolt EX, which deck's favorite here, Christian?
Presumably, I just assume Raging Bolt, right? Notably because Blaziken, as we kind of found out last game, only does 200 damage, so we kind of rely on our Monkey Dories to be our damage supplement. But of course, if Raging Bolt just takes one shots, then all of a sudden our Monkey Dories are not doing us a lot of good here. We're gonna see a Psychic Energy in Kevin's hand here, though, so very likely to be something different here. And I think it is just gonna be me and you casting this round, right?
Listen, I am just happy to be here with you, my friend.
That sounds great to me. We'll,
And so, with that Blaziken, there are a couple different inclusions, one of which is Dragapult EX.
oh,
Because
interesting.
you don't have to worry about playing Turo, something like that, even with the two different types of energy.
Mhm.
So you manually attach one, Blaziken the other.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good. If this is Blaziken Dragapult, which, judging by the Psychic Energy in hand, that might be the case. This is gonna be really, really interesting.
Crayons.
It's definitely still a matter of stamp and pray as Kevin. That's definitely your best line here into the Raging Bolt, right? If how do I pronounce that name?
Pep.
Pep?
You can just Pep goes by Pep. And
Pep
Mike,
work? Okay.
listen,
Yeah.
we've talked about it with Joe before. I think eating crayons can be a very effective way to win Pokemon games.
My
and I
favorite
will
my
not
favorite
hear
flavor
arguments
is
otherwise.
my favorite flavor is blue.
I'm glad to hear that question. All right, so speaking of Pep playing Raging Bolt, previously also accused of being a crayon deck, but we got a whole lot more pieces now. And Christian, this deck is one where you are definitely an expert.
I do like me some Raging Bolt. Yeah, so obviously, Raging Bolt's still very linear in nature, right? You just want to 2/2/2 stuff or into a lot of these evolving decks or prize map. Typically looks like something like a 1/1/2/2 utilizing the Fan Rotom and the Baby Raging Bolt here as our
Yes.
early game swing cards here. And it's a really, really clean game plan here for Raging Bolt into any version of Dragapult here. The main cause for concern would be something like an Unfair Stamp, Counter Catcher, Badoo. You know the drill, right? All the good disruption cards here that Kevin kind of throw at Pep. Hope that it works, right? So we're gonna see probably a very, very standard game of a good old Iono Simulator.
And that is always thrilling. And Kenneth, we did, and Christian, did you see the best of 3 change for Japan?
Oh yes, I did.
So I actually love that they are trying out something new, and unfortunately, in favor of Raging Bolt, it kind of pigeonholed fast, aggressive decks to the top of the format because
Yeah.
now being able to win a sudden death or a game 3 is hugely important.
Mm-hmm.
And Dragapult doesn't really win sudden death games ever.
Yeah, it's definitely weird. I'd kind of have to want to think about that format a little bit more before I really gave a conclusive take on it. But I think pure Raging Bolt being the winning deck is definitely a bit of a sign that that really only works if Dragapult and Gardevoir are borderline unviable, right? And in best of 3 format where you have to 2-0 your opponent, no ties, no nothing, it does kind of seem interesting here. But let's focus the game at hand here. We're going to see
Absolutely.
Kevin eyeing up some Badoo, some Torchic. We're going to KFC over here.
And to be honest, that
Yeah.
hand is insanely good because there are. Well, to be honest, Christian, maybe I'm pessimistic.
Sure.
If I have the chance to draw 6 cards and get a Team Evo playoff, I'm
Mhm.
pretty hyped about that.
Well, how are we drawing 6 cards?
There's an Iono in hand.
Oh, is that okay? I didn't see that. I just thought the hand was dead.
No, it would be very bad if there wasn't. Well,
Yeah.
actually, I say that.
Uh-huh.
Even being able to TM Evo into a Combusken and a Dracloak would enable Kevin to be able
Yes.
to draw throughout the game. And, I thought it was an Iono.
I don't
Maybe
think
there's
oh,
it's
it's
an
Arvin. Arvin's fine too. Arvin's
Yeah.
fine too.
We can still get a rare candy. We can still play
Mhm.
the game. And I mean, we're going to have a full board set up here, man.
We are. Notably though, there's no Dreepy in the deck, which means the TM kind of has to go on the Dreepy and the active, and that means that if that gets fan rotomed, we're not gonna have that available to us. So that's a little bit rough here. We're gonna get the confirmation that Kevin is playing Unfair Stamp. That is definitely good to know. This is really interesting for Kevin because if you go Evo the following turn, you like Arvin for Counter Catcher, but then we really don't have the Blaziken EX either. So our hand's kind of dead. If we could go Evo and then confirm that into a knockout on the Ogre Pawn, we could then win the 2/2/2.
Yes.
Right? If we are not able to do that, then I do think the Itchy Pollen does actually end up being the better play for Kevin here, and I'm assuming that's what they are going to go for it with the Badoo on the bench here, right? Otherwise, I don't think that makes too much sense. We see the rescue board eyed up here, and we're likely looking at like an Ultra Ball for Dracloak next turn type of angle.
And I agree. And
Yeah.
with the extra energy in hand, it's okay to discard them because it actually fuels Blaziken. So
Absolutely.
I would love to see a manual attachment either onto a.
Oh. Okay, so we are going for the Evo. No, I like this a lot. So we're going for the Evo, but we're getting the Dracloak, which gives us draw.
Agreed.
Right?
Agreed.
Okay.
And I do think that's a great choice. And like we said, losing the energy is not a huge deal for Kevin because he can sling it right out. And the okie dokie.
Okay.
What are your thoughts on that, Christian?
Well, so presumably this just means we're going to Ultra Ball for the cloak, right? Because if our hand is dead, we can't do anything without a Dracloak.
How do you feel about Ultra Balling for Cloak next turn, though?
I feel like that Ultra Ball should be better with a Blaziken, right?
I would agree.
I mean, Kevin might know something I don't, but I do just kind of assume that that we do need the cloak to kind of do anything next turn. So we do have the counter catcher,
And that.
so we do kind of have a line here where we go Ultra Ball for Blaziken, attach.
Hold on, we gotta talk
ability.
a little quieter.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, you're
Yeah.
totally good. Carry on.
Yeah.
Everything you're saying is correct, and that's why we
Mhm.
need to say it quietly.
Cool, my bad. Yeah, Ultra Ball for Blaziken, attach ability. We get the Psychic in the fire, and then we knock out the Ogerpon on the bench there to
Yes.
guarantee our 2-prize lead. That being said, with a more scuffed board, the 2-prize lead isn't that good because it's really not that hard for Pep to just take an addition, like just knock out the Blaziken, and then Kevin's kind of sitting there like, well, what's my response, right? So I feel like the slower Dragapult line is probably best, but with only one Dreepy, we kind of can't go back-to-back Pults, which is going to make this quite hard.
And so
it's
actually,
very awkward for Kevin.
on that note, I think this is something we saw with Adam's turn in his first turn there. We'll come back to that after we stay on Pep's turn. But one disadvantage Pep could have is most of this energy is going on to the Teal Mask Ogerpon, and that is the thing that is going to get straight up murdered next turn.
Yeah.
But we do draw a Sada off of that Teal Dance for one, but just see the knockout by Fan Rotom. And to be honest, I like that play because you're not going to gain a big advantage by Sada for one here, nor do you want to use your last knockdown. But for Kevin, going to his turn, we see the Earthen Vessel. We have an out to a Blaziken. We're going to be able to attach some cards. I mean, it's weird to say we can't draw cards with Dracloak, but we're going to draw 2 cards by taking 2 prizes. And that is a very real, benefit, especially if Kevin knows there are draw supporters in his prize cards.
Absolutely.
And so, Christian, then, we kind of talked about the sequence. Is there anything else you would want to see from Kevin's turn here?
No, this entire thing is just it's very scuffed, right? Because we are able to technically go ahead here, and presumably as Kevin, and we're able to continue this momentum, we will just be winning the game. That being said, our hand is not set up to continue any kind of momentum. We are incredibly just reliant on those 2 prize cards. So if Kevin prize checked and maybe knows that he has a bunch of draw supporters prize, then that could be a potential out, but it seems kind of risky regardless, right? Notably, it is not impossible for Pep to just whiff here. We are removing the only Terra Pokemon in play, and 2 energies from the board. So Pep could just like straight up whiff a knockout on a Blaziken, as we do go ahead and read the Blaziken. That's always funny to see. That would be Mo if he was playing.
We're gonna talk smack about Mo while he's on here.
Oh, absolutely.
But
We
no,
have to.
you're absolutely right.
Mhm.
Like, Blaziken is huge, hard to get over for most decks. Unfortunately, Raging Bolt is not one of those decks where it is
Yeah.
hard to get over. Now, I say this. Pep is, during next turn, going to have a capability to Sada for 2, Knockdown for a Nest Ball for Fez, and a Nest Ball for another Raging Bolt EX. Absolutely blow up this Blaziken EX. But if Kevin is able to disrupt at that point, Pep will not have any Hoot Hoots on board, assuming he doesn't draw something spectacular,
Sure.
or any big way to kind of reset and follow that up. So even though Kevin knows that he's about to get cooked here by Raging Bolts in response, Pep's going to have to basically overextend in order to do that.
Mm.
And we'll see what Kevin gets off the prizes. Neither of those help whatsoever.
Oh, yeah.
Ugh.
It's not.
Oh, and you're right.
Yeah.
Kevin is knocking out the only Terra. There is an Ultra Ball in hand, but
We have an Ultra Ball and a Noctowl here. Now, this Ultra Ball could be for an ancient Pokemon, though, which would give us more value from the Sada, and I do believe would guarantee the knockout. I think we have a lightning in hand.
We don't have a lightning.
No,
in
no,
hand.
we have a grass in hand. Sorry, we have grass in hand.
And we just discarded it.
Oh, okay. So we have to grab the Terra. Yeah, we have to grab the Terra, and then we're probably looking at we're eyeing up the Nest Ball here, so we can slot it to another Raging Bolt. That we presumably be grabbing from the Nest Ball. We're going to be grabbing 2 Nest Ball, which does make a lot of sense to me. Does kind of make it so that we have more energies. Okay.
So
yeah,
we have
we're
plenty in the discard, none in hand currently. But you're right. With that Ogre Pawn down, we can use Noctowl to get more. So
yeah,
this knockout's basically guaranteed.
it's definitely on the board. We have the Sada, and what we're trying to do here is we're trying to go Noctowl for an Nest Ball, for an Ogre Pawn, not an Ogre Pawn, a Raging Bolt, or any ancient Pokemon for that matter, and then we could Nest Ball for another Hoot, which would be the ideal. The Fez is also a great draw here. Builds up our hand, makes us less reliant on the Noctowls, notably. So I don't hate that. I think any support Pokemon of the second Nest Ball is definitely worth it.
And I actually think the double Nest Ball for Fez Bolt is the right choice because it enables the energy acceleration and it also enables Pep to establish a bit of a better board. And now I would love him to get a Noctowl or a Hoot down, and I think that is important. But getting a Hoot down with no outs to a Noctowl in hand is not great. Oh, and do we just see the one Nest Ball?
We saw the Night Stretcher being grabbed, actually. I don't hate that either. Notably, it's going to let us get back energies or maybe an Ogre Pawn. I think that's about it as far as what would be in the discard pile. So it's by no means a bad grab. I think I would have preferred the Nest Ball, but we'll kind of see how that plays out. We're going to draw another Nest Ball here off of the Sada. So
you're much nicer than me. I do think it was bad.
Well,
I do think that was incorrect.
Well,
but
we drew Nest Ball, so
we
never
get bailed
punished.
out anyway.
Never punished. Yeah,
never punished.
It's the Raging Bolt way. You just don't get punished.
Exactly. Now, granted, getting the additional grass energy to accelerate does guarantee the knockout, since Pep does not have it right now. So I can understand that.
I guess that
line
is
of
true.
thinking.
Oh, that is very true. Okay, I kind of assumed we had the hand attachment already. You know what? Actually, no, I think the Night Stretcher was better.
I agree. Actually, I was wrong.
Sorry,
I
Pep.
hate to have to admit that out loud, but I was indeed wrong.
Dan, maybe we do second Pokemon.
You know, it's I don't want to talk about it. Oh, and we get Night Stretcher Gust. Okay, so
this is looking good.
it is looking great for Pep. It is not looking good for Kevin. And Kenneth, your eyes are better than mine. I couldn't actually tell if there was another Owlin deck. But Christian, go for it. What are your thoughts here?
Well, I mean, it's just the same as it was earlier, right? We're going to take the Big Boom knockout, and then Kevin's looking at 3 cards he has no control over and a board that draws no cards.
It's not great.
It's very possible that Kevin does just like rip research off the top, and then we're chilling. We're using the 5, right? Okay, thank you.
I think the only debate is where to take it off of, and I don't think
Itchy
either
Pollen
is
is a
wrong.
very, very likely line here. So you're trying to kind of make a hand here.
But we see a cloak
Let's see
off the
cloak. Let's
top.
see if the cloak gets us anything good. Fire, and there's an Iono.
Okay.
Okay.
We're back in the game.
Oh, thank God.
I wasn't too worried about that one.
You were
And now,
thinking about it for way too long.
I do like the Torchic going down, and I love the Iono because now Kevin has a better chance to play the game. So, with Kevin's board, we can evolve into a Blaziken to actually accelerate energy. We could access a monkey. With Pep down at 2 prizes, we could actually use Ursaluna to take a knockout if we find a Blaziken energy.
Well, Pep's at 3. We would still be able to do something like that with like hand attach plus Blaziken plus Ursaluna for knockout.
Yeah.
Notably though, you put Pep at 3 prize card or 3 card hand. Why are we not just itchy balling here?
Because if we can take 2 prizes, we win the game next
Well,
turn.
sure. If we can take 2 prize cards, that'd be insane, right? But I don't think we're able to do that. If I'm being honest, I think that's a bit of a stretch here from our own 4 card hand here, right?
I mean, you say that.
Do
All we need is a Blaziken energy.
we have Ursaluna in hand? I think
We
we do,
do.
right? Okay, so we can Fez. We can if we hit it, we hit it. That's great. But otherwise, Badoo here is still a very strong option.
So it is, especially if Pep doesn't have an item based out to, or only has an item based out to energy. There's a Crispin in hand. But
okay, well, he's better.
yes, all we need is energy out to. I saw the Ultra Ball and Candy. I did not see the.
Oh,
it's
we
an
are
Arden.
whipping.
So we missed the energy, though we had the out to Blaziken. So Christian, my question is, do we attack with Blaziken here?
Well, it depends. If attacking with Blaziken results in us being able to win the game next turn, the answer is always yes. So something like attack with Blaziken this turn, then next turn we would go maybe Halucha on the Ogerpon and take a 4-prize turn. That could work. If we do not play a way to make that line possible, then we do definitely just have to Itchy Pollen and pray here. Notably, though, if you do Itchy Pollen this turn, even if Pep does draw an out, that is going to kind of like snowball it, right? Because you make Pep use one out, and then you Itchy Pollen again, and you make him find another out, right? We could even go as far as to Itchy Pollen with 2 separate Badoos. We probably have to use the Night Stretcher here, right? But like Itchy Pollen, okay, you knock me out. Itchy Pollen, okay, you knock me out. And then you're minus 2. You're down 2 outs, and then Kevin has had time to build up his board, and he can kind of go for a line that goes, Iona to 1, swing. If you don't draw it from the 2 cards Iona plus top deck, I just win the game, right? That's probably what we're looking at.
And that is true. I think that line makes complete sense if you have a capability to feed 2 single prizers.
Yes.
If you do not, if you are going to Itchy Pollen and then go into Blaziken or Dragapult without an out to win the game,
Yep.
I actually don't think that is correct. And only because you're shortening the game for Pep.
Yep.
But when our hand sucks and this is the only option, sometimes it is the only option. So we do see the Itchy Pollen 410 go over to Pep's turn, and we have Crispin in hand, which is big.
A Judge draw?
Also a Judge.
And the Mew. Okay.
So the Mew is great.
Yeah.
I do love the Crispin here, and we do have Lightning Grass. So we're going to be able to manually attach with Crispin, and then draw with Teal Mask Ogerpon, and now, dude, things are sketchy for Kevin.
I do think it is just like hard committing to this Badoo, right? We're going to see the fan Riddle Knockout. I do like that quite a lot, actually. Make it awkward for Kevin here. Notably also not discarding anything, and the Hoot Hoot off of the Tilland's there, and a very, very, very impactful draw.
It is.
Probably better than Mew at the bench, for sure. I really, really, really want to see Kevin shove a 1-prizer in the active, because while we could Ursaluna into a 2-prizer, go like Ursaluna, we need to promote.
Kevin does have to advance someone.
Kevin needs to promote something.
That's fine. It's free retreater.
Yeah. But regardless here, though, if we do just go like Ursaluna Iona, right? Like we're looking at Hoot Hoot, Fez. I don't think that's a really good play for Kevin. I think we kind of have to hard commit to not only swinging with a 2-prizer that does require that full 5 energy, but also do it when Pep does go to just the 1 prize card remaining.
Yes.
To kind of give us the full value here. So we really want to see this turn as like an out to Badoo. So yeah, that would be the ideal.
And this is where we definitely got to get deck list for everyone. If Kevin plays a second counter catcher, I think going into Blaziken and knocking out the Teal Mask Ogerpon with Iono would be the best possible chance for him. Because with only 2 energy on the board for Pep, even though Fez would be able to draw, we wouldn't be able to use Hoot Hoot. We'd have to clear our board down with stuff. We could be in a much better position. And though, to be honest, I mean, I think we want to see the Iono here, right?
Probably. It depends on how many we have left, but if we can Iono, we should Iono. It's just minus 2 cards. Noctowl is always game for Pep at this point in the game because we're able to go Prime Catcher onto the Fez and just knock it out with Raging Bolt. So it'd be Prime Catcher Sada, presumably, would be our line. It's just always going to be game no matter what.
But I think
so. Yeah,
I think what Kevin's debating is we have the the Night Stretcher in hand, and we will need a manual attachment if we decide to attack with anything other than Blaziken. So I think he's trying to debate: do I commit the Night Stretcher to a Psychic or Fire Energy and try to attack with Pult, or do we do something different here?
Well, I really want to see the Badoo here. I really, really want to see the Badoo here because now you're eliminating Ultra Ball as an out for game for Pep, and you're also going to be removing Prime Catcher as an out, so you're going to be forcing the boss, and that's just going to do so much good to increase your odds here of winning as Kevin. So I really, 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 really want to see an Itchy Pollen come out here. I really don't care what we're even Itchy Pollening in the first place. That really doesn't matter to me. If we can do something like Itchy Pollen this turn, and then the following turn we could go like knockout Fez or even 200 into Fez, depending on how much spread we have. We could do like an Iono line to win us the game.
And actually, this is why I'm glad you're here, because I don't know if I agree with that. Because I do agree using Itchy Pollen is the best way to prevent Pep from winning the game next turn.
Sure.
The issue is, I don't think Itchy Pollen is the best way to help you win the game later in the game. Because going down to 1 prize remaining, you're right. Like, Prime Catcher next turn could win the game. But if you go down and push Pep to 1 prize remaining, and Pep has attackers that can take a single prize knockout, we go from Prime Catcher plus a supporter to accelerate energy is a way to win the game to a single gust whatsoever is a way to win the game.
Yeah.
And so that, I think, is the question here for Kevin
Mhm.
is it better to commit to trying to attack and tank a hit here?
Yeah.
Or is it better to use that Badoo, protect himself for a turn
Mhm.
with the knowledge that he could win in later turns? I don't know if this makes
Yeah.
any sense.
No, it does, but the Badoo is definitely better, and I'm going to tell you why.
Yes, hit me.
The main reason here is that Kevin notably can protect his own board, right? So what we're going to see here again, Pep at 2 prize cards, right? If we Badoo, we're forcing the 1 prize knockout into the Badoo, right? And what we're seeing here is that Kevin has Candy Blaziken, has a Dragapult in hand. Now all of a sudden, we are going to have a full 2 prizer board. Now, of course, in this situation, it does mean we don't have to Badoo. So presumably Kevin's going to have to try to Iono into a line here. So we're going to have to commit to the Iono, it seems, here, which I'm not sure if I like. But regardless, we would have been able to get the Blaziken next turn. And if we had a board like this after the Badoo got knocked out, then we would be in a phenomenal spot where Pep does actually just need like kind of the nut draw from the Iono to 1 to win the game, right? Even if we just swung with the Ursaluna. I don't think this is like terrible as Kevin notably we do draw the counter catcher.
So,
But
and-
Pep
oh,
does draw the
Candace
Sada.
insane. So-
It's not clean though. It's not clean.
with having your board full of 2 prizers, I do agree. I think Badoo would
Yes.
absolutely be prior to that happening.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I would have agreed. But
There's only 1 boss in Pep's deck.
yes.
So the 1 boss being game really isn't much of a concern.
Well, or Prime Catcher.
True. Very true.
See, I told you, I'm right sometimes.
Sometimes.
But
sometimes.
we do actually go into the Dragapult.
Yeah.
We decide to we're debating the second Blaziken,
Uh-huh.
and we have the counter catcher. So I mean, I gotta imagine we're not taking a knockout this turn, right?
No, we definitely shouldn't. And I love this as Kevin. We kind of drew everything we wanted here. So we're going to be setting up, or we're going to go for the Ursaluna.
Actually, I don't mind that. I really don't. It enables Fez, but you do take a knockout on the Raging Bolt with energy. There's only 1 ancient Pokemon on board.
Yeah.
So although we can draw, or you just get the Night Stretcher off the top deck, and then we're cooked.
Well, we don't really have everything. I mean, we're so close. We're so close. There is an ancient Pokemon. There is a Sada. There is an energy. We're not. No. Yes. Yes.
We're not there yet.
No, we are there. We are there. We are there. We are there. I'll let Pep. put
Oh,
it
we need
together.
4. Yes, you're right. We are.
Yeah. I think I would
Uh,
have really liked to see the Dragon.
No, we're actually. Yeah, we're there. We're there.
We are
we're there.
definitely there because we have the nitrogen for the last energy.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we'll see if Pep sees a connection.
Yep.
We did run into that in the last game. Larry did not see it at first.
Notably, maybe removing this fighting or lightning here, we might need that available. We are going to find the
Earth
We
and
have both
Vessel.
nitrogen and yeah, it's like there's no way we don't have it.
There's no way we don't.
And that
have
is
it.
going to be the Bellowing Thunder for game. Yeah, I would have really liked to see some way of Kevin, playing around the use of Pheasantipity in this game.
Yes.
I think that's the main thing. We ended up playing more like a 2/2/2 deck as opposed to playing like a Dragapult deck. Now, notably, the Baby Blaziken, one of the best cards that kind of lets Blaziken be a real archetype besides just Red
So,
Gardevoir, right?
What
was
does
prized.
that card do?
That
why
card-
is it good?
That card, so you know Darmanitan, the Ends Darmanitan?
Yes, the
the
Darmanic Cannon, which I refuse to call it Flame Body Cannon.
Sure. 90 active, 90 bench, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Blaziken is 120 active, 120 bench.
That's pretty good.
It is pretty good.
And you discard all energy from it, which you don't
yes.
really care.
And notably, it is a fire type.
It
and his
is.
weakness is the Ogerpon.
It does.
So you can go take 3, and the next turn you can go take 3 for game.
Absolutely.
So that's pretty good. And you're also not reliant on reverse look because you do have the Blaziken. But we have another game here we're going to be looking at here. We're going to have Reno versus Olive. This is actually kind of a stacked game, frankly. Why would we? I kind of want to watch this. This is kind of
and
fire.
you know what? We're going to have to watch this now, too. But we do see Olive get the knockout on the Fez here, able to put Boss's orders back into the deck. I don't think she has that thick of a deck here. No. So even though Reno may be able to try to disrupt, Olive has 3 Zoroark on the board,
Mhm.
which I don't know if you can count very well, Christian, but that's 6 cards each turn.
That is
That is a lot.
That is a lot of cardboard.
And we do see the acceleration onto the bridge. Olive has a terrifying board. And
For sure.
And yes, Fly, we are seeing trade.
we are-
And Kenneth, yes, Phantom Dive on a 210 guy definitely would have been better.
I think that would have been the line last game. Now focusing on this game though, we are kind of jumping at the tail end here. This looks like a pretty dominating position for Olive, if I do say so myself. Reno, I mean, what do you realistically do here? You could you can establish a Charizard. You can establish a Charizard and knock out the Archaludon. But with Olive drawing 6 cards, 7 plus top deck next turn, and we did just pal pad back a boss. I feel like Reno's odds of winning this game are slim to none. No amount of Iono is going to save us. If we had some way of healing our benched Dragapult for enough to put it out of our Caledon range, that could be a possible line. Alternatively, we could even see something like a boss onto a Zoroark to maybe try to spread damage and force Olive to have a switch out, like a Turo rescue board, whatever else.
Well, so, and I think
yeah.
that is exactly the thing. We do have to boss his Zoroark,
Yes.
and we do have to go into the clean Dragapult, and we
Yes.
have to try to set up for a swing turn.
Yeah,
You're right.
and it's either that or lose. Like
Correct.
there's like kind of no other option here for Reno. Theoretically, we could even like but do into a Zoroark. I don't actually hate that line completely, but
No, so and this is where I think kind of Kenneth is saying it well.
Mhm.
Palpad is so good because with Turo and Boss going back
Yes.
in, Reno cannot provide an opportunity for Olive to win with either of those.
yeah.
What Reno does have to do is try to put himself in a position
Mm-hmm.
to force Olive to have both.
Yes.
Which obviously it doesn't work that way.
Yep.
So we do need to gust, hit with Dragapult, try to set up for a swing prize turn, knowing that Olive will be able to use
Yeah.
that Turo at least once.
Yeah, and do remind me, Dan, how much HP does the Zoroark have?
280.
280. Okay, so we're typically looking at something like a either Halucha or Monkey Dory to fix our math here, where we would want to go 200 into a Zoroark and then proceed to go 60 onto another Zoroark. So we go Counter Catcher, Gust again, to then go knock out both Zoroark for game, right? We would be 10 short on both Zoroarks, I believe.
We
yes,
would be 10
that's-
short, yes.
but on both Zoroark. Ooh, no. Only on the one Zoroark. Only on the one Zoroark. So. Because
so
200 plus 10
Going,
plus no.
I will let you do math because my mental math is poor. But
Same.
going to Reno's turn here, so we do have Candy Charizard. If we have
Yeah.
enough energy in deck, knocking out this bridge is probably fine. But if we do just hit into this, we do have the Relicanth available.
Yeah.
We're going to be just short of a knockout with it, but we're going to have to see.
I think it matters though. Reno needs Gus here. Reno notably played the Iono, I believe, instead
Research.
of played research instead of playing the boss. We did have a boss in hand.
We did.
I probably would have preferred that, but then obviously the problem is that if we boss this turn, then maybe we wouldn't have been able to do anything the following turn, and then it doesn't really matter. So Reno may be taking a bit of a calculated risk here. Regardless, I don't think it's going to matter. This seems like a pretty chalked game. All of it's just going to go trade a million times, draw boss, and then just win, right?
Probably. But I will say,
yeah.
Reno's still playing to his outs.
Oh, for sure.
Getting down the Luminous on the Dracloak is actually a big deal
Yeah.
because now he will have another clean Dragapult to
Mhm.
attack with. However, there are very few cards left in Olive's deck.
A clean Pult swing here would be really strong. Otherwise, the Monkey Dory definitely has its value. Oh, this is wait, what? Oh, never mind. We're just checking for the Relicanth. Okay, yeah.
Oh, and we
Relicanth
even
plus
have the
Black
Black
Belt.
Belt as well.
Yeah.
So there are a whole lot of ways to win that game.
Yeah.
All right, and we do see Reno show the Super Rod missing and the Charmeleon, which I think he was hoping to go into Charizard, but alas.
I think regardless, all of it's just like way too favored at this board state, right? I don't know how the early game played, obviously, but from that board state, there's just way too much draw for Olive to ever reasonably lose. Although, did Olive actually even put in a Turo into the deck? Because
Kenneth,
if she didn't, then it definitely would have.
She did put a Turo into the deck.
okay,
So she put in Boss Turo. And Kenneth,
Uh-huh.
PTCG Live does not let you trade with one card left. However, real life you are allowed to. But
You
I
are, in fact,
appreciate
allowed
the
to.
following not rules to try to get a win condition. So,
Yeah.
Christian, I'm going to go grab Mo and Pep because I think
Sure.
it'd be good to do winner's interview with Pep.
Yep.
And then hopefully we see Olive a little bit later too for an interview.
Absolutely.
But can you, if you don't
Mhm.
mind, you had talked a bit about, wait, you were just talking about a deck that you really liked. Actually, no.
I talk a lot about a lot of decks.
Well, so you are a Raging Bolt expert.
True,
So
very
what
true.
I would love, and Bryce, can you throw up a Raging Bolt deck list? I would love you to tell the people about what kind of list you think may be best going into the World's format coming
Okay.
out of NAIC.
Sure.
And then talk through that a bit with Pep since he's
Mhm.
really been playing that deck a lot. That
Yeah.
work for you?
Sounds great.
Beautiful. I will go
Cool.
grab him. Please teach us your ways, O Master.
I'll be taking your headset.
That's totally fair.
I'm gonna need a break after this round, though. That's fine. After the interview, I should say. All right. This is gonna be Yurko Valencia's list here. Ooh, I have opinions on this one. It's actually one of the better lists to come out of NAAC, in my opinion, for sure. Closer to what I've been playing with the 3 Night Stretchers 2 Raging Bolt here. Always a big fan of that. But we'll bring Pep in. We'll talk some Raging Bolt. Should be a good time. always a big fan of talking Raging Bolt, as I'm sure most of you know. I don't really know what to do here with the microphone and being all by my lonesome here, but I do think we're gonna have Pep come in. Hello, how are we doing? Sit down, grab a headset, and tell me how you're doing.
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good, good. So we're gonna talk some Raging Bolt. I was just instructed to talk Raging Bolt with you. I have not been told to do anything else. So file any complaints to Dad. I mean, Dan, you are. So we're gonna talk some Raging Bolt going into a Worlds format here. The format being mostly the same, except we do now also have the cards from the Black and White set. So I'll just ask you first, actually, are there any new cards in that set you think would be interesting in Raging Bolt? Not necessarily like great, but maybe something you could consider.
I haven't honestly looked too much
Mhm.
into it because I'm not going to Worlds.
Fair play.
But I yeah I
Yeah.
honestly just didn't look much into it.
No, that's fair. I've been looking at it recently, and honestly, I don't think there's a whole lot for Raging Bolt. In the format in general, it's not a very impactful set, but notably for Raging Bolt, it doesn't do a whole lot. We do see the metagame will likely change just a little bit going into Worlds.
Yeah.
It is Guardy's world, or frankly, I should say it's Monkey Dory's world, and we're all living in it, which isn't always great for Raging Bolt. So yeah, now I won't let you leak your list for this tournament. You're still more
yeah.
Pokemon to play, and people can go back and look at the stream. But we are looking at Yurko's list here from NAAC, and we see some pretty interesting things here. Notably, I think it's actually quite similar to what I played in Portland, with a couple of key changes. Playing 4 copies of Ultra Ball, we're playing the Energy Switch, we're even playing the 3rd Area Zero. Is there anything you like about a list like this that kind of stands out to you?
With the people I was testing with, we really liked the Blood Moon over the Squawk.
Yep.
We that I think I'm not gonna say bait, but like the amount of time Squawk came up versus Bolt, like or I
Yeah.
mean Blood Moon, where it's like
Mhm.
late game attach, shake my hand, like that
Right.
that always felt really good.
Yep.
I'm not playing the Energy Switch.
Mm-hmm.
Like I just feel like you either have it or you don't. And
Yeah.
There's some better cards
Yep, for
to
sure.
be playing, like a counter catcher has come in clutch if you're behind.
Yep.
Most I think the list looks about the same.
Yeah, for sure. What's your take on Judge as a card in Raging Bolt?
For right now,
Mhm.
like I was talking with some of my friends about it last night.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's necessarily like the mid game Judge over an Iono.
Mm-hmm.
I like I've definitely gone. If I had the option of both, Judge less cards, but more card. But like the late game to
Yeah.
Iono one has just always been broken.
Oh, for sure, for sure. I think notably with Shaman in the Shaman in the format, the Baby Raging Bolt is now a less reliable option into stuff like Dragapult and Gardevoir. So I've kind of really liked the Judge. It's like a very good turn 2 tool to just disrupt the opponent and say, hey,
Yeah.
I'm gonna like fan rhythm Judge you, and then if you rip Candy Guardy, then hey, you're better. But you kind of force them to have it, right? We did actually also see Raging Bolt win the Japan National Championships, I believe, at 17-0 without Noctiles. I think a big part of that, obviously, they had like a really weird format with their best of 3 rules. But notably, I believe the finals was a very heavy Judge game where it was kind of like a Judge plus swing, and then the opponent bricked off the Judge. So we might be seeing an increase in Judge Raging Bolt going forward as like a metagame adaptation for Raging Bolt to be able to keep up with the big defensive, I should say, 2 prize decks, right? As the Baby Bolt is no longer working, we kind of pivot over to a Judge heavy strategy. Maybe even play 2 Judge. I haven't tested that.
Yeah.
That's just all theory. How do you like that kind of idea?
Without Noctiles, that's
Well,
I don't know how
right,
he did
right.
it. I don't know how he did that.
I could never play the deck without Noctiles.
I think what's it called? I played Raging Bolt when it first came out. I played it to NAIC when I was still a senior.
Yep.
And the turn 1 donk always felt good, but that was more of a I think that was more of a 2 prize or a two prizer like meta
Yeah.
where it's like that turn 1 donk's always great.
Yep.
But now it's like the Fan Rotom is I honestly think it's the best card.
It's really
Like,
really good.
It's what's it called? Like all the Dreepy, all the Guardy you see, just like most of the time because they're taking so long, I'm taking my first 2, and there's like 2. It's 4 and 6 at that point where it's like we can go 2 for 2 now, but you're
Yeah,
behind.
but going 2 for 2, 1 behind against Raging Bolt is never a winning strategy, right?
No,
For sure.
and I think the Baby Bolt still is like with Shaman, it definitely makes it a little less viable, but
Mhm.
you still have that second attack where like I see a lot of like people that I know forget about it, where it's like
Yeah.
they throw up Monkey Dory and it's like I'm only hitting for 90. I'm like, all right, look down, you're hitting for 130.
Yeah.
It's like and like
Yep.
at the end of the day, it's like if I can take 2 single prize knockouts because they're forced to throw something up, I'm
Yep.
like I'm not too worried about it, honestly.
Exactly. And the whole trading single prizes with single prizes is really just like the best part about new Raging Bolt to me, right? Of course, with the Baby Bolt, but even with the Van Rotom, as you say, very, very strong early game attacker. And actually, that's probably a reason why Energy Switch stock's going up a little bit. It's definitely a card I'm a little skeptical of, but notably being able to not only threaten the 90 snipe immediately to punish no Shaman boards, but even be able to threaten a Dragon Headbutt into a Monkey Dory being the most notable target, right, for the 130 on turn 2 does seem really, really strong as well. Notably, the Fan Rotom can't one-shot the Monkey Dory, and that means Monkey Dory is a really, really good starter for decks like Gardevoir, decks like Dragapult, Grimmsnarl, etc. Yeah, so very interesting. As for the 5 versus 6 grass debate, I think it's kind of a case of it kind of depends on your recovery count. Where if you're playing the not the rescue stretcher, the energy retrieval, then you can play 5 grass. But final questions here: what's your take on 5 or 6 grass?
I think 6 grass if you're playing the leaves tech because Grimmsnarl is a scary card.
For sure.
I also think leaves is busted.
Yep.
I honestly, if you're not playing it, you're throwing.
Fair play. Fair play.
And at 6, you have that wiggle room. But then I just decided to cut a tiny bit of consistency to have that 6 energy.
Yeah.
So I think 5 no leaves, 6 with leaves is
Okay.
my personal.
That makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. And also the grass is like technically consistency because it draws for Logarpun. All right,
Yeah.
we're gonna wrap up. Thank for.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, it was always a good time. And I'm gonna let Mo and Dan take over here as we go into round number 3.
What's the game's about? It's monster break. It is a monster break. So I am drinking my lovely chai tea and espresso here, and Christian, as a younger man than I, is going to pound an energy drink to stay alive. So we always try to do our best. So I am back here with Mo, and Mo, you being the good stream aficionado you are, you were checking some stuff out on the floor. So what are you seeing?
I was definitely not doing that. I was actually just talking
Thank
to
you,
our judge,
Christian.
Michael Storms.
Okay. And how's that? Is he doing well?
He's doing
all right?
well.
Has he had to
We're
DQ anyone yet?
not yet.
That's good. We'll work on that. But no, so we've got. Oh, do we have the deck list,
No.
Bryce? Or hold on, can you go yell at Christian to get the deck list while he's
Yeah,
taking a
let's
break?
go
Thank
do
you,
that.
Bryce.
Oh, Bryce
So-
got it.
Well, as we said, we're expecting some shenanigans, and y'all, I expected shenanigans. I did not expect to see 2 Blaziken EX in our first 2 rounds on stream. That
It was on again.
was on again. And to be honest, both times it lost, but it put up a okay showing into a bad matchup. You seem less than pleased.
I think every deck's a bad matchup for that deck because
Yeah.
that deck doesn't look that good. But
So
at
then,
least they got to play the game.
what is the deck like besides Gardevoir? Because I know you're always going to say Gardevoir is the deck, and it's gaining a lot of tools in the new upcoming sets, and I want to talk about it. But if you're not going to play Gardevoir, what is the deck to like be playing around with or having fun with?
Not Gardevoir. I feel like
Did I just like
SpongeBob.
lose?
I
you
feel like
at that?
SpongeBob when he was like asked, "What's your name, son? You're doing such a great job for the fine dining," and that's all he knows how to do. But now he doesn't know his name, so it's all on fire now. Honestly, if you're not playing Gardevoir, I mean, Dragapult's a really good deck. Tord played it to I think it's the Champions Invitational or Champions
Yes, and
League,
he got 48th.
the big Champions tournament.
Yes.
And so
Thank you, Bryce.
that was really cool. Let me just like ASMR.
Here, I'll take a look through this while you're talking.
But Dragapult's a really good deck. There's some people toying around with like a Spite Op Zorak deck that seems silly. In terms of decks I would actually play, if it's not Gardevoir, Raging Bolt's a good deck. Raging Bolt's pretty solid.
Raging Bull
I
is
just,
good.
I just don't think I'm a Raging Bolt gamer anymore. My brother played that to NEISC. I played that to a couple locals before, but like it doesn't jive with me like Gardevoir does. I just think Gardevoir's so broken because you get to use Monkey Dory. So maybe I'd play like Blissey into the room because Blissey gets to use Monkey Dory, and Monkey Dory is a really good ability.
I think Blissey is fantastic and such a cool deck and not good. To be very clear, not good at all, but it is fantastic. And actually, okay, so we've got a couple interesting ones here. And thank you. I was just about to say that one of the decks that we're seeing a bunch of that is really, really good is this Dragapult Charizard. And this is what Martin is playing here. Even though we're starting off with Alfredo's turn, who's playing the new kind of deck on the block, in Grimmsnarl. And I
And-
mean, it had a pretty good performance at NAIC.
Mulerator asked about Grimmsnarl. Surprised I don't like Grimmsnarl. I played like 2 hours of it into Alex Szymanski playing Gardevoir, and we were testing out. This was we were testing the Espathra EX for NAIC.
Ooh.
That matchup just seemed so unwinnable because as long as you find the Espathra, then you beat Grimmsnarl. But it was just the fact that like Grimmsnarl is not really an enjoyable deck for me. I was not having fun with it.
I mean, that matters. And Subby, yes, I love that we've got some fans in the chat. Ian, Grimm is very, very good. And so, kind of on this turn, Alfredo is getting down those 2 Impidimps, deciding whether or not to put down a Snow Runt. Mo, any idea why they didn't?
You always put down Snorunt because it's really good.
Oh, we
until-
have Snow
Oh,
Runt
you
in
have one in
hand.
hand.
Okay,
Okay,
that's fine.
I was gonna say because Charizard notably has an ability.
does.
Dracloak has an ability.
It does.
Charmeleon has an ability, depending
It
on
does
which one you
not.
play.
They're all playing the
The-
100 HP one typically.
Oh, okay. I know that sometimes they play the split. If they ever play 2, but that's probably in the Charizard deck, right? Like, Gabriel Fernandez, he played a 1-1 split, I believe.
Yes.
Or maybe that was the Ono kids.
Also,
Annabelle,
hi Jets. Thank you very much for joining. And I again love Martin having a fan out here, but keep going, Mo.
Martin's the GOAT.
Martin is the GOAT.
He came in here in shades, and he was too cool for all of us. Shades, AirPods. He was like walking in. I'm like, okay, Martin, ready to win this.
Okay, so Martin's hand is atrocious.
It's
We
okay,
do see a
bro.
boss to try to stall the Snow Run. And Alfredo getting down the shoot, what is it? It's
Morgrim,
the Morgrim, but what's the stadium?
the Spikemuth.
Yes,
Gym.
Spike Moon Stadium. So we do get the Morgrim, which is a big deal, means Alfredo's not reliant on rare candy. And then are we gonna see it turn into Budu here? Or what do you think Alfredo wants to do?
I think you have to. If you see your opponent, you want to obstruct their setup as much as possible. So if you get to see, bro, just research that hand away. It doesn't matter. You play 3 CC anyways. But
So
you can obstruct your opponent's setup if you just itchy pollen them.
Well, so actually, I would love to see that Buddy Poffin get another Snow Run down.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because I think a 2-2 line, or 2 spots of the Grimmsnarl and then 2 Frostlass is a very big deal to, like, accelerate your win condition on the other side. And then, I agree, Mo, just burn it to the ground.
Rip that research. Do not get Impidimp down. I promise you it is not correct.
And
You don't want
Alfredo's just
Impidimp.
toying with us. Keep
leave-
showing us the other thing.
Leave your Impidimp at home. You already got one, and then you have a teenage one that's going through a phase. You're fine. And then you
Listen.
bench this. You bench this Badoo. You get this little polliner down. What are you doing? No. You want to bench the Badoo. It doesn't matter that you have Grimmsnarl. You play Night Stretcher. You play another Grimmsnarl, but you want to itchy pollen. Stop these rare candies. Stop these Buddy Poffins. If your opponent doesn't even have, I think Martin's utilizing the Spikemuth gem. That's smart.
That is.
You like Martin?
Wait, did we decline to research? Sorry, I was looking at deck list.
Yeah.
All right, so then Martin's hand, we do have a Candy, Super Odd. I think we have a Charizard EX.
He's got it, and he has the alternate Charizard too.
It's
The
beautiful.
shinier your cards, the better you play.
That is not what that means.
the better
but
you play, bro.
Martin is going to, we're going to get back on track. Martin is going to be able to actually get an attack off here, which, like you said, Mo, if Alfredo had used Budu, we could have attacked it with Charmander, but then holy is Alfredo in a great position to try to close out the game. But we see the candy, we see the Charizard EX come down. Apparently Martin is just playing a Charizard deck right now. And I would also, Mullerator, agree with holding off on Spike Moves to try to go aggressive. And yeah, no, Flip, that's not what that means. So Mo, we see the Charizard EX. Is Alfredo like regretting his life decisions at this point?
So I will say that Flip plays Max Rarity too. That's why he's agreeing with me. My opinion is that if you don't know what your opponent's playing, whether it's Zard or straight Charizard, because Gabriel did well with it, right? He won an AIC, so people could be playing Gabriel's list. But if your opponent's playing straight Charizard, then you obviously Badoo them because there's nothing they can do unless they find Charmeleons. If your opponent's playing Dragapult Charizard, you stop Buddy Poffin if you itchy pollen them. I think this might bite Alfredo, but we're going to see how Alfredo plays back from this.
I do think Alfredo is going to get punished pretty hard for this play. Oh, and we had the Gust on the Morgrim, so holy, is that a huge swing for Martin. Plus, we have a Charmeleon on the bench, so we can evolve up to another Charizard. And good friend Dr. Kevin Krieger and I were talking about this matchup way long ago when we were in Japan. But Charizard can be really, really tough for Grimmsnarl if they're not able to make a big Devo swing, because Charizard can reach on Grimmsnarl and it can just apply too much pressure that Grimmsnarl can't handle. So now Alfredo can use that research. We can Spike Move to get another guy down, but dude, we're behind. So far
Alfredo,
behind.
look at me, Alfredo. Hear me. I won't talk too loud so Alfredo doesn't actually
Don't
hear me.
actually hear us. Please don't actually
But
listen.
Chat. I always want to say this.
Mhm.
Chat. Yo, listen up. So basically, you don't use Spike Muff because right here, what you want to do, you want to rip that. You want to bench Badoo and then rip that research.
100%.
That way, you stop Buddy Poffins from coming down. You deal double damage to Charizard because of weakness, and that matters. The 20 damage turns to 30 or 40 if you get Frostlasses in play, and then that helps with your Devo, because then you can TM Devolution, and then you just set your board up with more damage and more damage. And then if Charmeleon doesn't get evolved, okay, you just Monkey Dory, Devo.
Well, and exactly. And so this is the other part where Alfredo's getting punished. If we had ripped the research last time, I know we shuffled our deck, bear with me. We had so many outs to Arven, to Candy, where we could have been applying way more pressure this turn. And now, Martin's going to be able to take a knockout on this Badoo with the Charmeleon for 1 energy. So Martin's going to be able to advance his game plan without having to even spend resources. And this is bad. This is not good. No, don't do that. Why?
Martin, please.
What am I missing, Mo?
The attack on
Okay.
Charmeleon, I guess. It
So-
attacks. It does 20 damage for 1 fire energy.
Wait, say that again, Oracion? Grabbed a prize, shuffle his hand, put a prize back?
Well, he took a prize card on the Impidimp, right? All right. Well, I'm pretty sure he.
Yeah, I would watch replay on that. Obviously, we want to make sure nothing untoward. I would be shocked. I've never seen anything like that out of Martin.
Yeah.
But Bryce, did you notice anything? All right, sounds good. Bryce has eyes like a freaking hawk. So
Yeah, those
if-
eyes are on his phone right now, and my eyes are on my phone looking at the
So,
VOD.
I'll pay attention to the game. But we do see Arven for Rare Candy and Evo. With the Grimmsnarl in hand, we are going to be able to Evo. And now we're going to start to apply much pressure. And Oracion, I am very, very glad that you called it out. We want to make sure everything is always legitimate here. And we want to, catch this stuff. And Kenneth, yes, Charmeleon is far too pretty. But now, with the Morgrim coming down, now with the 2 energy on the active Grimmsnarl, and no energy on the Morgrim, I mean, Alfredo's attacking, but we're still not applying nearly enough pressure. And Ben, you missed the memes. We had 2 Blaziken EXs on there. Oracion, don't even worry. Mo is currently re-looking at it just to make sure we address anything.
I got the fastest eyes in the West.
And so we do see the Grimmsnarl attack, 40 damage on the Charmeleon, 180 on the active. And can Martin... Oh, and Martin top decks a Buddy Poffin. Okay, perfect. Ian, thank you very much for checking that. Want to make sure we don't miss anything. But Martin, with the Buddy Poffin, is going to be able to set up a much better board. And this is so timely, right as Alfredo's actually applying pressure that Charizard EX. So, Mo... Are we seeing any shenanigans, or are we okay?
There are no shenanigans of the sort.
Awesome. Good. That
Ian
is what I like to
was
see.
correct. He just put his hand on top of his prizes. He probably shouldn't have done that, but he put
That's
his hand
fine.
on top of the 1 prize card. It doesn't really matter because you know you're taking a prize next turn regardless. Personally, in that play, I would have liked to take a prize card with the Charmeleon for the reason that Charmeleon attacks for 1 energy and then knocks out Badoo, and then it leaves energy in play.
And that way there's not 180 damage on your Charizard. Because if he had left it active and Alfredo did not find a Gust, the Charmeleon would be knocked out, and there would be no damage on this Charizard EX because of the Terra ability, factor, rule?
The Terra ability, yeah.
Yeah, okay, sure.
The Terra trait,
Sure.
I don't know. Something that prevents it from getting hit on the bench.
Ian,
And
thank you very much for clipping that. And Oracion, even though that didn't actually happen, please call that stuff out. We want to make sure we see it. But Mo, talking about this turn, what else do we want to see from Martin?
I just want to see Charizard hitting, because I think that's the only attack you reasonably can use right now, since you just Buddy Poffined for the Dreepies. Right now, you want to get 180 onto the Grimmsnarl. You know that there's no Professor Turtle scenario. There's no Monkey Dory with Darkness Energy on it. There's only a Monkey Dory in play, but no Monkey Dory with Darkness Energy on it. So you can 2-shot this Grimmsnarl right here. since you two-shot that, you go down to 2 prizes, and then you can maybe clean up with a Dragapult later on if you evolve the benched Charmeleon into a Charizard EX, and then power up fire energies onto these Dreepies that inevitably become Dracloaks, and then become Dragapult EXs.
And so we are now seeing Martin get punished again for retreating those 2 energy off the Charmeleon because we have the Charizard EX, but we can't accelerate any energy. And Martin's, or Jess, I agree. I don't think so. And even if it's not cheating, we want to make sure we catch anything. It's a big deal. Oh, and we see the Super Rod. Mo, do you think this is the right play?
Well, he's going to be able to attack with a Pokemon that doesn't have 180 damage on it.
So it's
I
not
think
bad.
that's correct, especially if Martin's able to find that Professor Turo scenario. Just look for the full art or alt art because I know Martin plays it. So if he has it in his hand,
That's
then
very
he's going to
true.
be able to utilize it. If you're able to scoop up this Charizard EX, that is a free 2 prizes your opponent doesn't take. Or if Alfredo's going to use the TM Devolution, that's a free prize you avoid your opponent taking. So
100%. So,
seeing Martin put the fire tells me that Martin doesn't have it in hand.
well,
Or
he doesn't have a hand.
Well, you know, Martin's going to top deck out of this, bro.
Well, hopefully. Hopefully.
That's
and yes,
money bag Martin right there, bro.
a fly, everything on there on Martin's side is shiny and beautiful. And so we do see the Burning Darkness for 180 hit into the Grimmsnarl EX. Now, Alfredo can try to do some cool stuff here. And Kenneth, you're right. We could get devoed into a...
No, he's not. Because if anything, the Charmander does get knocked out if you Devo. And then that'll put the bench Charizard only has a Charmander under it. But the active Charizard has a Charmeleon under it.
Agreed. And so this would be a huge, huge deal if Alfredo can monkey twice. If Alfredo cannot monkey twice and Devo, Martin's fine.
I think, yeah, if he has an energy switch in his deck, I know we've seen some popular lists play the energy switch.
He does. He does have it in deck.
So, yeah, the energy switch means that he's going to be able to go energy on the Monkey Dory, presumably Nest Ball. I mean, there's like
Wait.
2 Nest Balls.
Never mind. We have E-Search. We do not have energy switch.
Okay, so then
So
there's...
never mind. That thing's safe.
Yeah, there's no chance of the Monkey Dory getting a Darkness energy to it, benching another Monkey Dory, using energy switch onto the second Monkey Dory to use the second Adrenabrain. That would put 100 damage onto the active Charizard, and then a TM Devo would take away both Charizards. And that would also mean you cannot power energy onto Dracloak. Well,
Yep.
you can't anyways right now.
For sure. But so this is also, and Alfredo, I say this not to hate on you. Like, you've made a lot of really good decisions in other games we've watched. But not playing that research early is such a big deal because, Kenneth, you called it right there. We're so behind on dark energy attachments to Monkey Dory that we're in a position where we're not able to be as aggressive as we need and take advantage of Martin, 1, having a slow setup, and 2, making a couple mistakes that have burned a lot of his resources. And Kenneth, actually, double Evo Frostlass may not be bad. Mo, what do you think about that?
That seems like a good shout because you get your Frostlass into play, especially since the deck only plays like 1 Ultra Ball, if that. Sometimes 2, very rarely. But according to this list, I see 1 Ultra Ball. Even though it's not down, I don't think it's down yet. It's just the fact that you just have to get your Frostlass into play through Evo. That's the main reason why you play Evo. That's the same slot.
So,
No!
and we do see the Devo knock out the Charizard on the bench. The active has 70 damage on it. Honestly, I think what I would love to see is the damage go from the Grimmsnarl onto a bench Dreepy, because then you can try to set up those long-term turns if we're still going to attack. But now, that Charizard EX is only going to have 70 damage on it. We're going to knock out this Grimmsnarl. Like, again, Martin has gone from a horrendous position to really not that bad of one.
I don't think there's any more fires in the deck.
There are not.
Because there's only 5 basic fires.
There are not.
2 unactive, probably one of the prizes. Martin, look through your deck.
And Martin had, you can choose not to use the ability, but Martin had applied 3 energy last turn with the Infernal Rain, and previously there were none in deck.
Yeah, and then he super routed those 3 energies.
Yep.
So there's no more energies in deck to do that. It's kind of rough because now your Night Stretchers have to be the ones to get the fire energies in order to utilize that Phantom Dive attack from the Dragapult EX.
So the one advantage, though, that Martin has here is he's going to be applying so much more pressure than Alfredo. like so much more. And he's going to have plenty of time to build up those Dragapults because with this knockout, Alfredo can go into a Grimmsnarl, but Alfredo still has 5 prizes to take.
Alfredo only has 1 TM devolution and 2 evolution.
Yes, so
that's kind of rough. The Devo is down. Martin might not know that, but the Devo is down.
Yes.
As long as...
Do you see the Grimmsnarl in the Night Searcher? Do we have Dark?
I just think as long as... Well, the Darks are in
We do
deck,
have 2, okay.
but if I'm Martin, I still want to play around a second Devo. That's just the standard number. I believe it's like 1 or 2 Devos, right? They for sure play 1. They might play 2. And personally, I would play around it if I ever find the Luminous. Then I would try to bench my Monkey Dory and then use the Luminous energy to trigger that Adrenaline Brain ability. So I can just keep moving damage off my active. It's going to be...
So I would agree with you in general. And I think that is one reason why Monkey Dory is so good in this Dragapult Charizard deck. However, you made a great point, Mo. We've used our Super Rod. We don't have any more Charizard EX on board. If we are going to attack with a Dragapult, we are going to have to use 2 manual attachments. So unfortunately...
Jet Headbutt, baby!
Well, we could Jet Headbutt. But unfortunately, we've kind of missed our opportunity to accelerate and kind of get that Monkey Dory in play unless we get 2 turns with a Dragapult down. And we do see the Iono, which Martin's... We found an Iono off of that prize, but not much else. What do we have off of Martin's hand?
Martin might have to just go for a Charizard swing into the Grimmsnarl, into a Jet Headbutt. I think that might actually be the plan because there's 5 prizes, so you're hitting for 210. No, that's not going to be enough.
No, but I mean, Martin is still in an okay position because of the amount of pressure he's applied. And we see a supporter off the top for Martin. Iono's not great, but...
It's more than 0 cards.
It is more than 0 cards. Oh, wait, was that an Arvin? Mo, can you see what that supporter was?
I think it's Ultra Ball. I think it's Iono. No, that's Arvin. That's Arvin. That's
okay.
like the Arvin. No, that's Iono.
That is Iono, okay.
Martin playing this bling, it's confusing my old eyes.
It is. And so we did see a couple energy come off the prizes. So now there is Fire Energy in deck, which is good. And Martin shuffling his deck in order to kind of reorder it. So then the question is, do you Ultra Ball for a Dracloak? Or do you Iono? And to be honest, Mo, I kind of want to Ultra Ball for Dracloak here.
One thing I do want to highlight is that Martin's doing a smart play of using free information.
Yes.
Not only to shuffle his deck, but using the Spike Move. If Martin plays a Marnie's Pokemon in his deck, that's news to me because we have his deck list. But it's the fact that Martin gets a free deck search to confirm what's in his deck. What are my outs? Do I have more Dracloaks in deck if I play this Iono and then want to set up? Or do I think I could hit a supporter? Do I have more supporters in deck if I Ultra Ball for this Dracloak? So Martin's doing a really good job at that. And he's opting to use this Iono because he also wants to play down this Jamming Tower. Jamming Tower prevents TM Devo. So now he's also playing around the fact that Alfredo has to find whether it's going to be a TM Devo for later or whatever. He also needs a Stadium Bump now. So Martin's just making sure that he's telling his opponent, you have to have more answers to my aggressive questions. He's 2 prizes left. He's being the aggressor in this matchup because he knows that this Grimmsnarl deck plays from the back end.
Yes, I agree with that. And unfortunately, Ian, Jamming Tower is down. And to be honest, I don't even think the DM Evo is the right move here. But now we see another Frostlass energy. We've kind of transitioned right back around where now Alfredo's applying enough pressure to that Charizard EX. So, Mo, what does Alfredo do to kind of lock up this game?
Is that not 220 on active?
It should be 210.
210 plus the Frostlass. 220?
Oh, you're right.
He put Frostlass on his turn coming back. It's 230. Never mind.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't do math.
And then where did we...
Monkey Dory, I believe. That was double Monkey Dory ability.
Oh, you're right, because we do have double Monkey. So, the Charizard EX goes down, and now Alfredo's going to take another prize. Dude, things are a little sketchy here now for Martin.
Ooh,
We
and we
see
see
the
the
spike
Jamming Tower
move.
bump. It doesn't really matter, but in Martin's mind, he might play around another Devo. But I think right now what Martin wants to do is that he just wants to evolve everything into Dracloak, then make sure that he's not his Pokemon are not getting knocked out by residual damage. But this next turn, he needs to... It's a tall ask, but he needs to have double Rare Candy... Yeah,
So-
it needs to be double Rare Candy, double Dragapult, because right here, you can...
Well,
trying to
he
think if there's a way.
at least needs Dragapult.
sure.
Jet Headbutt, and then Disrupt. Because if Alfredo is able to Gust use Monkey Dory, then Martin's kind of cooked. But if we're able to put 70 down and then Phantom Dive the next turn, we can still win the game. But that is going to be a lot to ask with Martin's hand being bad.
Yeah, there's no way that Alfredo takes a multi-price turn unless he goes Counter Catcher on a bench Pokemon, and then no, there's no way that he takes a multi-price turn.
So we can Counter Catcher. We could also have bossed, but I actually really like this decision because now that Dreepy is going to be very easily knocked out with a Monkey Dory or anything else. All right, so we go into the damaged Dreepy.
I'm just
Draw for
thinking if
turn.
there's a way. I don't know if there's a way that Martin does like a jet headbutt knockout onto a Monkey Dory and then it dies to like passive damage. Yeah, it ends up
No.
Martin loses that one. So Martin being a little aggressive in the beginning with those energies, I think manually retreating the double energy off Charmeleon was kind of what like lost him the tempo in that game. If he kept those energies, he could have knocked out Badoo, kept damage off of his Charizard, and then you just see a really big ramp into, okay, I have my energies in play, I can hold my Super Rod, and then we could have seen a play later in the game where he knows a TM Devo is coming, but both of his Pokemon aren't getting knocked out, both of his Charizards,
Yes.
and the pre-Charizards, right? Like, so whether it's Charmeleon or Charmander, so then he saves his Super Rod for later.
Well, let's come back to this because we want to jump to our second game.
Oh,
So,
true.
and we do see Goldango EX played by Mark going into Josh playing Ethan's Typhlosion. And, Mo, I feel like this may be favored for Ethan's. What are your thoughts here?
I think so. Our Chaladon attacks and then takes away weakness, but Goldango's effective attack does not take away weakness.
It does
So-
not. And Ethan's Typhlosion hits for a maximum of 280 regardless of weakness. So
Before Defiance Band.
correct.
If
before
there's a
Band.
Defiance Band.
Yes, and there is a Defiance Band in the list, I believe. But, dude, we're about to crush this Goldango. And then Mark's going to have to try to go into Dragapult or something. So Josh is going to be pretty close to closing out this game. And Mark does go into Dragapult. Not always do we have Dragapult Goldangos that can attack with a Pult, but Mark seems to have that. And yeah, we'll see if Mark can kind of make a comeback here. But Josh, down to 2 prizes remaining. Bryce is down to 2 prizes remaining. And able to close out the game this next turn. So, Mo, is there any out for Mark to win this game?
I think you just have to put up Dragapult Iono and start swinging. That's really the game plan for any Dragapult deck. And especially you want to do that here versus a deck that hits for weakness. And presumably they only need boss's orders plus an energy after this active gets knocked out. We see a boss off of that recon directive. But
It is off of the Pheasant
Oh,
and
okay,
we
okay.
did just try to recon directive the Fez. I think we do have to, Kenneth. And unfortunately, with this deck, you play very, very limited disruption on the Goldango end. So we can gust it up. We can try to slow down the game. But with the energy in hand, we may just have knockout on anything from Josh's end. So, Mo, is there any other line you think Mark could take here to try to steal a couple turns?
it's Counter Catcher Fez. Probably put 6 damage or 3 damage on Dracloak, 3 damage on Dracloak. And then playing to the out that you can go whatever's active. Maybe not 3, probably 400 Dracloak or 6, whatever it is. But basically, you want to play to the out where you put enough damage on Fez where it gets knocked out to a residual damage on the bench once you push something else active.
Agreed.
And then you just get to knock out whatever for 3 prizes. So, but you probably
Well, so
as long as you have Iono, but there's no Iono.
there's no
so
Iono. So there is one Iono
it's
in deck,
looking
but Mark
rough.
did not hit it. So we do, I think, have to see that Gust on Fez, since the Typhlosion cannot reach 320 without something like Victini, Gravity Mountain, or something like a Black Belt or Maximum Belt. So especially with Josh being ahead on prizes now, Defiance Belt, like you mentioned, Mo, is turned off. And so I feel like we just have to hope that Josh doesn't find Gust and Mark can steal a turn.
Yeah, you definitely don't give your opponent more draws. So you don't give your opponent ways to draw out with Pheasantipity. So you for sure gust up the Pheasantipity, do 200 damage to it, and then put 6 onto a Dracloak.
Yes.
Assuming that Josh doesn't play a Dragapult EX, which that would be wild for him to do.
And on that note, I think you put 3 and 3 on each of the Dracloak, just in case for some reason Josh plays a Dragapult EX. You keep them both safe.
The only thing I say to that is that if Pheasantipiti's on the bench, you want to be able to knock out Pheasantipiti and Dracloak.
It's a good point.
Well, then whatever's
then you
active
knock
gets,
out
whatever's
Typhlosion.
active gets cleared. I'm just thinking, like, how do you play to not lose as long as your opponent doesn't?
And we do
okay.
see the maximum belt, so Josh is able
Doesn't
to
matter.
reach, knock out the Dragapult's EX, and we see Ethan's Typhlosion, one of the new decks out of Destined Rivals, take the win here. I mean, that's pretty cool. That is very, very cool. I love seeing that deck succeed, except for when it's against Rafal on stream at NAIC. I am so sorry, Rafal. That was brutal. So, Mo, if you don't mind, can you go snag the winner of our first game? Because I would love to chat with him a little bit.
Sure.
Thank you.
Let's go get him.
Because Grimmsnarl, obviously, pretty cool deck. New one in the format. I think it's a really interesting deck to play. And as we saw, Alfredo was able to use the power of the deck to take a win, even though we may have missed some of the intricacies of how to do that effectively. And Mullerator, yes. Actually, we don't have to worry about it. If Josh whiffed, yeah, you gust something up and just win the game. Or if Josh whiffs, and is unable to get the Fez out of the active, you just win by knocking it out and a Dracloak. And so, Bryce, before we get Alfredo in, can you throw up the Grimmsnarl deck list? And like we said, so this was a deck that got top 8 at NAIC. There was one other Grimmsnarl in top 32. So a new deck, very strong one, hard to play effectively. And we have Alfredo here to tell us how the heck do we play it effectively. So Alfredo, how you doing today, man?
Pretty good, Dan. And yourself?
Good, good. Thank you for joining us. So your deck list, are you essentially playing the Piper list?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So, I mean, tell us about that, man. What are your thoughts on it after playing a bunch of games?
I haven't had too much practice with it. It's still in the works. I still got to get used to everything because the list I was playing previously, I liked running 1 to 2 E-switch. Just to aggressively set up energy and then just E-switch to the Muckidoris. But right now I'm liking Piper's list. I like the inclusion of the single Pokegear because those really just clutch up getting the bosses out if needed. But yeah, that game was kind of rough. I did prize 2 counter catchers at the beginning, so I searching, couldn't get anything. I had 3 energies prized, so I was just lacking.
Yeah.
But I think just getting lucky with the draws and then the Ionos, because he Ioned me, I Ionoed him, and just getting the better hand, I guess, from the Iono, especially since I was such at a disadvantage, I got more cards than him, so it helped out.
And that makes sense. So speaking of that, one of the main questions we had early on in the game was you had research in hand for a couple turns and declined to play it. Why was that?
I declined to play it just because I wanted to see, because he had a slow start, I had a slow start, but I didn't want to research up until I knew, like, I guess he was 100% slow start. I did ended up researching after a while, but I think it's also because I had one essential card that I thought that I would need.
So you had a counter catcher in hand.
Yeah.
And so if you had a counter catcher in hand, it makes sense your second counter catcher may have been prized.
Yeah.
Okay. So I try to give constructive feedback when possible.
No, yeah, for sure.
So one of the things we saw there, because you're right, Martin had a very slow start.
Yeah.
And he was a little bit lucky in top decking a Charizard EX to get to play the game. But if you do kind of take the L, sacrifice the counter catcher, your board was in a position to be so much stronger that him getting that Charizard EX
wouldn't have mattered as much.
Right. It could have helped him try. But if you're hitting into that Charizard EX right after he takes one prize, like, I think you're cruising at that point.
Yeah.
So tell us about the rest of the game, though. Like, was there anything you thought you did incorrectly? Or you're like, this is the most brilliant move I've ever made in Pokemon? Like, what stuck out to you?
I don't think that there's anything that I did too well on because I'm still learning the game. Started back in February, so I still got a lot of like sequencing and things to do.
Yeah.
But I, like you said, the research probably was a better play, but I held on to the hand for whatever reason at the moment. You know, I'm probably scared waiting to see what he would do. But sometimes I get used to overextending because I do come from previous CCG backgrounds that I try not to overextend.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I've been told that I overextend too much. I was like, all right, let me chillax because this is kind of like a slow start deck, I guess, because you go, I don't want to overextend, accidentally misplay. Yeah, because I did have a lack of energies at the time too. So
that makes complete sense. And I think one of the hardest balances to find, especially when we're playing more like complex, slower decks, is that balance between when do I push
Mhm.
and when do I just kind of let the game continue to happen as is.
Yes.
So what are the usual indicators for you that you're supposed to slow down versus supposed to like put pedal to the metal?
Pedal to the metal. Should have done it there when I should have researched, of course.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I should have done it there, but I just wanted to chillax, slow down the game, or
Yeah.
see how it would go, because he did have a slow start. So I was like, well, if he's having a bad start, then let me also slow down.
Fair enough.
To see how my hands would go. But pedal to the metal. Yeah, that was the example. But slow down. Probably when I think I'm not in a position to get a crazy board out.
Yeah.
Because I should have researched, because I noticed that my Frost Last got out way too late.
Yeah.
Yes. So I should have researched, prayed to get into my double Frost Last. But no, yeah. I think for this deck, I just want to at least get 2 Monkey, 2 Frosts, and then 2 Impidimps out as fast as I can. Or worst case, triple Monkey and 2 Monkey Dory, and then 1 Frost Last, depending on what the matchup is.
And that makes a ton of sense. And Kenneth, glad to have you here, by the way. I don't think I said that earlier, but thanks for joining. Yes, overextending can definitely happen when you have a bad board and you're trying to push. And I think from my end, I've seen that be a problem when you're like, I have to take a prize, or I have to take 2 prizes, or like the outcome of this turn has to be me advancing my game when your board is crap.
Yes.
Or you have like a single attacker. So to your point, I agree. I think it is good to slow down when you don't need to push super hard or they're having a slow turn. But I want to carefully differentiate between slowing down on aggressiveness towards your opponent versus slowing down on like establishing your board. Because you actually said it really well. It took too long for your Frost Last to get out because you hadn't aggressively set up your board. Because it kind of conflating that with aggressive board versus aggressive attack. Does this make any sense
Yes,
whatsoever?
this makes sense, yeah. Because there's a difference between establishing my board state and then how to attack my opponent.
Exactly. And so thank you for letting us talk through this.
No, yes, of course.
I will say for those watching, this is one of the reasons why I love doing the stream, because we get to talk about how we can improve, stuff we can do differently, and like where we also have success and where we can keep building on that. And Alfredo, obviously some success. You did really well the past couple months in like the League Series.
Yes,
so that's awesome. What do you think helped you do so well? Or like where did you find success in the decks you were playing?
Honestly, just seeing other players here at Nerd Rage.
Yeah.
Every game I try to ask, if I'm not too comfortable with the deck, hey, where else could I improve on? Or did you see any plays that I could have done differently?
Yeah.
And then they'll tell me, like, what if I had so-and-so card? Then they'll tell me how to play around it or how to play around certain board states.
That makes complete sense. And dude, I love that asking for feedback and intentionally trying to improve.
Yes.
Fantastic.
It's a little bit intimidating, but everyone's really nice here. So
We try to have it be.
Yeah.
But dude, thank you for chatting with me.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. I
Thank
think
you.
the next round is up, so I'll let you get to it.
all right, thank you
Good
so
luck,
much,
my
man.
friend. Say it again.
Oh, yes.
All right, beautiful. So we are going to have Christian and Mo jump back in here. And I'm actually going to take a break for a minute because I'll let these two talk a little bit, and then I'll come join and yell at them from the background when I disagree with their decision. So, Mo, I'll let you take the headphones and get chatting. That is totally fair. You can have the nice chair.
Can I introduce the games?
You guys decide how you want to do it.
Oh, that's okay. I was asking.
You guys decide how you want to do it.
You can do whatever you want. I got the nice chair.
So we got a bit of an interesting one here, as we do have table 1 featured. It's going to be John Wangard and Olive. How do we pronounce Olive's name?
Bagel.
Olive Bagel.
Olive Bagel.
Regardless, though, the players have ID'd. That being said, neither of them have been featured on stream, or at least on the mainstream. And it's quite an interesting matchup between 2 really good players. So we're going to show it anyway. They're going to play it out for us. But for the sake of the tournament, I believe they have already signed the slip an ID here. But yeah, we're going to see. Why is there an... okay, so I don't think this is the deck that John is playing in the tournament, but we do have Rockets on stream. Do we ask John about this, or would you just let him have fun?
I think he's just having fun,
Let's-
living his own life.
You know what?
already
Rocket on
ID'd,
stream is pretty fun,
so-
right?
He already ID'd. He's guaranteed cut, so
Yeah.
You guys are going to go to the other game where they did an ID because that one matters.
okay.
But they're 1-2.
They can still make cut.
Can they?
Still make ASIM.
Oh, we're doing a. Oh,
We're
okay.
doing ASIM,
Okay.
so 3-2 makes
Well,
it.
then maybe no rocket.
Can you scooch a little bit?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Sick.
Well,
As long as you move the seat a little bit, I think we're
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
there we go. Here's a
we
game
share
that
beds at
matters.
regionals sometimes, but right now we don't have to share.
Oh, you can sit on my lap.
Oh, yo. Okay,
Yeah.
so going back to the game, because that's more important than talking about sharing a bet at regionals.
Debatable, but sure.
Yeah, okay. So, what's the matchup? I see a Ralts. I see a Gimme Ghoul.
I mean, I see Hector going bench Shaman, draw for turn, bench Shaman, attach Psychic to Shaman. I said that out of order, but regardless, effectively draw pass for Hector here. So we're going to hope Hector has a draw supporter, as we do have Christian here on the right. Yes. Yeah, we do have Christian here on the right, playing some Polt Dango. So that's going to be quite interesting. Mo, how do you feel about this matchup?
I think the matchup's a little shaky, but I would rather play it from the Gardevoir side because I'm a little more experienced in that.
For sure.
And I think there's an option for, well, depending if you're playing like the new Bradner build, like the Henry Child Bradner build, there's 4 Monkey Dory, so you're able to take multi-price turns with going triple monkey, knock out one of the babies, and then you're going to be able to use Scream Tail to knock out another baby, taking 2 prizes without being open to the option of what is it? The jamming tower.
Let's stop you there right there. Are we seeing continuous coin toss?
Yeah, for tails.
For 0 damage.
It's just flip a coin until you get tails. Well, the first one's tails.
Rough.
Never mattered.
Yeah. We do have another vessel here for Hector. So I mean, the big question here is whether or not Hector has a draw supporter in hand. Because if he doesn't, it's gonna be kind of cooked, right? We don't. Oh god.
Oh my god.
Oh god. No, we have an Iono. We
Dude,
have an
what
Iono.
are you doing then? You never put the psychic energy there, Dan. Never. The psychic.
I mean, yeah. I guess the idea is that like hopefully the Shaman gets knocked out.
Maybe.
That being said, well, I guess like knocking out Shaman is like probably fine. For Christian here. Notably though, Hector has drawn into a hand full of supporters and no options. So we are actually just going to see this match kick here likely. Maybe not to prevent. Well, I guess we can attach Dark to the Monkey Dory and Metal to the Gold Dango in the same turn here. So I think the smash kick is fine, but not great for Hector here. Mo, what is Christian looking to do with this turn?
Christian's looking to set up. We see Dracloak can play. That's cool.
All
Get
right.
another one, dude. Oh,
Yeah, don't do
okay.
that, please.
Yeah, please don't. I mean, we can reverse it. At least that's the point
yeah.
of being on stream is that you can reverse some things that are a little shaky. But right here, both cards are kind of bad. I guess the boss is a little better because then you can go boss Ralts the next turn. If anything, I don't think there's a way to get a Gold
I don't
Dingo.
think we have anything in our hand here. It might just be another continuous coin toss. I do like the psychic on the cloak quite a lot though. Doesn't mean we're suddenly threatening a Dragapult attack here. Theoretically, we could hit the 4 heads here. Let's count them.
It's possible.
We got a
Nope,
yep.
it's not.
Okay, cool. Back over to Hector. What are we trying to do?
Hector has a Curlia in play. I definitely think the correct play would be like evolve into the. Oh, is that Arven, not Curlia? I could have sworn that was a Curlia in hand. Okay, well, Hector's probably gonna go for a TM Evo right now. TM Evo, Buddy Poffin for double. Yeah, there's a Curlia. So it's probably like I don't know, Buddy Poffin for Ralts plus maybe just not even another Pokemon, maybe like a Dripflim if you play the Dripflim.
I mean, it could even just be like the nest ball instead of the Poffin, right? If we're gonna box.
It can be. I guess sometimes you just want to like blow Poffin though.
Oh, for
just
sure.
so you can nest ball for Pheasantipity later on or Monkey Dory.
Yeah. Well, Hector might not even be playing the Poffin, notably, right? We're gonna be discarding this Curlia, which is definitely interesting. I'm not sure I agree with that. What I would really like to see here is for Hector to actually retreat into the Shaman and then use Evo with the Shaman. I think that's better value. Notably, obviously, the Shaman's like not really good against Goldango, so you kind of want to like let it get knocked out, right? So you can have more bench space. We do get the Poffin, the Artisan, and we can grab a supporter for next turn. I think it's fine, but yeah, I think we're just gonna commit to that Iono we have in hand. We could grab an Arven. I wouldn't hate that, but notably, I kind of feel like discarding the Curlia kind of has to have been a misplay from Hector, but what are you feeling?
Definitely. I feel like it would have been better to discard the second Evo because while you're searching with the Arven, you just look and see what your secret box is going to be.
Yeah, exactly.
Now you have to blow the Super Rod.
I would have a Night Stretcher.
Oh, Night Stretcher. So then you just discard the Night Stretcher. But I think
It's
I think
still worse. We could
ultimately
have
the
held the
correct
Night
discard.
Stretcher.
The correct discard ultimately would have just been the TM Evolution, the second one, because now you're using a second TM Evolution to just attach it and discard it.
Yeah.
When you could have kept your Sada or kept something or just kept your Curlia. Another thing is that I personally wouldn't evolve up into the Gardevoir
Mhm.
because a boss play just means your opponent could take 2 prizes.
Yeah.
If they find like boss, it's gonna be kind of hard since they just lost one of their bosses. But if they go boss like energy super
Mhm.
what is it, Energy Search Pro,
Yeah,
then your opponent's gonna be able to really be in the advantageous position.
for
And
sure.
you still don't really have a ton of Psychic in play since 2 of them are stuck onto the Shaman.
Yeah, it's. We can hear ourselves now. I don't know if that's supposed to be the case.
Yeah, Bryce. I don't know if we can hear ourselves for
From
the previous clip you were playing.
yeah. Are we good now? All right, I'm gonna go
Yeah.
back. I'm gonna go back to this turn now. I think it's totally fine for Hector to put the Gardevoir EX in play, notably because, Christian would have to rep the second boss in the deck and the Energy Search Pro with a no Goldingo board and a single Dracloak. Like, technically it's possible, but I think it's so unlikely that just guaranteeing to have the Gardevoir, because notably we don't have any search for the Gardevoir in Hector's hand. We only have that Iono. So we could whiff Gardevoir, right? Where we're guaranteeing the Gardevoir here at very, 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 very little downside, because the chance of Christian ripping the knockout is so low. We're gonna see another continuous coin toss.
Ain't no
I think it's
way.
rolled the 3 all 3 times, right?
Probably. This is how you win the matchup, though, with your opponent.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's some truth to that statement, honestly.
With your
It is
opponent
weird with the
totally
Shaman
whiffing.
here. Yeah, it is very strange with the Shaman. It is going to be the Screamtail, absolutely
Yeah,
the correct
Screamtail-
call. We're at-
Screamtail knocking out Cloak is probably what you want to do this turn, assuming it's the only
yeah.
draw your opponent has.
Mhm.
And I guess putting the Gardevoir in play is not bad too when you're mentioning it has to be the second boss's orders plus the E-Search Pro.
Yeah.
In addition to that, if your opponent hasn't really been doing anything, you can hold the Iono until your opponent
Mhm.
does more,
Yeah.
and you can just knock out this Dracloak right here.
For sure. I would have actually really liked to see on the secret box last turn for Hector to grab another supporter that just isn't Iono. Research or Arvin would both have been fine.
Well, he
Um,
got rid of research instead of the TM evolution, so it
Well,
all
we-
goes
we-
back to that play.
That's
too.
that's fair, but we did only grab 3 cards from box, so we did have another supporter we could have grabbed. I don't think it would have mattered that much regardless. I think we're totally fine to just be like kind of be chilling with this. Christian now finally able to play the game, so we'll see how this plays out. What's Christian definitely like doesn't have a whole lot of time to play with against this board. What is the what's the benchmark that Christian kind of has to hit this turn, Mo?
Christian, if he finds Cypher, which I don't think he found Cypher yet. Yeah, it was either Buddy Poffin or Night Stretcher, but there's no Pokemon in the discard pile that's relevant enough. So now he's gonna, I think that's a Cypher in hand.
I believe Cypher
That's a full
Evo.
Cypher now, yeah. So he can Cypher here, but it doesn't really matter anymore because he doesn't have any way to draw more cards. There's no like Nest Ball for Pheasantipity. He can Cypher for the next turn in order to go like Counter Catcher plus E-Search Pro and then knock out the Gardevoir EX. But I guess now he just has to take the single prize card. Maybe that's when you attach a secondary. No, he has to attach metal. So yeah, he's like, it's pretty bad. He's a turn attachment behind, and he's only taking 1 prize if anything. Another thing I would maybe like to see is using the Artizone, attaching the Dark in hand, unless it's a metal, but attaching that to Monkey Dory and then moving the damage from your active onto the Screamtail. So then you take a knockout for your 1 energy attachment, but you are preserving your Golding on the active, healing it back up, and still taking a knockout for your 1 energy attachment. And if your opponent doesn't respond by taking out your Monkey Dory, then you have Monkey Dory and play the whole game.
Mm-hmm.
And it puts so much pressure on.
Yeah, I think that does have to be the line for Christian for sure here. It is kind of scuffed regardless. But yeah, some way to go Monkey Dory, and then it would just be a pass, but it's like kind of fine as long as you're taking the 1 prize regardless. It's just a scuffed situation. We do have the confirmation that Hector is playing the Drifloon that has hit the bench, and obviously that's a very impactful card in the matchup, right? As it's a very clean way to one-shot a Goldengo. Notably, I do believe, was it a Rocket Watchtower we saw him play earlier?
Yes.
So it's a
that-
very
that's how they
high chance
play.
we then don't have the Jamming Tower, right? Or do have deck list
It's
actually?
probably like one of each.
Mhm.
Holy moly. Sorry for that. Anti-ASMR, which is like the most like unhinged thing. Oh, Christian Mosi.
There we go. What do we got?
Junior.
Oh,
got
wait, we need
right here.
senior. There
So-
is, in fact, 1 Jamming Tower, 2 Rocket Headquarters. Interesting.
It's actually Watchtower, sir.
Sorry,
But
my bad. We did
It-
see just the attach to knock out the Screamtail though. So, yeah, Artisan here for Hector. We're eyeing up the Monkey Dory. We're trying to do what exactly? We could do Drifloon Swing for 180 is honestly probably a pretty decent value here. Maybe not for 180, maybe for less to stay out of monkey range. I don't know how that would quite play out with the math. That's something you know better than me. Alternatively, could swing with the Gardevoir, and then as long as the Gardevoir damage then results in a monkey knockout the following turn, it would be fine. But there's some Christian's Monkey Dory, even the Turo could make that play pretty bad. So we might just be looking at a Screamtail angle. That's probably plan A for Hector here. But what do you think, Mo?
Hector had in his previous hand, he had the Super Rod, so he could have gone Super Rod back in the Darkness energy from before that he retreated off, plus the Screamtail, and then that way he has the Artisan for it if he hasn't already triggered it.
Yep.
But instead, he chose to forego that and not Rod back in the Screamtail, which this turn I would have liked to go, if I found Darkness energy, put it into the Monkey Dory.
Yep.
Retreat into the Screamtail using Artisan or just finding it later. But now he's going for a play where he just confuses, which is not that good. Funny enough, the 2 energy being on the active is really beneficial because now Christian can just retreat into one of the other Gimme Ghouls, use that superior energy retrieval, grab another energy back, and then just knock out this Monkey Dory. Plus, it damages itself. So that doesn't even benefit. Like, it's Dan's kind of, or Hector's playing into Christian's cards of, like, you have double energy, so you retreat it off, and it's beneficial to him to retreat both energies off. They need to know what confusion is and which direction it goes.
Just a
Having the switch. I don't think you blow the switch.
I
yet,
really,
though.
I really
think you
hope
use the
Christian
switch
does
later.
not play the switch for sure. I think that would definitely be a misplay. Well, I guess it does depend on what is even in Christian's hand, right? I think we do have options. We have Cypher and a Cloak. We're gonna hold. I think that's fine, but we'll kind of see what Christian's able to do here. The position really just very quickly went from very good to very bad for Hector, though. I think suddenly Christian, if he is able to sequence his turn correctly and get that clean knockout onto the Monkey Dory, then we might see a very, very strong swing turn here. We are going to see the retreat, holding the switch. Big fan of that. Notably, again, this means we're not establishing Monkey Dory here as Christian. That's kind of the big timer Hector's on, right? Because once Christian has that Monkey Dory, Hector is no longer able to play around it as there is all that damage on the benched Goldengo, right? It's kind of just going to fuel the Monkey Dory in a way. One thing we could see actually as Hector is maybe a Screamtail onto the bench Goldengo that has all the damage on it. That could be an interesting play. We would need the Bravery Charm, and then we would be susceptible to the Jamming Tower, but it might be a decent Hail Mary as Hector if we need to get back into this game. But I don't know. What do you think, Mo?
Personally, I would think that the Screamtail plays. It depends how Christian's going to play. Christian, I believe, has another Cypher Maniac in hand. So I would like to talk about Christian's side first.
Yeah.
Christian should probably just take the knockout without using the cards from Cypher Maniac to take this knockout.
Yep.
Because he has it all in hand. He has the SER. He just used the Earthen Vessel. So he's chilling. What he should do is Cypher Maniac for Turo and probably a counter catcher.
Yes.
Because if this Goldengo doesn't get knocked out on the bench, he should probably Turo it and then counter catcher Gardevoir and then go for a big swing. Assuming that off of the draws or the Jamming Tower. Jamming Tower is also a solid one to get, but you should be like Turo jamming to play around this Screamtail.
I do think Turo's the big one.
Yeah, exactly. But when you get both of those cards, then you kind of tell your opponent, okay, well, you can either go for the play, and then I'm going to take an extra prize with the Jamming Tower if you extend with the Bravery Charm play, or I'm going to go ahead and mitigate your turn by taking away all this damage on my Goldengo. So we're going to be seeing what's happening with that, and I do think it's important to, as a Goldengo player, even though you're swinging with 2 prizers, the biggest thing is that your Goldengo doesn't get knocked out by like a double Monkey Dory Gardevoir swing.
Yep.
It always gets cleaned up by a baby Pokemon with a Bravery Charm. And that's how Goldengo comes ahead in this matchup if they're able to use the Jamming Tower for multiple prize turns while knocking something out by mitigating Bravery Charm and then clearing the active. And then Hector's thinning the
Yeah.
Mew EX. Probably gonna try to Ultra Ball it
think-
away or just Iono
I think
it
that
to
card
the
is
bottom of the
definitely
deck.
illegal to bench for Hector. You are definitely not allowed to bench that. It's going to be a research for Hector. That's totally
Exactly.
fine. It's definitely a strange one here. So I didn't quite catch what Christian put on top of his deck. I did believe I saw the Goldengo. I did not see what the other card is.
It was
Goldengo
the jamming.
was it the jamming?
was the
okay.
jamming tower,
okay.
yeah.
In that case, we don't have the Turo. But it's still just really rough, right? Because if we do see Hector swing with a baby Pokemon, so either Drifloon or the Screamtail, going to 3
Fez-
prize cards, and
Fez
then
Tail Dark.
I feel like Fez is just like you're getting that back just as a in case, right, for later in the game. But yeah, I do like the Screamtail here. We can see the Screamtail onto even like the Dracloak or the Gimme Gold. Dracloak probably being better. But I don't know. It's definitely a strange situation here for Hector. As long as Christian doesn't Turo, we could see something along the lines, following like we do like a Screamtail this turn, and then a Gardevoir swing plus Muckidori's the following turn, and then potentially that could put us ahead enough as Hector to win the game. It is kind of rough though, right? Because we do Screamtail. This turn go to 4, put Christian to 3 when he knocks out the Screamtail. Then following that, we would be in a position where we could swing with Gardevoir with Christian at 3 prize cards and then kind of go from there, right? So I think that's the line I would try to follow as Hector, but it's easier said than done for sure. But we'll see what happens. I don't know. Do you have any better lines in mind, Mo?
I think you're susceptible to the jamming tower, and when your opponent plays Cypher and doesn't use any of those cards, you know that they're using the jamming tower.
Yeah.
If they're playing for the future, they're always using the jamming tower. So I don't think it's really correct to extend for the Screamtail right now, because you're giving your opponent an option to go, okay, jamming, take a prize, go down to 3, and then clear
Yeah.
the active, and all you need is a Gust, or since this Gardevoir has 10 damage on it, it goes down to 300. Another thing Christian can do is find the jamming tower, because right now he's gonna Recon Directive. But presumably Recon Directive because it's a draw 1.
Yeah.
Since you already know what that top card is, and then you want to save your other draws for future ones. Good job.
Yep.
And
We
grab
could
that
also go
jamming
the
tower.
Goldengo on the bench could also work there.
Yes, but if
Um,
in case you like ever, the Recon's always a draw 1.
no, for sure, for sure.
And then
Notably, though, Hector did actually manage to play around the jamming tower being a knockout, being 80 damage now in Screamtail. So I think we went like Bravery Charm to Overload, and then we Monkeyed, I believe, was how we ended up making that work. I didn't quite catch the math, but regardless, jamming tower is not going to get a knockout for Christian. This does put Hector pretty well ahead, especially with that Fez hitting the board. I'm not sure I like that.
He monkeyed the Gardevoir on bench because it had 40 from retreating, and then he
Okay.
put 30 onto
But
it.
then why do we want the Bravery Charm on the Screamtail?
You know,
Uh-huh.
Finland wouldn't have done it, right?
Okay.
I guess it's...
Dan said we can call people bad.
Okay. I've known Hector for a couple years now, so I'll call him bad.
Nice.
But no, I'm just kidding. I just think that it's maybe something you want to save for later with the Drifloon, and then you want to tell you want to make sure that your opponent doesn't have an answer to Drifloon, because there's no way that your opponent's going to gust the Drifloon to take that out because of the charm.
Yeah.
And Tool Scrapper's not in format yet, although
Yep.
it is getting reprinted soon.
That is actually going to be a very impactful reprint for the World Championships, actually.
Yeah, it'll be a pretty good card.
Yeah.
I mean, right here, I want to see either energy going onto the Dracloak, or I want to see energy going onto the Dreepy, or not Dreepy, Dracloak and Dreepy are the same line. I want
Right.
to see it going onto a Monkey Dory.
Monkey would be good here for sure. We are going to be going Countercatcher Swing here. Jamming Tower into play. I like that as a decent defensive option here. And Christian is going to be able to go to 2 prize cards remaining, threatening game. Of course, as Hector, you're kind of like, you probably don't need to play around the Countercatcher next turn, as presumably Christian does only play the 1. I think that's the assumption you should be making as a Gardevoir player here. I don't think Goldengo should ever be playing the 2 Countercatcher. It's not impossible, but I wouldn't count on it, right?
Yeah, there's only the
But
one
yeah.
of those 2.
It's gonna be interesting though, because we don't have to play around the Countercatcher, so Hector is kind of just in a like take either 1 with the Screamtail and then take 2 following, or take 2 this turn and then take 1 following, right? It doesn't really matter how you do it, but you're kind of in a situation where you're hoping Christian doesn't rip the last boss. Christian is of course down 1 boss, so we only have the 1 boss left. And we would have to knock out a 2-prizer, which the only 2-prizer in play would be the Gardevoir. So not only would we need boss, but we'd also need the Gardevoir to kind of end up, or not the, sorry, we need enough energy to knock out the Gardevoir to close out the game. So the more I think about this, the more I actually really like this situation for Hector. I do think he is noticeably quite far ahead, even though he's technically behind. I think the odds are in his favor, but I don't know. Do you have any other opinions there, Mo?
For starters, I do think that it's correct to go energy onto the Dracloak, and then clearing this Gardevoir. Sure, you're clearing it. You're losing a lot of energies, but that just means an SER lets you clear whatever active. And I believe, 6 energy went down, right? So
For sure.
fire energy had to go down.
Yeah.
If it didn't, holy moly. But fire energy is probably down because the odds of finding an SER or Night Stretcher are higher, so then that way you can attach to the Dracloak. And there's a little spicy thing I'll lower my voice for. There's an Iron Bundle in the list.
Ooh.
So he can actually go Iron Bundle, and then he doesn't need Monkey Dory or damage in play to use his own Adrenaline Brain. He can just Iron Bundle and then knock out this Scream Tail. Presumably, a boss's orders would be much preferred.
Yeah.
Or more preferred, because then you can knock out a Monkey Dory or something, because in case Dan pushes up a Gardevoir.
Yeah. But by playing
that lets you take a multi-price.
But by playing the bundle, you're also forcing Hector into a situation where Hector has to choose between saying, okay, you either have game with the Goldengo knockout Gardevoir, or you have game by going Dragapult plus knockout the Screamtail, right? So you're kind of, assuming you use the bundle first, right? So you just go Artisan for bundle as the first action of the turn. You are immediately forcing Hector in a position where he kind of has to effectively guess what line of play Christian goes for. So we might see a couple really interesting turns here, but the priority for Hector definitely just has to be take some prize cards, probably onto the Pheasantipity, I would assume. And we definitely want to see an Iona, which we are seeing here.
Exactly. With a double monkey, you can actually go 60 damage onto the, even if it's 50, but you can go 50 or 60 damage onto the Pheasantipity and then knock it out with 80 damage on your Screamtail, and that's 160. So that's the knockout, hitting 210 or 220 respectively. And that allows you to stop your opponent from drawing extra cards. If you clear the active, Goldengo on the bench can get pushed up and still draw 2 cards, so it doesn't really matter. But 2 is less than 3, so you always want to clear the Pheasantipity if possible.
Yeah, for sure.
Another option, it's kind of awkward, but you can also go counter catcher Fez, knock out Dracloak, but I don't think that's ever correct because you. I don't think that's ever correct.
This is certainly interesting.
He's gonna knock out the Dracloak, but that's just.
It's
It
fine.
means boss's orders is the way for your opponent to win.
I am typically just a big fan of removing as much draw as possible. I don't think this line is inherently bad for Hector, but I would have definitely preferred to see the knockout on the Fez if it was possible. It was going to be pretty interesting to see how many energies are even left in this deck for Christian to grab here. I see the one lightning, and it's going to be it. It's going to be the
sick energy search.
We're going to see the pink energy search being played here for Christian. And then I'd really like to see the first action here just being Artisan for bundle. Thin it out of the deck, notably. Very, very good. You probably don't use it yet.
Well, the bundle doesn't matter.
Well, I guess it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But I would like to see it hit the board just as a thinning option, right? Especially because if we don't need it, we might as well put it into play. It's not something we're going to get punished for. With Hector at 2 prize cards, there's no downside to having a 1 prizer in play. But we're going to see an Arvin.
I think on the contrary to that, the only other thing you'd like to see, though, is Artisan for the Monkey Dory. Therefore,
that's
you can
true.
clear damage off of your active since you still have the metal attached already. You can stay at that beefy 260, force your opponent to have the Bravery Charm off of this Iona to 2 of your own. But he's using never mind. He's using the Arvin. So then that
don't really know what we're doing here as Christian, but being honest, I feel like we kind of have to be digging for the boss. We still have 2 Goldengos. We could theoretically still rip the energy, the superior energy retrieval and the boss's orders from those 3 cards. I don't think the Arvin here is ever correct. We are not only saying no to hand disruption, but we're saying no to gust, and we're just committing to knocking out the Screamtail, which just seems like a losing line to me. It'd be 1 dark for game for Hector, or Bravery Charm for game for Hector. So it's a little too easy, honestly. Boss would also do it. We do have Boss in hand for Hector, so it does look like it's a bit of a wrap here. But yeah, I don't know if I like that as Christian.
Yeah, it seems like only a matter of time before Hector wins this game on the next turn.
For sure.
So the two lines we were talking about was
Mhm.
you can either play to not use a supporter yet, you Fezandipity, and then you coin bonus on the active,
Yeah.
and then maybe even coin bonus on the bench to play around your opponent having. You play for a boss onto the Gardevoir because you already have the SER in hand, the superior energy retrieval. I'll talk a little faster so that way we make it before the interview. But you play to find Gust, knockout on Gardevoir, or you play to Iono and then knock out your opponent's active. And if possible, you get that energy onto the Monkey Dory. So then that way you can clear your active of damage. This makes it so that there's not... You don't lose... If you have 30 on your active already, you're down to 230. And that means Adrenabrain on the active, plus if you attach another Darkness Energy, that's another win con.
Yeah.
Then that would be 260 to 230, and then double Adrenabrain on the following turn would be 200 down to 170.
Yep.
That means that Gardevoir can take a knockout. So presumably you Artizone for the Monkey Dory, you play the SER or Night Stretcher for the Darkness Energy, and then you can heal the 30, put it onto the Screamtail. Don't give your opponent extra damage to work with. And then you also go for just knockout on the active, put that Iona to 2. Your opponent has no Fezandipity in play. Kirlia doesn't have Refinement anymore, and there's no Kirlia in play. It would have to be a raw supporter to find a Bravery Charm, or it would just have to be Arven. Whatever it is, you make your opponent have it, and letting your Gardevoir opponent have a 10-card hand is never the play.
No, it's not. I definitely agree with you all. Yeah, on all of that. I think it's just like, I don't know. It's a strange situation for sure. There's like some back and forth there. I do think Hector just being able to continuously shove some one prizers ended up being the difference maker. Definitely could have seen like slightly different lines from both players throughout that game, for sure. But still, definitely like some interesting game. Like interesting game we got to see regardless, right? With some back and forth there. I do think we're gonna have Dan for an interview. Do you want to interview him or should I do it?
I'm down for it. I play Gardevoir,
sure.
so
Yeah, I'll let you
it's the
talk,
only deck I
Artie.
play, right?
Yeah, that's your thing, right? I can't take that from you. So I'll give Dan the or not Dan. Well, I mean, you know,
Hector, Dan.
Hector, Dan.
Same thing.
Guy with cool jersey.
What's up?
Bro.
All right.
Hello.
What's up? From the car ride here to sitting over here talking about your deck. Because I did drive him here. You're welcome.
That is true. I played Gardevoir because Mo said I'd play Gardevoir. He wouldn't let me in the car.
True. Both the people that drove here, Alex Cruz and Dan, I said, if you're not playing Gardevoir, you're not trying because there's money on the line. Money to be won here at Nerd Rage Gaming in Buffalo Grove. If you're ever here, come through.
Yeah, come through. I qualified because I won a challenge. So
I
here.
didn't qualify because I casted our challenges.
Hell yeah.
And then the one I played, I
Heck
didn't
yeah.
do well.
Sorry, Dan.
Lost on stream. Dan said a bad word earlier.
Dan, you curse on stream?
Somebody clip it. Somebody clip it.
I said heck yeah, so it's fine.
That's allowed.
Yeah.
Okay.
I said trash, and I thought that was bad. But then I heard Dan say something that was the A word. Don't say that.
Atrocious.
I got my kids watching, dude.
So you got any questions for me, or are we just kind of
So
like...
basically,
Yeah.
why didn't you... My play that I would have done, when you had the Super Rod before the Iono, I would have Super Rodded the Screamtail back and the Darkness Energy that you retreated. And I would have done that before the Iono, so then you can Artizone for the Screamtail, if possible, because you ended up doing that anyways. So why didn't you do that before the
I
Iono?
wanted to keep... So I think his win con was to, like, clear a monkey and then go, like, double two-prizer knockout. So I think in his game plan was, like, me benching Fez, because you got rid of a lot of draw supporters early in the game. So I think his game plan is to, like, knock out a Fez plus a Guardy. So, like, if he gets rid of my monkey, my game plan is probably to, like, double monkey into Drac Loke, and then if I monkey into the active, then I pretty much like set up a checkmate on the following turn. Because a lot of people are cutting the Dragapult. If he evolved in Dragapult, I guess. But I figured because he's playing 3 stadiums, that he didn't have room for Dragapult. So I just assumed it wasn't in there. I wanted to save the Rod because it could be a little bit more high impact later. Because I had already used a stretcher, so I didn't want to
have.
Well, I had to because I was going to get rid of my whole hand anyway.
Well, you got rid of TM Evo instead. Or you had a TM Evo, you attached it on your bench. You should have done Arven for TM Evo Secret Box, get rid of the TM Evo, and then grab another TM Evo off of the Secret Box, which you did. And then you attached double TM Evo, which you lost a card. You lost a Night Stretcher because of it, because you discarded Curlia, Night Stretcher for Curlia, and evolved into it.
Hi, Joe Sereno. I love you.
Yeah, okay. So basically what happened was that Dan threw and then didn't lose because of it. Because
I was tilted off of my attached to Shaman pass start.
oh my god.
Because I smash kicked twice. I don't know if the stream got to see that.
Oh, we saw it.
It was
and then
awful.
we saw continuous coin toss 3 times.
that
hit
never flipped
3.
the heads.
Yeah. So basically
Honestly, I think the coin toss is like a throw too, because any damage on my board is like free monkey damage.
yeah, you have to hit the 4 heads in a row, which is like
Really bad.
50, 25, 12 and a half, and then like what 6, 7, 5.
Smash kick is the attack on
Or 6,
Shaman.
25.
I attach a Shaman, pass, a draw for turn, drew Ralts, like bench Ralts attach, smash kick.
Yeah.
Which 30 damage actually was pretty relevant later in the game, because it puts the Dango from 260 to 230, so then you can like Guardy double monkey it, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, there was a play where he could have. He had the Psychic on his active, and instead of swinging with Goldango, he could have gone like Artizone for Monkey Dory, attach a Darkness Energy to it, and then move the 30 damage onto your active Screamtail, knocking that out. I think that was maybe a better play.
Yeah, if
because
he was able to combo it with the Jamming Tower, which he had the Jamming
this
Tower.
yeah, he had the jamming.
Yeah, because the
But it was the
the
first
turn-
Screamtail.
yeah, that would have probably been fine. I just I didn't have access to a charm that early. I attached a charm because he did exactly what I thought he would. Is that he didn't have the monkey to move damage and then use it, because I think he assumed that I like overloaded the Screamtail. Then he was able to take the knockout with the jamming, but I only put the Bravery Charm on there so he couldn't use the monkey damage to kill my Screamtail and then take another knockout. And then like he goes to 2 prizes and he's a boss away from winning. But he already used 1 boss, but his list was kind of funky, so I was scared of a second one. But as soon as he played the Arvin, I knew I had game because I had boss
Yeah, the
plus
Arvin
Fez.
the Arvin was like never correct. But
Well, if he doesn't have boss in deck, it's probably fine. He's just going to take a
well,
knockout.
so he had Iono in hand, right? Iono's not an unheard of card in the deck, so I can reveal.
Yeah,
that
a lot of people play
information.
1.
Plus, you could go back and watch the VOD, right? But he had Iono, so he could put you on Iono to 2, force, and then if he before that goes like Artizone before he bumps your Stadium, or I think it stayed in play, but basically he could go Artizone for Monkey Dory, attach a Darkness Energy from the discard pile to it, and then Iono you, move the damage onto your active, and then knock out your active. So then that way, he can clear all damage from your board and then clear all damage from his board. That puts him on. He doesn't lose to you having second Darkness Energy because 30 goes to 2. He goes to 230 with 30 damage on him, and then you already have 1 Darkness Energy. That'll be 200, and then a second Darkness Energy will be 170. Gardevoir and Drifloon knock him out.
Yeah.
So he could have played around that win con for you, plus an Iono to 2. I don't think you come back from that unless you raw rip the Bravery Charm.
Yeah, that's what I was playing for the end game to win with Drifloon. I still had 1 Arvin, I think, left in deck, and then I had 1 Nest Ball because I'd only played 1, I believe.
For like Pheasantipity, yeah.
Yeah, so I can like Fez to try to rip it. So I mean, I had a couple outs. Iono would have definitely hurt there, but
I think it was just the correct play. Unless what he could have done first is if he knew he had a boss, whether it's at the top of the deck or not, he could either shuffle his deck accordingly with the. He played the Energy Search Pro, so he can either shuffle his deck with that if boss is on the bottom, and then try to raw draw it with the.
well, I don't think he had boss because he used the boss earlier to kill the
Like,
Gardevoir.
if he had access to a second.
Yeah,
one, right?
I doubt there's a second boss in his deck. If he plays 3 stadiums, I don't know where he's finding the room. I was surprised he
Just
played
put
East
energy,
Coast Pro.
bro.
I didn't. I was like, dude, there's probably a prime catcher in this deck or something. He's got 3
Probably.
stadiums, man. I don't know.
It's the Miracle Headset, bro.
I'm saying.
So I just think that there's a couple correct options to go about in that end game. I think the Iono, I personally would have played safer and forced my opponent to
Yeah,
have
for
it.
sure. I think the Iono was probably right there over the Arvin, especially if he had it in hand. I don't think Arvin really does anything there because you only need 1 energy to knock out Screamtail.
Yeah,
No, you need 2.
there's
but
there's
whatever.
definitely better plays that could have been done on both sides. I think notably for you, keeping a Night Stretcher active or keeping the Curly active, whichever it is. But if you discard that TM Evo, that was like a really minuscule thing that could have been that could come to bite you later in the game. But I think for him, like whether when he attacked with that, he kept the damage on his active, the 30 on his active. He had a Psychic on his active Goldango, and then he didn't attach a Darkness Energy to a Monkey Door that he could have gotten off Artizone. So I think, small things come back to bite you, especially in the matchup that's pretty close if you don't get to get Monkey Dory out.
Yeah, that's true. I can't win every tournament that I show up to energy with, but
Get out of here, Dan.
I won 2 of the last 3 I played, and I got second the other one. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Thanks for the free points, NRG.
Yeah, that's crazy.
All right, Mo, I think Christian and I are going to take this one.
Sick.
So we will definitely ask for your help as we're talking through ASIM, since you know what you're doing there.
Woo!
All right. Hello, everyone. As you can see, extremely professional setup here with our rotations and all. But honestly, actually, this setup is incredible. Like, credit to Bryce and G and Norm and everyone who's kind of put together the setup, because I don't know about y'all, but I know very few game stores that have something like this and like production level of this quality. So,
I want this.
Isn't it nice?
It's so nice.
So
Like, dude, can
nice.
every LGS have this? Like, please?
It's absolutely
No, we do not have
fantastic.
this in Denmark, bro.
That's all right. Europe will eventually catch up with us.
We'll get there, we'll
yeah,
get there.
Yeah. All right. So we are going into our last round of Swiss, round 5, because we had 25 players. I think it was 24, maybe.
Something
So
like that.
we, like we said, we were doing asymmetrical cut. So what that essentially means is that it's top 8 cut, totally fine, but anyone who has the same record as anyone in top cut plays the next round to get to top 8. So in this case, we'll likely have 6 people or so with a 3-1-1 record or better.
Yeah.
And then maybe 1 and 2 people with 3-2. What that means is everyone with a 3-2 record will play an additional round to try to get into top 8. So this makes some things interesting, because if you're 3-1 going into this round, it may be better to play it out to get out of the ASIM cut and just be locked for top 8.
Yeah, so we're going to see some interesting decisions from the players. I think it's going to be very, very matchup based, I'd assume. I also think it's like a more, I'd say more casual tournament, but like, listen, if it was me and I see prize money plus trophy, bro, I'm just like, I'm try-harding.
So, and that's actually the balance I've loved. Everyone is trying very hard. Everyone's trying to do the best, and everyone's so chill. It's wonderful.
It's a very nice balance for sure. It's definitely the perfect definition of a friendly competition, right?
Yes.
Which is what you want from like a local scene like this for sure. But yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to see what decisions the players come to. I think we'll have Mo kind of check up to see who's IDing, who's playing, how big ASIM is gonna be. Because listen, if everyone plays, we're not gonna have an ASIM, right?
That is very true.
Well,
No, we still will.
We still actually will. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be, well, regardless, it's gonna be fun to see how it all plays out. Do we have our stream game already? Do we know who we're getting on?
Bryce, do we know who we're getting on? Beautiful. Bryce again, they set up. So one thing to know with that ASIM, the ASIM round itself will be best of 1. So if you are in cut or the border, the bubble of cup, you will play a best of 1 round, and then top cut itself or top 8 forward will be best of 3.
Yeah.
And as much as I'd love ASIM to be best of 3, homie, I got to get home. I got a baby at home. Also, the Indiana Pacers and the Oklahoma City Thunder have Game 7 in the NBA Finals tonight.
Yeah,
I
I don't
know
know
at least a few people that
I
wanna
do
watch
not know
that.
anything about that.
Christian is not one of the people that wants to watch that.
No,
Listen.
wait. I think VNL is going on? Volleyball?
VNL, Nations League is actually going on.
Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm watching. I don't know who's playing today.
I've read
What?
and watched too much Haikyuu. I saw that advertisement. No, it's actually local, too.
Well, dude, okay, I'm so mad about this. Let me vent.
Please,
okay?
please. We got about 30 seconds before we get to
The
Pokemon.
first game of VNL in Chicago is on the 25th. My flight home is the 23rd.
Oh, no.
Dude, I was like, I saw that. I'm like, wait, I can watch again. This is perfect. No, I can't. I can't. I don't get to do that.
We saw the advertisements driving around yesterday, and I'm like,
yeah.
maybe
I would be there. Dude, I would be there 100%, but I'm not because I'm back in Europe. I'm very, very sad about that. I will instead just be playing volleyball. I've been starved for way too long. I play multiple sides
you know
a week
what?
normally.
If you want to go see a game of Poland volleyball, you let me know. I would actually probably go with you
I
if
am
you wanted
beyond
to go.
jealous. Actually, you know what? I might have to fly to Gdansk because flying to Gdansk is like really cheap. So I might just like do a day trip to Gdansk to watch volleyball.
Dude, that's great. Kenneth, what? No, Sky definitely did not tell us that. Guys, I promise we'll get to Pokemon eventually. We just got tangented a little bit while we're
For
sitting
sure. Speaking of Sky.
All right.
Oh, what is this? No!
So we are actually going to see a matchup of Bridge and Zoroark versus regular Zoroark. Ends Zoroark. Oh, wait, no, it is Bridge.
No.
This is a mirror match.
I'm pretty sure this is a 60 card mirror.
This is a well, their arts on Ryan's side are better. But anyway,
True.
Getting into the game, Sky is going first. We do see 2 Zoro down, which is good. And none of those are Duraludons. Wait, no. This is I don't think this is bridge on Ryan's side.
Is it not?
No.
Well, that's what he's been playing. Oh no, there
this
is
End Zoroark,
okay,
which is
okay.
very interesting matchup here.
Yeah, we do have the Darmanitan in there. Okay, wow. There's a lot to think about here. For how this play out. Now, notably, Sky.
So
Three
that's,
Zork in hand. No Archaladon on this turn 1. I think the big story of this matchup is going to be the dynamic between Reshiram, Relicanth, and Turo.
Yes.
Both players trying to play around each other's one-shot options while also trying to two-shot. Of course, the only way to one-shot is going to be to have damage on you. Then if you have damage on you, you are letting your opponent one-shot you. So there's going to be some really interesting back and forths here that we are going to see. For Ryan here, we are definitely looking for some more basics. The Cyano isn't a great sign unless we got a Poffin in there, but I don't think we do. We wouldn't be shuffling
it's
otherwise.
awful. And Horacion,
yeah.
if this is about Martin's game, yes, we did see that. We did review it. He did take a prize off of his prize board. Look at his hand, and I think his exact response was, "Oh, word I'm not allowed to say on stream," and tried to put one back. So we already talked to him. We let him know. It didn't affect the actual outcome of the game because he took that same prize without any other decisions, changes going into his deck after that. So certainly not something we want to happen. If that happens, please just call a judge on yourself. It's okay. We can work it out. But I appreciate
everything
you calling that
everything
out.
was sorted out fine, right? No penalties?
No, I don't believe any penalties.
Okay, cool.
Also, at this point, because the game had already been resolved, the only penalty we really would have been able to apply is like either a game loss or match loss or something.
Yeah, yeah.
And it didn't seem worthy of that based on how it affected the game. All right, so
No, it
going back
seems
into the
fine.
game, rigid bans are going to be challenging here. But, Christian, I think you're absolutely on it. The difficulty here is that there's very few ways to one-shot each other back and forth. And the upside is Ryan can win by hitting into other Zoroarks, and Sky can't do anything if that Zoroark's hit into. Ryan, on the other hand, Sky has to hit into Zoroark, and Zoroark can respond. So Ryan will have an opportunity to play around the bridges, whereas Sky is going to have to hit into Ryan's main attacker, which Ryan will then be able to respond. So this is going to be a really, really weird one.
It definitely is, and it's not a matchup we see very often, and frankly, at any
No.
levels of the game.
No.
It is kind of playing like a mirror, although notably, yeah, the rigid band presumably in Ryan's deck is going to give Ryan maybe some better options. I think overall Ryan is just kind of is playing the deck that has slightly more options to work with here. You did point out that you can maybe punch a Zoroark with a Zoroark. That seems like a really good way to steal some prize cards. Because there's no Relicanth there. I don't think we're playing Reshiram or Dark Energies for Sky to use. So yeah, I'm really curious to see how this plays out. Both players with some really awkward starts, which might end up being a big determining factor here. But we'll see what Ryan's able to do. I don't think Ryan has a whole lot. We have the one Zoroark, of course, so we can maybe trade into a Poffin. That'd be pretty nice. We're probably not able to launch an attack, so it is looking like Sky is going to be getting the first attack of the game, and of course 220 into a Zoroark with that Reshiram on the bench. Does seem pretty bad, right?
Well, there's not actually a guarantee on that. And so
sure.
the issue is that Ryan can accelerate with ends PP up. Love the name of that card still.
Oh, of course.
Ryan will be able to continue to draw. The downside is without any of those Zoroarks on the bench, it'll be hard to accelerate, and Ryan hasn't actually seen an energy yet. So, Horacion, yes, and thank you for checking on that. We did want to make sure we address it. Okay, Ryan gets an actual draw supporter that is not just to search EXs out. So, we'll be able to play the game a little more, or Ryan will. Sky isn't really going to be too sad to see that Iono either.
Yeah.
But to be honest, I think if both players set up equally, I gotta imagine Ryan's favored at that point.
For sure. The big question here for Ryan is a matter of getting more Zaruas into play. Ryan's not going to be able to attack this turn. Very, very, very unlikely. So with Ryan not attacking, we are going to be slamming the Iono, of course, hoping for more Zaruas, because if we don't, there's nothing stopping Sky from just swinging into the Zoroark and taking a pretty big lead, even if Ryan would be able to go Reshiram back. So that's another thing we really want to Dark Energy. We got Dark, we got Poffin, we got Zoroark, we got everything we want. We got a Cypher for next turn. This is great for Ryan. We're going to be able to get 2 more Zaruas. Sorry.
Well, listen, I have the exact same amount of enthusiasm. But yes, we are going to get essentially a full board of Zaruas down, which is
we have
great.
prize 1, but it's still fine.
Yes, but even then, we have an energy in hand. We have rigid band available, so Ryan is in a really good position. And to be honest, I don't think you rigid band right now. Like, I think you tank the hit
Yeah.
and Rigid Band follow up, because if you tank the hit as is, well, I guess Rigid Band you can one-shot it back, but still,
Mhm.
you're going to be in a pretty good position.
The Rigid Band probably won't change any of the math here, at least for this turn, so we might as well hold it. And it's a really interesting situation now as Sky, because yes, you can go, attach to the Zoroark, retreat, Archaludon, swing, but then you do that, and then Ryan goes, okay, cool, attach second Dark, or copy the Reshiram to then take the first 2 prize cards of the game.
Yes.
And then assuming Ryan does get the 2 more Zoroarks into play, then we're kind of in this weird spot where Ryan is ahead, and then also still has good draw. So
Agreed.
it's
Oh,
going
and
to be
we see
interesting.
both on the active.
Well, the energy has to go to the active for sure,
Sure.
right? Yeah.
So Typhlosion, this is round 5. We will have 1 round of asymmetric cut if it ends up that way.
Yeah.
And then it will be top cut, top 8, best of 3. And I would tend to agree with that, Kenneth. But you know what? I've literally never watched this matchup before, so we're gonna see.
Fair
but
play.
back on Sky's turn, we do see an Earthen Vessel get a couple energy out. Sky
Mhm.
will be able to use trade to get rid of those energy. And I mean, Christian, for me, the question is, do you even want to hit this Zoroark?
Well, so that's what I was kind of debating with myself. I think the problem is if you're not hitting the Zoroark, then what are you really doing, right? Theoretically, we could we get boss, but
So,
that seems really mid.
I think
so
bossing Reshiram is very good.
I do like that idea, but taking 1 prizers in general in this matchup is just really strange. Because both players are going to have 2 prizers in the active at all times. So by taking a boss knockout here, you are effectively pigeonholing yourself into being forced to take a boss knockout later in the game. Now for Sky here, we have no Archaludon or no
Ooh.
Duraludon in play, and with no Duraludon in play, we definitely cannot hit a Zoroark. So I do like this quite a lot. Maybe the Reshiram would have been
So-
better, but
and-
removing draw is definitely good.
So removing draw is good. I do think getting Reshiram would be a bigger deal, although kind of undoing that with the Artisan here.
Mhm.
But I actually think gussing single prizers is going to be really, really key,
Yeah.
because anytime you hit into their 2 prizer, or Ryan's 2 prizer, you're setting up for a return knockout. So
Mhm.
if you're able to put yourself in enough of a prize lead by taking out 1 prizers that you're okay with getting 1 shot back, I think you're going to be in a winning position. Now,
Yeah.
from Ryan's end, we have Artisan, we have another Zora, and we have Cypher Maniac's code breaking. But the question is, do we want to use Cypher here? And I don't know.
Well, so I do think we do kind of have to, mostly because we don't really have a whole lot of options. And this hand is likely Zoroark plus Dark Energy. We're going to see the counter catcher eyed up. That's definitely interesting. One thing I'm considering here is that how much damage does the Archaludon even do to a Zoroark with a Rigid Band?
190.
Well, I mean with the Relicanth.
If you hit into it for 170, it
So you
is
hit it for-
doing 220
So doing 220 after Rigid Band, correct?
after Rigid Band.
So Rigid Band does not matter. But regardless,
So Rigid Band matters if you had hit into the Archaludon for more than 170.
yeah, but we're not really able to do that.
Mm.
At least not now. So we could actually totally, punch the Archaludon here. I think that would be really, really good. I think honestly, we actively probably want to punch the Archaludon because a Turo play for Sky is not really viable without a Duraludon in play.
So
And then,
and that is exactly where I was going. I think if we
so
go with
isn't
the
this
counter
counter catcher
catcher,
kind of a misplay, right?
I think so, because I think what Ryan wanted to get is actually another Zoroark to continue to draw. Now, granted, I believe there is a Turo in Sky's hand, and that is very bad.
Ooh, actually, notably, there is the black belt as well. So the Rigid Band is what's blocking that.
Kenneth is on his game.
Yeah,
yes.
I looked down. It's perfect. So yeah, I think Ryan was kind of on track for almost the perfect situation where the Turo would have kind of been an unviable option for Sky. Now the Turo is a completely fine option, right? You
I
kind of just
agree.
get to take this hit for free. Did we just see a pass from Sky though? That is very interesting.
So, and I'm going to hit on that.
Yeah.
I think we did see over the weekend pass being hugely impactful and a big
Well,
deal
sure.
in the game versus Tord.
Yep.
I think that was a very bad call. And tell me if you disagree. And granted,
In the Tord game?
in this game,
Okay.
because I do think it sets up for a return knockout.
Yes.
But how are you taking 6 prizes?
It's kind of the big game of chicken. We're gonna see trade away secret box.
Oh God.
Definitely. It's weird, right? I think as Sky, if you had punched the Zoroark, then the Zoroark is going to be able to knock you out in return, right? So boss, very, very good for Ryan.
And this boss on Duraludon is a huge deal because you said it very well earlier. If you prevent Sky from getting another Duraludon down suddenly,
Yes.
all of your hits into Bridge are terrifying, or Bridge can't hit into you.
Yep. Now, notably, I think we've reached a point in the game for Sky where she really doesn't have to worry about whiffing. You can't really assume Sky's going to whiff with a board of double Zoroark, presumably soon to be triple Zoroark. Ryan very much behind, honestly, just doing whatever he can to keep the Zoroark alive. And that might be why we kind of see Ryan playing quite defensively, doing whatever he can to keep Sky out of range of knocking out the Zoroark, because we need to draw here, right? So we have to draw cards to play this game, and if the Zoroark goes down, we can't do that, right?
Agreed. And so now kind of thinking through things, Sky, I believe, does play one jamming tower.
Yes.
So that is a huge deal into the Rigid Band, where maybe Sky was trying to maybe play into a spot where she could actually do some damage here. But now on Ryan's end, I don't think that Darumaka is going to help.
Probably not now. Ooh, those are two very good. Well, the Poffin's kind of dead now, right? Isn't it?
It is, but we do have a Night Stretcher for for a Zora out of the bench.
Yes.
And we can Cyrano for a Fez. And that does give Sky a line to 2 prizes, but I don't think you care.
Honestly, it's weird, because I think at this stage in the game, Sky is just too far ahead for Ryan to really do anything. Notably, Sky has infinite draw, right, with these Zoroark. Not quite infinite, but enough draw to kind of get her free for anything. It really just all comes back to that one misplay turn where I'd have loved to see Ryan punch the Archaludon. Now, I might be missing something, but I do think that would have been the perfect line. But yes, go.
Dan disagrees. And to be fair, I need to really stress this for everyone watching.
Yes.
Christian is significantly better at Pokemon than me. So when I disagree, take it with a heavy grain of salt.
I could have missed something. That's very reasonable.
No, that's not possible.
But tell me what's up. Tell me what's up.
So when you say Sky is ahead,
yes.
Sky's draw is fantastic.
Yes.
Sky will be able to see every card she wants to the rest of the game. Sky has her primary attacker set up and is able to apply pressure and has done so. However, if Ryan hits into this bridge, what does Sky do?
Well, Sky presumably should be able to. You wouldn't be able to knock it out. The Rigid Band is keeping you out of black belt range. So you're just punching it back. And here's the thing: you punch it back, and then Ryan now could, do overkill into an Archaludon that has damage on it, or if we could find the boss, we could maybe pick up a knockout there. But then, I mean, what else for Ryan, right? The damage is still there, and the Archaludon is eventually going to knock you out. That's what we're seeing from Ryan. Ryan is passing because the alternative is that you eventually lose the trade. Now, I think you do have to swing as Ryan. We cannot keep passing here. Like, you do have to do something eventually, and this is just getting worse and worse. Because Sky could pass back, but Sky could also just punch, especially with this Duraludon. This Duraludon is incredibly important because now we can punch and we can Turo afterwards, right?
So the Duraludon is very important. The other thing that is big, and I think this is why Ryan declined to attack, is Sky could put down that jamming tower, and that would make a difference.
Yes.
On being able to knock out the Zoroark. However,
when I say passing back, I feel like both of these players are playing a little more defensively than I'd really like.
And I would tend to agree.
Yeah.
I think we do at some point need to try to take a knockout.
Yes.
Trading the Fez is an option, and now we see a Cypher Maniacs, but I think we want to see the Cyrano. I think we need to get another Zoroark down.
Oh, for sure. It's gonna be the boss on the Zork. I would really like to see the Archaludon. Not the Archaludon, the Duraludon, sorry. That's the same Pokemon in my head.
So I agree completely.
Yeah, because the Turo is... But Sky's always going to draw Turo. Sky has two gears in hand, right? She just Palpatted. She has a million draw cards. I mean...
So you're right.
Yeah.
I agree. My other question, though, is why did Sky not trade with the Zoroark first?
Well, presumably because she has a very thin deck and doesn't actually want to use all of the trades. Yeah, we definitely do not want to use trade a million times here. Is it okay? This might sound crazy, but are we ever looking at a reasonable deck out angle for these players because they're passing and drawing a bunch of cards?
I don't think that's a bad line. I think it's
It's
a very, very reasonable
It's
line.
very strange. I
And
mean,
Ian, I don't think you're wrong to swing. And Kenneth, I agree. I think we killed Dura there. But Christian, please keep
Yeah,
going. What should Ryan do here?
well, okay. The way both players are playing kind of makes it seem like they know something that I don't. I do think that I know they both have played Zoro Arch, so they might have tested together to an extent. Um, Maybe they know some line in this matchup where I don't, but I think um, we kind of just have to punch for something, or else we are kind of falling behind. I feel like if any of these players had to start punching eventually, then they would have gone ahead. More so Sky than Ryan. If Ryan feels forced into playing a defensive position, whereas Sky, honestly, I'm pretty sure she could just do whatever she wants and be in a very reasonable spot, especially considering the fact that Ryan hasn't been able to do a whole lot. We're going to see the counter catcher, presumably
Well,
on the Duraludon.
Actually,
Yeah.
I think you are right. And I think that's why Ryan is continually gusting up the Zorarks,
Mhm.
is I think Ryan is going for deck out as a win condition. Because Ryan is saying that if I keep forcing you to use all of your Turos on these Zorarks, eventually you're going to run out of ways to get them out of the active.
That might be the line, honestly, as Ryan. We are going to see pop out back double boss, kind of doubling down on that idea. Um, Sky can Iono, and I do believe there's a rescue board in her hand. So we're not quite at the point where Sky is running out of resources, but presumably Ryan would know Sky is 60. I'd assume so based off of both of these players' history
I think it's a
as
good guess.
players. So I guess that's the line we're going through for Ryan. Now, depending on how long Ryan has been considering this line, that could maybe be the key justification for why he didn't swing earlier in the game.
And we're also not
Yeah.
swinging with Reshiram there either.
Yes, but yeah, Sky's gonna take another Zorua. Okay, got a reversal energy, 2 monkeys, and a Reshiram. Not a whole lot going on here.
No, but I think Ryan at this point is just digging to try to figure out a way
Yep.
to like continue to kind of stall Sky out of the game.
Yeah,
And I mean, you're right. Sky has Ionos, but Ryan has way more cards left in deck
oh for sure.
and way more cards just like not played in general. And I don't like that third single prizer coming down.
I think it's fine. You kind of assume that Sky doesn't have like enough gust to take all 3 single prizers, right? I feel like that kind of has to be too much. If Sky does have enough gust to take all 3 single prizers, then it was definitely a misplay for Ryan.
And I think
but
Sky
yeah.
has used her Pal Pad already.
I believe so, yes. So unless we play 2, which I severely doubt, then there's not a whole lot. I believe we are down quite a lot of boss,
We
a
are
lot
down
of counter catcher.
At least 2
But-
boss.
I mean, honestly, at this point as Sky, now you can absolutely 2-shot the Zorak, right? Because even if Ryan responds with a 1-shot, it doesn't matter. You just knock out the Zorak, right? So yeah, really interesting to see here. We're going to see a Dark and an Iono drawn. This entire game is just completely strange to me, honestly. But
agree.
yeah, it's going to be
It's-
an
yeah,
Iono
and I think-
hmm.
So you and I are obviously kind of, I think our minds are bouncing as quickly as we're talking here, but
yeah.
I think the line for Ryan is he's trying to set Sky up into a position where she can't respond when he does start to apply aggression. And right now, this is, I think, exactly that time because Sky doesn't have a way to get Relicanth.
Well, except we can't retreat our Reshiram here. So I think we've ended up in the nightmare situation here as
Yeah.
I think we've ended up in the nightmare situation. No, I think Sky has enough cards. Okay. Yeah, as what's it called? Ryan, where Sky now only needs the 1 boss remaining to win the game, as the Reshiram was kind of stuck in the active that last turn.
Well, Sky only needs 1 boss and
Yeah.
a Turo or double manual attachment.
So we'll see what Sky has. Presumably Sky does have the cards she needs available.
It is possible, but there's going to be a lot of draw passing here, I think.
Well, what's Sky have? Like 3 cards left in deck?
And I
Um,
love this
that-
Turo
yeah.
decision.
Now I suddenly love this game as Ryan. I don't think Sky can win, right?
It depends on how many cards are in hand versus deck. Because even though Sky had a much smaller deck,
Yes.
Sky had a ton more cards in hand.
Well, notably, Ryan is also going to be drawing a lot more cards off of Iono than Sky will. So Sky maybe actually is going to be able to kind of make it work here.
Well, I would agree from a math standpoint. From an expression on their faces standpoint,
Well,
I guess is Ryan's got a little more leeway.
We'll see. But we definitely know now that Sky cannot retreat the Zoroark. So
Yes.
Ryan has made the line work somehow. Definitely one of the games of all time here.
Actually, I will say I love seeing games like this.
Oh, it's fun.
Because this is such a credit to both of them as players.
Yep.
That
And Sky decks out.
they found a way to win.
Yep.
In a very weird matchup. So Bryce, do we have a game 2?
I need to know how long Ryan was thinking about that line, because that recontextualizes his actions throughout the entire game, right? Where if he came up with that late game, then I still kind of have to ask some questions about, like, bro, you just got to hit in the early game, right? But if this was plan A from the beginning, then Ryan might be a lot smarter than I give him credit for.
Well, Christian, can you go get Ryan?
I'll
And
go get
can we
Ryan.
Ask him, because we
Yes.
should both ask him together. This
Well,
is a good
I
conversation.
need to go to the bathroom.
Then you should get Ryan, and I will ask him, and you
Yes.
can rewatch it in a bit.
That is exactly what I'll be
All
doing.
right.
I'll get Ryan.
Bryce, can you throw up Ryan's Limitless page? Thank you very much. So Ryan Prusak, no one does. Ryan Prusak is one of the members of the Nerd Rage team. Fantastic player. Loves playing weird decks, single prize decks, control decks. Pezzy, sort of. Yeah. And that, I think, is such a compliment to their capability as players, is that they decided, I'm not going to win this game by taking 6 prizes. I'm going to win by my opponent having no idea what to do with life. Rossian, we are in Buffalo Grove, Illinois, so just a little northwest of Chicago, Illinois. Yes, I am throwing up because you are an excellent, excellent player, and we got to celebrate that, my friend. Come on down.
Howdy, howdy, howdy.
Howdy. So, Ryan, as we can see on your page, you have played some horrible decks that I hate.
I played some really bad decks.
And then you also played Mew VMAX. And so
Yeah.
we have a wide spread of what we play. And Bryce, thank you. You can throw on the camera. So, Ryan, Christian asked this, and I was curious.
Yeah.
How early did you decide you're winning by deck out?
As soon as she played Palpad for not Turo.
That's very reasonable.
I saw the line once she was down double Night Stretcher and super aggressive with her energy early. I was like, okay, this is very reasonable. Played a Turo early because my only play was to boss hit the Zoroark, and I wanted to force a Turo. So that worked. And then when they have the board of all Zoroarks and just one Archaludon, it's like actually really annoying. Because I feel like I can't really do anything. So at that point, I was like, I'm either going to force Turo here, or I'm going to 2-shot the Zoroark and feel fine about life. Hit the Turo. And then we were down like really early, like 5 energy, double Night Stretcher.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, so you have 2 energy left. We can move a Zoroark 1 time. And then you have 1 Turo and 1 Palpad. So you have 4 ways to move Zoroark. That's too many. I can't do this yet. And then I checked her discard, saw 2 boss, and I was like, okay, so we're either going to sit here forever because you can't boss a 1-prizer, or you're going to give me revenge, which I honestly thought was like fine because my board was so bad that I thought she could do it once and have it be okay. Or you're going to Palpad bosses, and then I'm going to stall you out. And then she Palpad bosses. I'm like, okay, cool.
All right, fair enough. So 2 questions with that. So when she had lone bridge in the active, I just say bridge. I'm not going to say the whole Pokemon name. Why is that not a good thing for you?
So it's a battle of like rage knockouts, right? Where the Pokemon do more damage based on how much damage is on them, and we both can't one-shot each other. The problem with only 1 Archaludon and all Zoroarks is I can't take any prizes then because my damage cap is 170. So if there's like, usually that deck plays with Duraludons on the bench because you want to Turo your Archaludon or whatever, but that situation, like I just can't do anything about the 1 bridge other than playing into Revenge or bossing Zoroarks and playing into Turo.
But he doesn't knock you out with Revenge unless she puts down the Jamming Tower and Black Belt, right?
I mean, 170, yeah, sure, but their hand is huge, so like.
And that makes sense. I think for me, especially when her hand was smaller, I wondered why you didn't try to go for the 2-shot on the bridge, knowing that she didn't have another Duraludon available or anything.
It was okay. I thought the boss play on Zoroark was totally fine, and I didn't think she was gonna hit me. So once, like, if I go boss Zoroark, she has to either commit rescue board then, or have Turo, and just pass.
Well, so that's a good question. And Kenneth, when do you start scratching? Or I forget what the name of the first attack on Reshiram is. Oh no, it's the
It does
rage.
0.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was thinking of Darmanitan. But yeah, is there ever a world where you do start scratching?
I mean, maybe. The problem is she's perfectly happy just taking the one prize, and my rage isn't like the fish where I can use attacks below me,
Yeah.
which is what allows the like raging hammer to be so safe for the Duraludon attack with Archaladon. If I just go with Zaru and hit for 20, she's just gonna kill it.
Scratch with the Zoroark. Because you can copy.
Oh,
any
you can
Pokemon
copy
with
bench scratch, I guess. Yeah.
It's not an attack used very often, but
I don't know. Maybe.
okay.
I haven't calculated that out.
That's totally.
I learned the matchup like 2 seconds ago, so
It would be a lot of scratches, but no, that makes complete sense. Like revenge knockout is the main way to win by prizes, or if your opponent puts themselves in a position where they have a gap in resources, you attack where the gap in resources is.
Yeah.
And we saw this months ago with Natalie Miller and her bridge opponent at
right.
EUIC,
I
I
do
think,
remember that.
where he used up his Turos, energy attachments. She was down 6 prizes to 2, and she just gusted something up and stuck there and
Yep.
decked him out
That
by
was it.
1 card. So when did Sky recognize this was happening?
As soon as I played the other boss, I think. Maybe earlier, but like as soon as I played the boss on the Zoroark, she's like, "Oh, you drop us." Like Sky plays control as well. Sky knows when she's out of outs, so like appreciate the draw passing quickly. I feel like I was at a bit of an advantage in this situation because they're playing a deck that I've played a ton, so
Yeah.
like I kind of had open list knowledge as to all the outs that they played to it. But it was like, I don't know. She definitely didn't realize when she had a double boss, and at that point, it's just too late.
Yeah. And I think that's one of the big things, and one of the growths I've had as a player is mapping out long-term both my win condition and my opponent's win
Yeah.
condition. And especially when you're talking about resources like that, because in general, having an extra 3 bosses in the deck is really, really good.
Right.
Unless you're just going to win by
Yeah.
decking her out.
Unless you can't move.
Yes. And so we were also a little curious, why did you bench the 2 Reshiram there?
Just have Pokemon in play.
Okay, that's fair. Because we saw you did Turo the last one.
Right.
And I think she still had a boss or 2 left at that point, right?
Yeah, but she had 3 prizes and 2 boss left. Or
okay.
4 prizes and 2 boss left.
That makes sense then.
So I just wanted to put Pokemon in play, so I didn't get like boss, and then I have like, I have 5 prizes in a Zoroark, so an Iono is going to draw me a decent amount of cards, but I didn't want to get Iono'd into like nothing, and not have Pokemon in play, and then just lose to 2-shot my Zoroark.
That makes complete sense. So essentially, feeding the Reshiram, feeding the Zora, it buys you an extra turn to get set up.
Yeah.
I think that's super reasonable. So is there anything you... What's up, Michael? All right, perfect. So is there anything you want to hit in Top Cut?
I have no clue what's in cut. I think there's a Guardy. That's cool.
That is cool, yeah.
Dragapult Zard is very interesting. I feel like they kind of struggle with the Rage knockout.
Definitely.
So I feel like I can play into that. I tied the one earlier, but I think I was winning that game, but that's okay.
That's fine.
The matchup's really interesting, but I think there's a couple of those in cut. I'm fine hitting. I feel like I'm fine hitting this matchup if I get a better setup. I don't think I want to play the entire game just for stall because that usually doesn't work.
That is very true.
So if I get set up a little better, then we'll try to actually play the game. But I feel pretty fine about this matchup.
I was gonna say I don't know if that would have worked if she had Palpetted in a Turo. Or
No, it
2
wouldn't.
Turo. Yeah, no, that would not be the move. But no, that makes sense. So then, any other thoughts you've had from playing against other decks this tournament, or what you've seen today?
I don't want to hit Raging Bolt, and
That
I know
is
there's that
very
around.
Understandable.
That deck is not awesome for my deck, so hopefully we fade that one. Yeah, I honestly don't know what all is around. I know people are playing some wacky stuff, which I appreciate. So
Always appreciate that. You say as
so-
you're playing End Zoroark. Yes.
yeah.
All right, then. So in that case, since you're here, you're on
Hi.
the team, even though you're not wearing the jersey today.
Yeah, sorry.
Uh,
I haven't really unpacked from New Orleans yet. My bad.
You're fired. It's fine. Bryce, do you mind throwing up the charity thing? Because while I have
Oh,
you
heck
here,
yeah.
this is a really good time to talk about this.
Yeah.
And we have at least 4 people watching, so all 4 of you can
my
know what we're
God.
talking about. So in July 26th, we are running a charity event. Bryce, I think I sent you a new one. Yes, but it's okay. This is still great. So
Yeah, this works.
we are running a charity event July 26th. Sorry, there it is.
Yeah,
Perfect.
there we go.
Starting at 11 a.m., and we will be streaming here all day. And the whole point of this event is to raise funds for the Trevor Project. And Ryan, you know as much about this project as any of us. Can you talk a little bit about this organization?
Yeah, I mean, they're just a absolutely great cause that provide mental health resources for LGBTQ youth. Obviously, a lot of younger individuals going through that have a lot of questions and stuff, and they try to help answer those. So, really important cause. I'm really happy that we decided to go with this one.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to seeing what we can put together and what we can do for them. Really happy.
Agreed. And so for those who don't know, I'm a clinical therapist, so I work in mental health. And I will say, like, I work with people who are in very high acuity, so suicidal thoughts, self-harm thoughts, like a lot of crisis that they're trying to deal with. And it is a very big need, especially for people who don't have easy access to a ton of resources. To have this organization be there for support when people do have to deal with significant stressors is fantastic. And I'm very, very excited we get to try to do some good.
Yeah, I'm really happy about it. We've also got some great players coming out.
Yes.
A star-studded roster for sure. I don't even know. We're playing Pokemon for sure. I don't know exactly what kind of Pokemon, but a lot of Pokemon, some challenges, some goals, I'm sure. So
And Ryan, that is a great question. And I can absolutely say I don't know.
I don't know
So
either.
we are going to have at least 7 best of 3 rounds of standard format, prep for Worlds, stuff like that. And we're going to have a bunch of stuff throughout. So we may have some GLC come in. We would love to have some feedback from the masses, from chat on what they want to see. And the big thing, we don't have it all detailed here, we're going to have a ton of giveaways throughout the event. So I've got a ton of stuff from Japan when I was there over the past couple of months. We'll have booster packs. We may have some good sleeves to give
I
away.
think we've got Worlds merch from.
We got Worlds
like,
merch. Yes, we have a ton of great stuff. So please, would love to have you come up. And also, this is not just for Pokemon people. Like, if your friends, family, they're like, why am I watching a trading card game? Don't worry about that. But please, when we have the donation link live, please share it with your friends, family,
Yeah.
whoever. I don't care if no one watches.
yeah,
We just care that we can like raise some money for a good cause.
we really appreciate anything that, like any sort of minor networking that y'all can do to try to get money for the Trevor Project here. It'd be really awesome.
100%. And one thing I did note is we are also going to try to have a lot of like testimonials, feedback from people in the
Mhm.
community too, because I'll tell you, I'm a straight white male. These are not barriers that I've
Right.
had to deal with in my life. So we want to make sure we include the voices of people who have had to deal with those barriers or with these problems in life. So yeah, it'll be a good
Absolutely.
event.
If you guys know anybody who may be interested in recording a little video or something for us to show, for us to show during the stream of just like talking about their experiences or whatever, we would love
Yeah.
to have you reach out and.
Please do. That would be awesome. It'd be great to have. All right, so Ryan, I will let you get back over there. Christian, do we
Sweet.
have standings? Clean top 8 cut. Guys, we tried to have something cool with ASIM, and we don't actually have a bubble. I actually didn't see that coming, to be honest.
So it's all Ryan's fault.
Oh, okay, so Ryan, as he said, did tie round 4, and that apparently messed things up enough where we don't have any 3-2s. It's all 3-1-1s.
All 3-1-1s. Yep.
All right.
Clean 8. So
That makes life a lot easier, to
it
be
does.
honest.
It does. So we
All
have
right.
some interesting games. I think Mo sent you a picture.
Mo did send a picture.
I
So
think it's gonna be you and for casting rotation. I think it's gonna be you and Mo this round, and then
Sounds
me and Mo top 4, and then me and you for finals.
that should be fine.
All right.
So for our top cut, we have Olive in first at 302, John Wongard in second at 302, Alfredo in third at 311, Trevor at 311, Martin at 311, Larry at 311, Reno, and Ryan. So we did actually squeak 2 of the Nerd Rage team members in here, which I greatly appreciate. And unfortunately, your Lost Zone Kitchen teammate Hector did not sneak into cut.
Well, he was 1-2, so obviously at a 3-2 finish with X1 cut.
It's not.
Well, we got
it's not a
John, bro.
deal.
We got John. He's still in
Oh,
the
you
kitchen.
got John. John is still in the kitchen. All right,
Yeah.
beautiful. So we do
I mean,
have
at
a
least
kitchen
until
member.
the end of the season.
Well.
But no. I love John. I love
You
John.
heard
I
it
love
here
John.
first, guys. We are getting cut. Apparently,
No,
doing well the
listen.
Invitational is not
Listen.
enough to stay on the
Listen.
kitchen.
Maybe if he wins. No, I'm kidding. I can't say anything. Nothing's actually decided. Nothing's decided. Nothing's official.
And that is a fun thing. So yes, so we do have the standings here. We honestly, I'm excited we do have a clean cut too, because then we don't have to have people stressing about whether we played it out, tied, whatever it may be.
Yeah.
So this is good. So Michael, do you know how long until we get the round started?
Oh, I think we're ready to go.
You ready to go? Fantastic. So let's put on Reno and John, and then have the second one be
You know what the decks are?
Martin and Trevor.
You know what the decks are?
Martin and Trevor is Guardy versus Zardpult, and then Reno is Zardpult versus shoot. What's John playing? That's a lot of Zardpult. All right,
There's like 3 Pults.
so let's do John and Reno still, and let's have the other one be Larry and Alfredo. Sound good? They got that? Perfect. And I would normally say Ryan and Olive for 1st and 8th, but we just had Ryan on. I literally just talked to him. So Mo, looking at this, and Josh, that's actually pretty good, honestly. Like the deck worked. It just we ended up not with a bubble this time. So Mo, what are you excited to see in top 8?
Bro. So, I mean, there's a couple neat decks. I didn't really get a chance to see what Ryan was playing. I was more so on the floor rather
He
than
is
watching
playing
the stream.
N Zorark.
Okay, so he's playing Zork, and then Olive's playing Darmanitan, like the
Bridge.
not Darmanitan, the Bridge Zork. So I don't really want to see that matchup. I think that matchup's going to be a little.
Well,
hey,
we-
you can hit for fire weakness if you're back.
We
with
literally
reversals.
just did see it.
Exactly.
And Ryan won by deck out.
Yeah, that's interesting.
It is.
Um,
It is.
But I think like the Darmanitan low key, since you can end PP up to the Darmanitan and then use the first attack if they have enough energy in discard. I don't think you can really ramp up that far, but
Well, and if they didn't attack with Metal Defender last turn.
exactly. So
Yeah.
you're able to use the fire weakness with like reversal energy or whatever it may be. I know that there's a Gardevoir in the field. Trevor is playing Gardevoir,
Yes.
and I think he's the last Gardevoir, but he's paired
Against Zardpult.
Charizard. Oh, free, bro, because he plays the Espathra.
That because he
Espathra,
plays
yeah,
Espathra?
Espathra one-shots Charizard. So, yeah, the Espathra, bro.
That's so gross.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
really good
God.
into the matchup.
All right, so
You
we're
can-
going to have to get him on the next round then, because that would
Yeah.
be fascinating.
You can force them to have like one more energy with their Dragapult, and then their Charizard needs one more energy. So you just push up a Spathra and then go like, "Yo, you got the answer? No, you don't. Okay, I hit for one more." And
very
then you just
fair.
manually attach to it. So you don't technically need like Evo Guardy because you could just go like Evo Espathra. So yeah,
That's
it's pretty sick nasty.
absolutely insane. So we will definitely, hopefully, see that in top 4. But for this one, Reno was complaining very loudly about Zardpult going into the tournament of like how to play it, what to do. They always have it, and apparently they did not always have it. And so seeing Zardpult when we actually set up into Grimmsnarl, I'm kind of excited for that.
If it's Reno right now, he's versing John in the mirror.
If we're seeing, okay, God, I'm really good at this.
You're
Yeah,
terrible
yeah,
at this,
terrible
actually.
at this. But we are going to see Larry playing Zardpult into Grimmsnarl. So I was correct.
Yeah.
I had just said the wrong name.
So
Crushing it.
we're gonna see Alfredo on stream versus the same matchup he faced earlier in the day. So, you know, he's playing Grimmsnarl into Zardpult. He's playing the one Devo though.
Yes.
So we need to just watch out for that. I know that there's a jamming tower in Larry's list. So using the jamming tower versus the one Devo, it could be a situation again where he uses the Devo and then we see the jamming tower come down in preparation for the second one that's
Yeah.
never to come because, you know, there's nothing else in the format that recurs a tool. So it
Well-
really depends on how these players do it or if they just slam the jamming before a research just to get it into play. We'll end up having to see what happens with that. But I don't even know
and
if they're
Pulsar
starting yet.
is Yop, but honestly, it's like my favorite deck in the format right now. So Oracion, we have Archlodon, Bridge, Zoroark. We have Zardpult. We have Grimmsnarl, Guardy, Zardpult, and then end Zoroark. So it's I'm kind of surprised we had this much Zardpult do well, but man, this deck is awesome. I love it.
It's all right.
Okay. Great Guardy matchup.
It's not my favorite deck.
I get it. All right, and so we will see who's going first here. Well, we actually will eventually. But Reno, oh shoot, Mo, do you know how to pull up the list? I'll go pull up the list. So Reno
brother.
is not the deck list, but
Wait,
the actual.
stop.
Oh, good call. So Reno actually has a really good history. So he had previously gotten a top 16 at Indianapolis Regionals, and let me see if I can find these.
With
Mo, do you want to?
I have this card signed by Dr. Kevin. I have this
do.
card signed by Dan Hugart, and I have this card signed by Reno. It was a league pack card that league promo card I pulled that night when all three of them were there, and I was like, it's so fitting. The card's like $30 now as the league promo stamp one, but
wait, really?
yeah,
With Corviknight?
yeah.
You're talking Arceus.
No,
Are you talking Arceus or
Corviknight.
Corviknight?
Corviknight's like $30 as a stamped one because it came out of like the first set of play promos.
Holy! Well, yes. So Reno
Yeah.
got a top 16 Indianapolis Regional out of 1,000+ people with Arceus, Corviknight, VMAX. Kevin, and I played that list, and it was great. John, on his end, has a bunch of great finishes. I think 5 or 6 limitless entries. And Bryce is not here, and I don't know where the pictures are, but we'll pull them up later. But both great players, both a lot of success in major events and local events. So this will be a cool matchup.
It will be pretty cool.
Bryce, are they starting up soon? All right, sweet. Can you throw up the limitless page for each of them? Thank you very much, Bryce. I wasn't sure where it was, and I didn't want to break things. So, like we said, Reno has...
Never mind, $60.
Holy!
And I had you guys sign it.
Oh, bro. So, yes, Reno, Arceus Corviknight, my baby, thought of it 24 hours beforehand, and it worked out well. Awesome deck. And then for John's end, John has a bunch of good finishes, including with the deck I asked if he was going to play today, Chien-Pao. So, Chien-Pao, Mew, Vikavolt, love it. And then some also nice V-Stars in Palkia and Arceus. So, John been a great player for a while on Lost Zone Kitchen, and we're going to get into our game, and this is going to apply to both. Mo, what are we doing turn 1?
I will correct you, though. Chip and Puka would say Vikavolt. It's the correct way to say it. That deck played Rainbow Energy, it played Special Energies. Now we see a Special Energy come down on the Dreepy side. We see the Luminous Energy. So that fills the requirement for that Psychic cost, since there's no basic Psychic Energies in the deck.
Absolutely.
And the way to get the Fire Energies into play, the way to get the Fire Energies into play is going to be with the Charizard line. So, John's hoping to see some. Let's see a Buddy Poffin. We play 4. Let's see one of them.
Well, that would be great. We did not. We do see a Charmander, and I would say for those experts, they're wrong. It's Vikavolt.
It's
anyway,
Vikavolt. That's how you pronounce it, dude.
It is not.
That's the correct
So
pronunciation.
we are going to see a Petty Grudge onto this Dreepy, which is relevant damage. And so we have an Ultra Ball. We have a couple Counter Catcher. I mean, this is not a hand Reno wants to discard. So is it still worth it, though, to clear this hand?
You got to play the game. Because next turn you can top deck something else that's even worse to discard. It sucks to discard Counter Catchers, Night Stretchers, but you have to play the game. If your only out is hoping your opponent Ionos you, I'm not Ioning my opponent if they literally do nothing on their turn.
I agree completely.
Given he can find something off of this Dracloak, or I don't think you risk it on a Dracloak this turn. I think you probably just grab a Charmander and then rip that research.
Clutch and Amber, we are also very hyped about Reno doing well, even though he also declined to wear his jersey for today. But we do see the Cloak, and I think that's the right choice. And I gotta imagine we evolve the Cloak and then just burn the hand.
Exactly. You don't use the ability at the Recon Directive, but you do evolve into it, so then that way it's one less card to find later. So you either grab a Charmander, you either grab a Dew, or you grab a Dracloak. Given that you have so many basic search outs, you probably just grab the Dracloak here and rip this hand. Getting rid of Counter Catcher stinks, but you play Boss Disorders.
True. And we also have an opportunity to win the game this turn. Like, if we decide to evolve the bench and go for...
No!
Now, granted, if we do find a Luminous Energy and are able to bench a Charmander, this isn't actually that bad. Because if you knock out the only Dreepy on John's board, you're still going to be in a pretty good spot.
Rip the hand. Rip the hand.
And we do see the research. We'll see what Reno pulls. Now, if there is a Dragapult and a Rare Candy, I think he's going to be pretty sad. There is not any of those, so we are okay. We do have a nest ball, but I think we recon directive first to try to find some more basics.
Yeah.
Or we don't.
I guess since the Charmander is the only thing you really want in play, getting Monkey Dory with an energy down is cool, but getting the Charmander down is pretty important, pretty vital to this. So thinning one Charmander is not excellent. You have a follow-up supporter for next turn anyways. So I think it's one of the nest balls before the recon that will affect him a little less.
That makes
Sometimes
sense.
it's like very, very vital to use one or the other first to thin your deck or to not thin your deck and draw the card naturally.
Well,
but-
so we have a problem though. There are no Charmanders.
Hmm,
That
okay.
is,
It's pretty cool.
it's not. It's actually pretty bad for
No,
Reno.
it's okay. It's okay, bro. Trust.
Trust. So then my question is, do you knock out this Dreepy? Or do you retreat in Budu? I know, right?
Retreat in Budu means you still get 10 damage down,
Yes.
which is pretty important.
and
plus-
you stop Rare Candy.
And if you attach the Luminous energy to the Dracloak, then you still keep an energy in play and force your opponent to have... Well, there's no combination of cards under Budu that they can go Boss, Rare Candy, Charizard, or Rare Candy, Dragapult, and knock out your one Dracloak.
Yes.
So I think the Budu is correct. I think you have to get the energy down correct. And retreat.
Did we recon directive?
No. Reno.
I don't
you
think we
silly
recon
goose.
directive. To be
It's
honest,
okay.
I think we got a little tilted from the fact that there were no Charmanders in the deck. Now, granted, we have an Ultra Ball, we
Flip the
have
script.
Fez, but if we don't find an Arven or a Rare Candy, we may still be safe here, and we didn't.
Yeah, John has Ultra Ball, but I think John also has a Research only as the only draw support in her hand.
Yes.
So John kind of has to just rip this hand. Now they're both on equal footing of we had to rip terrible hands.
Yes, agreed. I think Reno, not reconning directive is not great, but I can't judge for missing something on stream. And so we do see the Dreepy come down. And yeah, I mean, we just rip it, right, Mo?
Yeah, John was about to lose Pokemon, but he just super out of those back end. And Reno's losing Recovery. So Reno has the Pokemon in deck outside of the Charmanders, of course.
Yes.
And John now has the Pokemon back in because he also had the Super Rod. So getting rid of, I mean, yeah, that's a pretty clean research in that end. I probably would have just held the fire, assuming I'm going to get like a Luminous onto Dreepy. It doesn't really matter as much.
Well, we see a Rare Candy, but do we have an out to Charizard in hand?
Show me the Lizard. I don't think it's there. There's no Ultra
no.
Ball. Yeah, so right now, John trying to get set up, but he doesn't really have anything for setups right here. I think it's just going to be, I mean, do you even retreat the fire off because you don't want to push anything active?
That's a
It's
great
just a little
question.
unfortunate.
It is. And so John, even though he was kind of bought a turn by Reno not using Budu, kind of in a tough place. But we are going to get another basic down, which is a huge, huge deal. Because otherwise, John was still at risk of getting both of his attackers cleared from the board this turn. And so, do we get a Dreepy or a Charmander?
I don't think it matters because with a single Hawlucha plus Dragapult EX, it just means that you're whatever. If you get a Charmander in play, then both Charmanders are getting knocked out. If you get a Dreepy in play, a Boss plus Hawlucha and Dragapult EX knocks out both Dreepies. Or you just knock out Charmander and then a Dreepy with a Hawlucha.
Yeah.
So
I think you're right. I
I
think John
think
is in a-
Reno is in the driver's seat right here, even though he doesn't have an out to Charmander because it's in the prize cards and he didn't take it off the prizes. I think he's still in the driver's seat for the fact that he gets another energy down on the bench. He gets to research Arven or Iono because he has all those supporters in hand. And he's just searching for Hawlucha and a Dragapult EX. And hopefully
Agreed.
he uses Recon Directive this turn.
And actually, I would love to see him use Recon Directive prior to doing anything else, because if he does find an out to either Hawlucha or Dragapult, you have Arven to get the other one.
Yeah, it'll be one of his Ultra Balls that he needs or a raw
Just-
copy of those cards.
Exactly.
Which the Recon beforehand, the preemptive Recon does make sense. And we're going to see.
And I actually think we're going to go into Fez, which is aggressive. But, oh no, we are going to go into a Dreepy and just say, you know what? You can clear the Dragapults from my board if you want. Oh, I'm seeing another
Ooh,
Recon.
pretty good draws. Good job, Reno. Now make sure the card has an ability. You want to use the ability, Reno. Good
Yes.
job. Okay,
he a
monkey.
Okay.
Oh wait, the monkey energy actually. No, he doesn't have the luminous in hand though.
No, you're right.
But having a oh my god, then he has to go like second recon.
That's
You
actually
you
so
probably grab the
tough.
luminous. The luminous is always the better card to draw because you can go like if on the next recon directive you find the an ultra ball or a Dragapult, then he can go use the luminous for nest ball off of Arven.
I completely agree.
So
Because the monkey you can search, the energy you cannot search.
exactly. Plus the energy is just pretty solid to have on the second Dracloak, if anything.
So I will say Reno will complain a lot and then talk about how he doesn't make great decisions. And Reno is a fantastic player.
Ooh, now Reno. No,
I
yeah,
love
Reno.
that
Okay, good
expression from
job.
Reno. Oh,
The
we
player
did hit it.
player react is about to go crazy.
All right,
Now you
so
just Arven. You Arven get the TM Evo and then blow the TM Evo. It doesn't matter anymore.
100% agreed. So now the question is, Mo, what do you knock out?
Dude, I'm taking out Charmander.
I agree. I agree completely. I think Charmander is absolutely the one to go for.
There's 0 energy in play. You go damage on Fez, damage on Charmander, because later on you can just Monkey Dory the 10 onto another 70 HP Pokemon, and then knock out Phantom Dive again. So it doesn't matter.
100%. Wait, so I'm sorry. You said the damage on...
Probably Fez and Charmander.
Yes, I completely agree. And so we do see the Dragapult come down. We also get to bank an attachment on the Dracloak on the bench. I mean,
This is free
Reno's
money.
so in the driver's seat.
Yo, this deck doesn't even need Charmander. Just cut the Charmander, bro.
Oh, yeah, Bryce, can you move Reno to 5 prizes? Thank you, Amber. You're on your game. Amber is Reno's partner in crime. She's amazing. Everyone root on Amber. And so, yeah, Reno's going to take a huge upswing here. Mo, I don't think there's much else in Reno's hand, but is there anything else you'd want to see him do instead?
The energy's down. Play the Halucha. Use the ability. And I think you're smooth sailing. Exactly, Reno. Good job. Good shout. Putting it onto the Fez. Take this 2 prize turn, go down to 3. And then presumably, as long as Reno finds Monkey Dory boss
We're cruising.
and Luminous, he wins. Or he can just literally take a knockout on whatever's active.
Absolutely. And so now John is in a very precarious position because his best attack this turn is either Itchy Pollen or Jet Headbutt. And John making the decision to say, you know what, man, you got game 1. And Reno, without actually needing the Charizard part of Pultzard, takes game 1. I mean, Mo, what are your thoughts coming out of that game?
If you're John right here, you're just telling yourself, it's okay. I'm going to go second the next game. And game 3, that's the game that I have to go first, presumably if he wins game 2, and then go from there. You take one game at a time. You give yourself ample time to play games 2 and 3. That's the most important part. If you don't, I mean, the odds of John coming back in that game are little to none. So you just take what you can get and play better in the next game and hopefully draw better in the next game. I think his play was pretty well. It's just a matter of he didn't really see much after the research he had. He whiffed basics, whiffed evolutions. That's what matters.
And I think Reno actually making the decision to knock out the Dreepy ended up being the right decision, especially because, John had access to Dracloak. It would have made it a lot harder for Reno to actually reach there. And, I mean, it just let Reno be the aggressor. Oh, and we see 2
double
mulligans
mulligan.
here.
For anyone that doesn't know, if you have a double mulligan, if both players have a mulligan, then it just cancels out.
Yes.
No player draws an extra card at the start of the game. Now, let's just say that John or Reno, if one of the players mulligans again, and the other player has a basic, then you only get to draw 1 because the first mulligans cancel out.
Absolutely. Mo, I am glad you're here to make sure we know what the heck we're talking about, so I appreciate it.
Woohoo!
And I'm pulling up the deck list here, but I mean, Mo, from your
Should
experience
just be
with
the same deck. I imagine they're just going to copy whichever did best at EU or at NAIC, not EUIC.
I would tend to
Given
agree.
Oscar
but-
Madsen did do well at EUIC, he got 9th place with the deck.
Yes.
So it was kind of his baby. So he's just been, I mean, with putting these master classes up and telling people how to play the deck, it's something that he's been grinding for like the last 6 months. If you ask Christian Fontano, the resident Danish player, he will say
Mhm.
the same thing.
Absolutely. And you are correct that these are literally exactly the same 60. Not a single difference between the two. So they at least both know what's up.
They both play Charmander. Reno starting at this game cannot prize it because it's already in the active spot. So he's probably pretty relieved about that. Playing
would
this
tend to
Ultra Ball,
agree.
though, he's wondering, is the other Lizard in the deck?
And that is a good thing to know. To be honest, Reno's hand isn't bad for having to go first because we're going to be able to evolve 2 Pokemon next turn. And obviously, we would like to be able to be more aggressive turn 2, but this is still fine. And
Yeah, the hand's a little too good.
I don't know about that.
Well, in terms of opening double Ultra Ball, you would have loved, if you're a Reno, you would love to see a Buddy Poffin in that hand, because then you just go Buddy Poffin for double Dreepy, and then the next turn double Dracloak, and then evolve the Charmeleon if you want to. But I mean, he's got 3 stage 1s in this hand, double Ultra Ball. It's looking a little
that seems
a little rough.
Fine. Well, so the
For having double Ultra Ball though, because you can't
Yes.
really trigger the second Ultra Ball.
And that is true. I will say, though, Reno's probably very sad he's not going second, because holy is that a good hand going second.
That is, with the TM Evo as well in the Arvin, yeah, you would love that hand.
All right, and I think we're just going to pass it over to John. And John's hand, he is not showing it to us, which I don't appreciate. We have at least a Charmander. And Mo, I mean, tell us what John wants to do this turn 1.
Preferably, Itchy Pollen.
So, and that was actually my question. Is it better to Itchy Pollen or TM Evo here?
Your opponent, you don't really know what your opponent has. You see them Ultra Ball away some pretty good cards. If they Ultra Ball away TM Evo, then you're wondering, wow, they probably have Iona or Research in that hand. But if you're... So he's eyeing up the Badoo. And yeah, like, you can either TM Evo and then get double Dracloak into play, or you can just choose to go Buddy Poffin for the Badoo instead, and then keep a Dreepy in play. Once you rescue board the active, move it to Badoo. Assuming you have a follow-up, which I don't see if he has a follow-up supporter.
We do have a Dracloak in hand, at least.
Yeah, so at least he can draw something off
my
of that.
goodness, what a hand for John.
Yeah, and it's looking like Reno is on the back foot a little bit. Yeah, you don't Arvin yet because you don't even know what you're looking for.
And so this is where it's tough. I think it would have been better for Reno to keep that Charmeleon, because you don't have a good way to get another Dreepy down. Being able to evolve up that Charmeleon probably would have been beneficial, because it would enable a Charizard next turn, or if you had gotten a Fire Energy, a knockout on this Badoo.
Honestly, if I'm Reno, I might just scoop and go to game 3. I would let this play out for another turn or two, but if John has a follow-up, then if I'm Reno, I'm just scooping. The good thing is that John doesn't really have, so he can't go Rare Candy Dragapult to Rare Candy Charizard unless he's a sack.
True.
Because having double Rare Candy is pretty hard to find.
Especially when you only play 2. And so that is definitely true. It could be a big swing, though not likely. I think more for Reno. I tend to agree with what you're saying of, if he can't set up, yeah, maybe just call it a day.
Exactly. Since there's no energy in play right now on either player's side, you're not really rushed. It's just a matter of, I mean, looking at Reno's setup, he only has a Dracloak, and he can Arvin, sure, but this item lock's not breaking anytime soon. And John, on his side, he's going to notice Reno doesn't really do anything. He Arvin's not even for a tool. Arvin's literally just for the Buddy Poffin and then passes.
And so for John's side, we do have at least one Dracloak, which is great. And if Reno had a Charmeleon, I think that would be applying a whole lot more pressure to John. But alas, Reno, same thing. Unless John either quits the item lock or doesn't take a knockout, like the best Reno can do is Jet Headbutt or his own Badoo.
Exactly, yeah. We're going to... I mean, from this side, you're going to see Ultra Ball probably away that TM Evo and something else, so the Buddy Poffin goes away since you already have 4 bench. Grabbing another Dracloak, and then he also has the Luminous energy, so the Luminous is going to come down on one of the Dracloaks at the end of the turn.
Yeah.
And this is really threatening a turn, the next turn, Boss's Order, and then knock out both Pokemon.
100%. And so the nice part for Reno, though, is both of these decks are a little slow most of the time, so he's okay to still stay in the game for another turn, because he is going to draw more cards with that Recon Directive. And if he's able to Iono into a couple basics or something like that, suddenly he's fine.
Exactly,
and he's still
or
very much in
find
the
a
game.
basic.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
Iono. Yeah, you just rip this Iono right here.
100%.
You don't even look at that hand again. Just rip it, put it to the bottom. Sayonara, see ya.
And we do see the Iono. So now, like you said, Reno just wants to see some basic Pokemon and an energy.
Yeah, Reno doesn't have another Charmeleon in deck.
Oh, man. And we see... Okay, we
plethora of
are
Pokemon.
Poke gaming here.
All right, there's no way to shuffle the deck because I think everything's shuffle of the deck is item driven, which under Itchy Pollen you can't really do that. So he knows that double Dracloak's on the bottom of the deck. So yeah, you just Dracloak here and hopefully find something else.
Agreed. And John was laughing because Reno basically had Buddy Poffin at home, just Ionoing into all the Pokemon, and we see an energy, which is a huge deal.
Yeah, on John's side, a Boss's Orders onto the Dracloak is really big right now on John's side.
Yes.
If he can find that, then he's going to target down that fire energy.
I agree. And I still think it's worth it to attach the fire energy to that Dracloak.
Oh, 1,000,000%.
Because you still have an opportunity to rare candy next turn. Because that if John does an item lock. And John's not taking a knockout if he's item locking. All right, we see the draw for John. Well, we don't. John sees the draw for John.
John barely saw it. John just put it to his hand and didn't look. So
we do have a Dragapult in hand. I saw a rare candy. We saw a Boss's Orders. Buddy Poffin. John's got stuff to do. I just don't know if it involves a boss knockout on that Dracloak.
Yeah, I imagine as long as John is able to find, I believe it's energy that he's missing in Boss's Orders. So as long as off these 2 recon directives he can find those, then he's smooth sailing. He can knock out this Dracloak and then also knock out the Charmander, taking 2 prizes, going ahead in the prize trade, and keeping that tempo for the energies in play. This deck is really reliant on the Infernal Rain ability to power up some energies. Ooh, you see energy or Dracloak, but I think you just grab the energy. Yeah, because if you find the Boss's Orders here, then you're really ahead in the prize trade. Oh, double energy.
And then another Dreepy, which is fine.
Got punished for playing correctly. To be fair, oh, he already had a Dracloak in hand, so it didn't even matter. I think that was a
countercatcher fire energy, which unfortunately I don't think John found.
Or that was
boss.
a rare candy.
Oh, was it a candy?
The older art candy. Yeah, if he has double candy in hand, then that was the candy because he already had one starting the turn. He still has Dragapult in hand, so he can go for the initiative and go for the aggressive.
Boss.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so Reno was pretty close to being still in the game, but now John takes a huge swing and putting 1 damage on that Charmander. So now, do you go into Dreepy or Charizard here?
Probably just push up Dreepy for the fact that if you find a rescue board, you always want to rescue board one of your Dracloaks or Dreepies that inevitably turns into Dracloak. And I mean, right here, it's looking a little rough for Reno. It's probably going to be boss onto a Pokemon, try to trap it.
So rescue board is prized.
Oh, okay, for sure.
So Reno, I was actually going to say, I like Reno going into the Charmander because the odds of finding double candy, luminous, and both evolutions are a lot lower than finding Candy Charizard. And Candy Charizard on this Dragapult is still a ton of pressure, putting it up to 240 HP or 240 damage. But Mo, I mean, we have the unfair stamp.
You have to rip it. You have no draw.
Yeah, I agree. This still seems very sketchy.
He's just thinking about if he wants to boss. I mean, it hurts to not find a supporter off the back foot of that unfair stamp, but I do think you just rip unfair stamp and hopefully find like an Arven or Iono or research. So you have plenty more draw supporters or search options outside of the boss. What does the boss really do for you?
Completely agreed. I think you need to focus on setting up your board rather than preventing your draw off the stamp from being anything valuable and trying to stall for a turn, which is not even guaranteed because we're going to have 2 recon directives on John's end.
Exactly. I think the boss's orders was more impactful to use before the unfair stamp. If John whiffed the boss's orders on the previous turn, keeping the energy in play on that Dracloak to evolve into the Dragapult that is in hand. But, ooh, okay, so he wants to use...
Deciding to go with the boss. So why do you think he is?
I think he's playing the glowing green card.
One more time?
I think he's playing the glowing green card. So the card that he doesn't need to play, but the card that he is playing. So this might come to bite him for the fact that he has 1 less gust in his deck now, but also now he's limited to only the 5 cards that he draws off of this unfair stamp. Giving John the 2 cards, but he still has the double recon directive means that he's drawing 2 off of the unfair stamp, drawing for turn, and then he's going to be able to see 4 more cards with the recon directive.
The glowing green card is a reference to playing online and just clicking the stuff you can play. I think I'm going to give Reno a little more credit than that it is not just the card is there. But I do think it was trying to stall when he didn't especially need to in this scenario. And so especially with the Iono in hand, sure, you put John back to 4, But if you're able to set up an attack here, like you are cruising, oh, but that is a great recon directive. And we get to see another one. If we find a candy, we're taking a knockout. Okay. We found the
No.
Luminous, which is not ideal.
The Luminous, yeah, you definitely you just probably grab Luminous since you have Iono and Boss and Ultra Ball
Yes.
and Fire Energy. You have everything you need for the following turn, so you probably just grab Luminous and attach it.
The gear and the yellow. So Kenneth, for those watching at home, is referring to the concede button. And I would say if John gives Reno an extra turn, I think Reno should keep playing it out. If John does take a 2-prize turn here, or even set up for a big swing turn next turn, I think the game's going to be about over. But I mean, this deck is a good comeback deck.
In my opinion, the determining factor is, does the Charmander evolve this turn? If the Charmander doesn't evolve this turn, then you can still take a double prize knockout with like taking a 1-prizer in the active and then going Halucha 10 damage onto the Charmander and then knocking it out. So I guess you'll just have to see what John does here.
And
I
do
see
have an-
research, and there was another card. I don't know what
So
the other card
I
was.
think it was Arvin Boss, but I can't tell. We do have Iono Candy, Recon Directive, or Middle Pulse, and then a Fire Energy in hand.
If that was Arvin, you probably grab the Arvin, go Ultra Ball, and then Ultra Ball for the Charizard. Given
Completely agreed.
you're going to have to discard 2 cards. It's probably Dracloak and maybe that Fighting in hand.
And I would agree. So, and I think
Or
it
Fighting
is-
to Retreat, actually. Never mind. Because there's no more tools in the deck, right?
So there's not, but we can accelerate with Charizard. And so we do get, there's one, there may only be 2 fire in deck. 2.
Yeah, he has the Fire in
Oh, we do have
Oh,
3. We have
3
fire
fire.
in
Okay,
deck, so
for
yeah.
sure.
So I agree, Mo. I think it's Ultra Ball for the Charizard, and John's just deciding if that is the route he wants to go, or what to discard.
Yeah, so let's just see.
And yes, Reno definitely needs a cheers in this game because things are not going
Yeah,
well
you
for
need
him.
to loan him your energy. So
John almost got rid of the rare candy, which is
okay, don't do that.
okay. Okay, there we go. There we go. I was like, well, maybe we don't do that. But
So
okay.
since he's keeping the Fire Energy, he can go Fire Energy on the active, double fire onto the Charizard, and then maybe attach another one to the active again and
Yeah.
just retreat one off because he still has the rescue board on the bench. The only time it'll ever come into play is like jamming tower shenanigans, and the Fire Energy from hand can be attached just anywhere. It can either be attached to the active once you retreat it off, or just the Charizard.
And I imagine we'll go on the Charizard here, because otherwise I think that's going to be Reno's out, is to gust up the Charizard and then try to stall and attack a few times. And so we see the energy on the Dracloak on the bench.
I just think the energy on the bench never goes on the one with the rescue board because you already have free retreat on it, and if your opponent's knocking out, like that Dracloak plus another Dracloak, like, you know, how many prizes are they gonna take before you actually start doing damage? Because right now you're doing 200 a turn and 6 to bench.
Yes, Reno won game 1. This is game 2. And so actually, though, if this energy goes down on the Dracloak, I think Reno has an opportunity to hit into the Zard.
Well, it's either Zard or the Dracloak then, right? Both of them can get trapped because they both essentially have one more retreat.
So no, because Reno can't hit into the Dracloak and have it stay. He
Oh
can
yeah,
hit into
yeah,
the Zard.
my bad.
No, you're good, you're good. But we can hit into the Zard, buy ourselves a turn, and spread damage on the board, and then we could take a 3-prize turn on Reno's end and set up for a big sweep.
Yeah, I honestly though I think if I'm Reno, I'm just looking forward to game 3 though. Clearing my head.
Again, you're not wrong. And maybe I've played too much Lost Zone Tina. I think you, with some decks like
There's
this,
always a chance.
there's always a chance. And especially winning game 1, you have some leeway in playing this one out a little more.
Exactly. Plus, you have more time. There's maybe about like 3 or 4 more minutes before I'm thinking about scooping. The only thing I can think about for coming back is being able to evolve the active, of course, attach the fire energy, and then maybe you're gonna try to take out or like deal some damage into the Charizard while they have a 1-card hand.
I think John has a 2-card hand because he took 2, or 1
He,
card
he
hand. 'cause
took a
he
prize.
one
He
prize.
went down to 0 and then took 1 prize.
And I do think you use either the boss or the counter catcher to gust up the Charizard at this point because that's 5 fire energy on the board. And so the only out John would have to retreat this Charizard is a Luminous Energy. And that means there's only 3 energy in the deck available, or 3 outs in the entire deck and prizes.
Or like Arven for Night Stretcher.
True. Okay,
Yeah,
so
Night
there-
Stretcher's
so
becoming
there's a
out.
few outs.
There's a couple outs. Additionally, like, so Reno has to do all of this. So he has to go Fire Energy on the active, evolve it to Dragapult EX, Countercatcher the Charizard, put 6 wherever. Probably don't even put any on the Badoo because you want Badoo to lock up that bench spot. Therefore, it doesn't trigger Pheasandipity's Flip the Script.
Yep,
And you don't open up a bench spot for Monkey Dory to come down.
100%.
So, because if Monkey Dory comes down, then it also means that Reno's Dracloak on the bench can get knocked out.
Yes.
So, all of that being said, Reno also probably needs to power up or grab some other Pokemon in play, eventually needing a Monkey Dory. That's correct. You don't need it right now.
I actually don't mind going for the Fez here because I think
Seeing more cards.
seeing more cards and two-shotting this Dragapult is just, or getting two-shot, this Dragapult two-shot, sweet baby Jesus, is almost as likely as getting a Halucha knockout on Fez to clean up the game. So you're not really increasing the liabilities on your board. But do you see any downside to this, Mo?
More cards never hurts anybody. I think so. Reno needs to see more cards because on the following turn he's gonna need like not a huge combo, but he will need the Luminous Energy. I mean, he has the Nest Ball now for the Monkey Dory, but next turn he's gonna need like to use the Nest Ball for Monkey Dory, Luminous Energy into Monkey Dory, and then he's gonna be able to knock out the Charizard and then clean up something on the bench.
And we have not played a supporter, so we can Arven. Is there ever a world we get another Charmander down?
I think Charmander's fine. I don't know if it's your closer necessarily. I'm trying to think about the math.
Well,
It might end up being closer.
We don't have any in deck anyway.
Yeah, so it never mattered. It would maybe be the attacker you use 2 turns from now. I think
Yes.
you're going to use Dragapult this turn, hit 200 into Charizard, and then probably like 30 on each of the Dracloaks. And then the next turn, you're probably going to go Monkey Dory. Maybe that's when you knock out Badoo, and then also clean up the Dracloak and the Charizard, plus a Niono to maybe a Niono back to 3.
Yes.
Because John's going to draw for turn, recon up to 3 cards, and then second recon up to 4 cards.
100%. And if you do hit into the Charizard and John is forced to retreat the Charizard, you can always countercatcher or boss it again. And that actually is when I think Jet Headbutt could be really, really good because you put it up to 270 without clearing anything from John's board, and suddenly you're in a position to take a huge swing turn. But we will see the Phantom die for 200.
And then probably 3 and 3 on the Dracloaks.
That would be my thought as well. Because you want to be able to set up to take 2 3-prize knockouts if possible.
No, Reno.
Or we could ignore that and knock out the Badoo.
Reno, you're a silly Squawky Billy. What are you doing?
That can't be correct, can it?
It is not, because you open up a bench spot for Monkey Dory. So now a bench spot for Monkey Dory and Fez open up. That being said, oh, whoa, no.
Okay, that's pretty good for John.
So in my opinion, it's because you're going to be able to Pheasantipity, flip the script, draw 3 more cards, and then use the Dracloak searches. But also, a Monkey Dory, if that comes down with a Luminous Energy, then you're going to be able to move the 3 off of your active or the Dragapult EX and move that onto the Dracloak on the bench, knocking that out.
Yes. To be honest, you probably move it onto the Dragapult, since if you're able to hit with Dragapult, you knock out the one on the bench anyway. But yes, I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, so it's looking a little unfortunate. Even if there's just a lot of things that can get John some prizes.
Yes.
Technically speaking, if John had never mind.
Well, actually, I say
cooking
that
too hard.
we can't use Monkey Dory this turn if we're going to retreat the Charizard.
Yeah, he can't retreat it actually, but
And I think the other thing John can do though is just simply attack with the Charizard. Because if he does attack with Charizard and Reno is not able to evolve up this benched Dracloak, John just wins with Phantom Dive the next turn. And Kenneth, I agree. I think that is actually the best move, is just to hit with Charizard here. All right, so we see Reno's turn. Mo, how does Reno respond to this?
is it time yet to scoop up your cards?
We're getting there. We are
We're
certainly
we're
getting
pretty
there.
close to it. There's Monkey Dory Luminous in hand. That's pretty good. You like to see that. That means you can take 3 prizes potentially this turn by knocking off the active and then putting 30 onto the Dracloak, preferably the one with a rescue word. But you also do, like you said, need to evolve up into that Dracloak into a Dragapult EX. And we might be looking for a Scopa right here. Scoop.
I think this is the point where we do have to scoop it up because there's no way to clear that Dracloak from the board, nor is there a good way to attack with anything else except this Dragapult EX. So I think we're just kind of in a tough spot here.
Yeah, give yourself ample time for game 3 at this point. That's what really separates, the good players from the great players, is that you see how much time you have. This is more of a casual event, right?
Yes.
This is showing who actually from our local scene was committed to coming to Nerd Rage Gaming, whether to show up multiple weeks in a row and get those points for the Invitational, or whoever spikes a challenge or a cup, which that's, something that people are going to look forward to the next season.
Yeah.
But still, there's money on the line. So even though
There
it's
is.
casual, there's money on the line, man.
Ian, I am so sorry. I will not let Jared Grimes know that you're bitter against him for playing that deck. And so, Mo, I think you're right. I think Reno's trying to figure out, is there any way he doesn't lose next turn? And without access to a Dragapult EX, I think this is just it.
Yeah, I think you just give yourself some time. Think about all where you're shuffling, what you want to do the next turn.
And yes, the store is not open today for general sales. There are people here, obviously, for the tournament. But if you want to come by and buy things, I don't think G would kick you out. All right, so we do go to game 3. John able to pull that off. Mo, was Reno wrong for playing it out?
You get to see more information about your opponent's deck, even if you get to see what their tool count is, what their stadium is, just to be so certain that you're playing the same 60. I don't know if they hit in Swiss, but just to be certain and think in your mind, like, what are the odds that he's playing the same 60 as me, even though they are locked in the same 60, funny enough.
Yeah. And that makes sense. And I think it's part of the other parts of the game. It's being able to figure out when you can get that information. Do you make a play that gives your opponent more information?
Can we get records?
Awesome, thank you. So what decisions you make that could give your opponent information, i.e., do you need to show the fancy tech card to win the game or not? And just playing around the clock, too, which is such a big deal. And so while they're setting up, Mo, I'm curious, what do you think about the new changes for Japan for best of 3?
Oh, they're playing best of 3 now? That's actually pretty sick.
So they made a recent change for the JCS where basically each round is a best of 3, I say in heavy air quotes. So the player who wins game 1, great. In game 2, if you're in game 2 when time is called, whoever has the prize advantage wins that game. If that would result in a 1-1 tie in the game, you play a sudden death game 3.
That's a lot to take in.
I've
I've definitely gotten into a lot of sudden death matches more than the average person. I don't know how. I just do get into sudden death matches. And I keep losing them, so I would hate to play over there with those rules. I mean, it's interesting, right? You get to see 3 starting hands now instead of just the 1.
Yes.
But I don't know how much of a fan I am for that.
Is it just for day 2, Pac? It may be. And so we do see John had the option to start Halucha as well, started Festivity. Reno, before the tournament, said, I've only played 1 game with Halucha, but I've started every game, and I already hate it. And I'm glad to see in game 3, Reno can start Halucha. And so, Mo, for John, we see a Dreepy. Do we have anything else we can play or use this turn?
No Professor Turo scenario, just triple checking that.
Nope.
A Dreepy means you can get, as long as you get an energy down, honestly, it's not too bad.
It is. All right, so Nikita says it is just for day 2, which I think is fine. All right, so John passes over. Reno goes for the Arvin, and Mo, I think we're going to see a TM Evo this turn.
TM Evo is a very good card.
Especially because, as we so mentioned, the best attack John could pull off next turn is either Itchy Pollen or Jet Headbutt. And so I don't think there's a big advantage to using Itchy Pollen this turn for Reno, is there?
Not really. You're not preventing Rare Candy into Charizard. That's the backbone of this deck for energy acceleration. And you kind of assume your opponent's going to find one of their Dracloaks. And since John doesn't even have like multiple Dreepies down to get multiple Dracloaks, you're kind of fine with him just getting the one, assuming he's gonna draw it, whether it's a research, Iono, or just naturally having it in hand. So I don't think you're preventing too much. Maybe a Buddy
Well,
Poffin, but like
right. And so Reno was just Arvening for Charmander or Dreepy, which is obviously not allowed. So we do see the Arven for Buddy Poffin and Rescue Board. We see the Nest Ball, and it looks like we are going for Itchy Pollen.
does he have any energy in hand? Maybe.
He
He
does.
does. He has fire energy in hand. Personally, I would like to see the TM Evo come down for the fact that you get a fire energy as your pivot onto Halucha. Seeing a rescue board go on it is kind of worrying because it might be the free 2 prizes that your opponent picks up. So sure, it's the free pivot throughout the game, but it's always easy picking since it can't evolve. It's like a fan Rotom on the bench. 70 HP, that's not going anywhere, and it doesn't increase, only decreases throughout the game.
Agreed. And Ian, I agree. I think Turo's a very good inclusion in a lot of lists. I agree with what you're saying, Mo. I think the other line Reno may be thinking of is that there's no clean way to get that 1 damage counter on the Fez without a Phantom Dive attack. So in doing this, Reno can slow John down, get an attachment down on the Dreepy, and then still get that 10 damage on Fez, so he'd be able to Gust knock it out later, which, I mean, the logic holds, but...
While having an energy down, too.
Yes, and that attachment is a big deal. Bryce, do you know how much time we do have left? Thank you, appreciate it.
More than a minute. TM
Oh,
Evo?
with
Oh my
Illuminous.
gosh.
Oh, and we do see the Halucha come down, and a Research.
But it's fine, man, because right here, I think Reno has Ultra Ball in hand too, so he can go. He can Arven. Is that Ultra Ball in hand?
There is
Yeah,
Ultra Ball in hand.
So he can Arven for Rare Candy TM Evo and then just knock out the Pheasantipity. I don't know how correct it is, but you're taking the aggressive, right?
Yeah. And John's only able to Evo for 1 Dracloak, and that's also a big deal.
So sad.
It is. And now, so Reno has Ultra Ball, Arven, Boss, and Unfair Stamp in hand. That Buddy Poffin, I think was, or excuse me, that Itchy Pollen, I think was pretty good for Reno.
Clutch Itchy Pollen. Okay.
And we have 21 minutes remaining.
Oh yeah, it's more than enough time to finish
You
the last
were
round.
indeed hallucinating, Kenneth, because we've actually never had a timer on stream. But
You're
it's
thinking
good
about
for
the
you to admit
regional
that.
streams, dude.
I have good referrals if you need some help with that. All right, so on Reno's end, we go with the Arven.
Which card are you popping? You popping Unfair Stamp or Boss's Orders? I think it's the Boss's Orders. You know, one of 3 copies in the deck, so you're fine to discard it as long as you have that TM Evolution, which I do recall seeing in the deck. I'm not hallucinating, unlike some. So you
Thank you for joining, Kenneth. Please don't leave. But we do
you're stuck
go.
here forever, son. So I think that once you grab the TM Evolution and the Rare Candy, you're fine to just Ultra Ball that away in addition to the Boss's Orders. Grab a Dragapult EX, presuming you didn't prize it, and we see it at the front.
Well, so there's another option here, Mo. We could get rid of the boss and the Unfair Stamp, manually attach the fire, and Phantom Dive.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, then
The,
yes.
the Boss and TM Evo.
Oh, boss and Team Evo. You're right. I forgot we're getting a
Dragapult.
Team Evo off of it.
Yeah, dude.
Goodness. Aaron, I will let you know. We'll definitely ask. And for John's hoping we'll ask in his winners
John's
interview.
using
But...
the new FCBCs.
Is he on like the whole FCBC sponsorship thing?
I don't know. They're just good sleeves.
They are good sleeves.
I
That's
swear
fair.
by them.
I get it. GameStop sleeves. Kevin, you know the way to live life. So Reno, I actually think getting rid of the Unfair Stamp
No.
is right.
No.
Why do you disagree?
Well, is your opponent going to take a knockout next turn? No, okay, it's fine, it's fine. Your opponent, like, has no follow-up.
And that's exactly it. So the boss's orders, though, as we go throughout the game, I think it's going to be pivotal for Reno to keep applying pressure. And Lyric, thank you for joining. Awesome to have you here. And I have no idea if they're dual spec or not. We will double check.
Dual spec XD and Frost. Is the XD, like, referring to, like, people saying, like, XD? Or is it actually XD as in, like, the new dual spec?
Well, we see the retreat, we see the attach, we see the evolution, we'll see the Phantom Dive. Reno's going to take 2 prizes here, and we're going to be able to apply so much pressure.
The new dual spec. Okay. Because people say like, XD as in, like, Gale of Darkness, right? Like the Lugia game on the GameCube.
Oh, that's
Point
true.
being,
So, Mo,
we see a Phantom Dive.
where's Reno placing this damage?
Bro, I'm going 1 on Halucha, 1 on Charmander, and 3 on to Dracloak,
I actually.
but then I have 2 damage left over. No, I have 1 damage left over. I don't think it really matters. You probably just put it on Charmander?
I think we want 2 on Charmander, 1 on Halucha, and then 3 on Dracloak. But we went with 5 on Cloak, which is fine. I don't think it's too bad.
It doesn't really change much because if it gets evolved, it doesn't really matter. I guess the Halucha, like,
Well,
yeah, I don't think the last damage doesn't really matter as much.
so that 50 damage, if John takes 3 prizes, will enable Charizard to knock out the Dragapult EX, which is actually kind of a big deal.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's true.
Kevin, did we top deck something interesting? I thought we just had a pretty good hand in general for John. Just not really good when you're getting Buddy Pollen.
Yeah, I think he
or
was
Itchy
sitting on the
Pollen.
stones anyways. He just couldn't really, trigger the trigger the items because Itchy Pollen's effect is pretty crazy.
Exactly.
So sitting
I
on
hate
Buddy
to say it.
Poffin, I imagine there's gonna be like an Ultra Ball or something coming out too, just to spread your board.
So I'm gonna have to hate on Reno for this later, in that he was right and made a great decision, even if we initially disagreed with it. And like, dude is cruising. Yeah, Kevin, it's getting really hot in
It's
here. To be
94. It's
honest,
the max.
it's wild.
Turn it up.
So we see the first recon directive. Oh, we see unfair stamp for John, but I don't know if he wants to give
Bro,
Reno
has
more
a
cards.
Reno has like a 2 or 3 card hand anyways. I don't think it's the time to use it.
Okay, Bryce is gonna get the door. Yes, we do send the loser out into the heat. So we do have a Dragapult EX for John, and we are not trying to reach for the knockout, or excuse me, for the Phantom Dive. Just going with the unfair stamp, and now
Oh,
Reno, shuffling his hand, going to 2 cards. Now, granted, he had 3, going to 2. It's not really that much of a decline. So hopefully he finds something to get off of that. And in case you guys are wondering what's the background noise, Christian is completely foiled by our door into the back here. So
Is he going home?
but
Are you leaving? Are you leaving? Oh, I thought he was
Okay.
going back to Denmark. He
So-
he does fly back tomorrow to Denmark. So
that is true, and that is sad.
yeah.
So we do see the cut. We see 5 cards for John, 2 cards for Reno, and those aren't terrible. All right, and so John, we're not going to be able to Phantom Dive here. We can Jet Headbutt if we so desire, but I mean, we really got to get an evolution down on this Charmander, right?
Yes, but he failed the TM Evo. So was there a Charmeleon? I mean, it has to be a Charizard EX then coming down. I'm just trying to think about the next turn. We have 80 damage, right? There's going to be 80 damage on the active Dragapult on Reno's side. So you
And we-
cannot Luminous Energy.
We cannot,
You
because we
cannot.
did attach to the active. Getting Monkey down isn't bad in general, though, especially with no other Dreepies to go get, but dude, things are looking sketchy for John.
Yeah, Monkey's fine. The funny thing is, though, is that, well, never mind. I was going to say, right? Hear me out. In the think tank,
Uh-huh.
if
Hit me.
if Luminous was on the active, that would be way better than Fire Energy being on the active, because then you can go Rare Candy, Charizard, power up the active for Phantom Dive, assuming all you're able to do this turn is a Jet Headbutt,
Yes.
because that'd be 80, and then next turn you go Luminous on Monkey Dory, move 3 with Adrenaline onto the active. That's no, never mind, because Dragapult has 320 HP.
That
I'm thinking
does.
about Gardevoir, dude. Everything has 310. I'm cooking too much, and it's because I play too much Gardevoir.
So
There's a difference between being well seasoned and overcooked.
that is true.
I'm overcooked.
And so we're going to look at Reno's turn here, and Reno just drew a boss's orders for turn. And that is wildly good. So we have Charmeleon, Luminous, Boss. And I mean, obviously, we would like a little more stuff to play the game, but Mo, correct me if you disagree, I think we're knocking out 2 Charmanders.
Get rid of the lizards, dude. The fire lizards need to go. Turn those into ghost lizards. Turn those
Agreed.
into Dreepy's cousins,
Ship 'em
because
right into Dragapult.
you don't want to see them anymore. You want to send them up. You know, the Lost Zone rotated, but send them to the Lost Zone, dude.
I agree. I don't mind this.
Luminous.
I think that's okay, though I think you just hold it, because, I mean, if you find a Charizard, you're going to be good. And yes, we see the double knockout on Charmander. Holy, is that a big deal for Reno? And we see a boss's orders, which, to be fair, is less exciting, but still. And
John.
we see on John's turn, Mo, like, how does John come back from this?
John needs Iono. So if this doesn't have Iono here, it's looking a little rough. He
Now,
needs like Iono, Counter Catcher, like bring up the Charmeleon maybe, then just put all 6 onto Dragapult EX. I'm like, this is wishful thinking here. He's got boss's orders, so maybe that's fine.
It is best of 3. Reno won game 1, John won game 2. And honestly, I think we may see a Gust on the Charmeleon and put all 6 on the active. And so
Okay.
now we are at 140 on the Dragapult, which is enough where another Phantom Dive will knock it out. And Reno's got to try to find a way to respond.
Beautiful. Putting all that, putting up the free retreater, that's beautiful because you never know what you want to do the next turn. The odds are high that he's going to end up using the Dragapult to attack.
And
It's not impossible. In the 140, honestly, dude, I would have liked to seen no, never mind, because it doesn't have 310, dude.
it does. So I
I
do
was gonna
actually
be like
agree.
30 hunch of a dude, knock it out. But it doesn't matter.
I would agree. I would want to
No, because it doesn't have
oh,
3.
you're right,
Yeah, I was-
Quentin. We are very punished for not putting the 1 on Halucha. Because if we had, Reno would have game in hand. Alas, we don't. And alas, this is definitely a Buddy Pollen turn.
Buddy Pollen.
Or sorry, Itchy Pollen.
Oh, I
keep-
thought like Buddy Pollen was like some, I don't know, person from like the 80s, and you're just
No.
telling me.
No, but I think this is an Itchy Pollen turn for a Gust Itchy Pollen on Halucha. And now
Prizes.
Reno is down to 2 prizes remaining. John is down to 4. Oh man, Mo, this is tight. What?
I think John's just down to 5. He only
Uh,
took out a Charmeleon, a measly Charmeleon.
that
Small but mighty.
is true, actually. Right?
That's all he's ever done.
Is
he
John
hit-
down
he
to
hit a-
5? John is down to 5.
Yeah,
you're right.
he hit a young jet headbutt and a phantom dive on a Charmeleon that didn't know it was coming.
You are not cooked because we can just shove Halucha into the active. We're only cooked if we have a Luminous for a monkey and Gust. All right, we see the boss. I gotta imagine this is Halucha here, right, Mo?
Why not Dracloak?
I
Take
don't
away your
think
opponent's
Dracloak's
draw.
bad because I think we want to do this with Halucha so that way Reno has game on board for later in the game. So another Gust means game for Reno. If you're looking at me, why? It's because that way we have a
I was
single
looking
prize
at
on the
him
bench.
trying to attach a luminous energy to the Halucha.
Yes, and
He was
declined to
hovering
do
that, and I was
so.
like, please don't do that.
All right, so John has the retreat. We have the attack, but I don't think we have a Gust. Do you see Mo?
I see Buddy Poffin. I see Fire Energy.
Which Fire Energy is essential here. We see an Iono.
Fire Energy's pretty good.
Yeah.
There's Iono. I just don't know the last card because he was fidgeting his hand too fast. I think it was definitely another item, but
And so if John's able to find
it might
either
have been a Dreepy actually.
We see Arvin. If John has another counter catcher in hand, I think even though it's not technically game, it would basically wrap up the game for John.
Yeah, it's like effectively game.
So let's see if we have that. So
Reno top deck research. Side deck a Blood Moon in your deck. Easy.
All right, so we do see the Arvin. Okay. And we have counter catcher.
Yeah,
bottom
CC
card
just
in
the
deck,
bottom
yeah.
card.
Man. And so we get the rescue board, we can get the CC, and John's going to be essentially one attack away from just winning the game.
Oh yeah, Itchy Pollen is a crazy card.
Oh, you're right.
Itchy Pollen is the effective attack.
Itchy Pollen is very crazy. Ooh.
Board is good. Board is good.
Okay. So we have I'm saying there's a chance.
Yo. Charizard Dragapult's winning this game, bro.
Well, that is true. I completely agree.
Itchy Smash.
All right, so we see the
Oh.
rescue board. We can attach the Luminous to Monkey Dory here. And weirdly enough, I feel like we pull the energy off of the Halucha. No, we don't attach our monkey.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine. So we take 1 prize, go down to 4 remaining.
I'm gonna let John play this out.
Ugh, and that Dracloak is not very helpful for
He's
Reno.
got a 2-pair.
Oh, and there's no clean way to get the buddy or get the buddy back. we kind of just have to hope that John forgets he has Counter Catcher in hand. Oh no, John got the Rescue Stretcher.
Night Stretcher, sir.
Night Stretcher, excuse me, goodness.
Yeah.
But actually, John may have made a misplay by not getting the Night Stretcher. Wait, what's happening here?
Reno's about to take a knockout on... Maybe he's going to take a knockout? Possibly going to take a knockout? I think Hawlucha does like 60 off the top of my head. But
Well,
it's for
it
3
needs
energy. It
2
doesn't
more
really
energy,
matter.
yes.
Yeah.
Oh, man. So, Reno may have to just pass here and just hope he top decks something.
This might be a game of chicken. Personally, I would have liked to see Reno hold the energy because if he top decks like an Ultra Ball, you can grab Monkey Dory, right? If you keep the energy and then just discard like the 2 Dracloaks. I think that's a little more beneficial than putting the energy on the Luminous onto the Hawlucha that already has free retreat.
I would
But-
agree completely.
What else is happening here, man?
So,
30, 200, 280, that doesn't really matter. So, like, the Luminous on Monkey Dory doesn't really matter, but it's, I think, just a little better than having a Hawlucha. Plus, like, if you get...
well, so Luminous on Monkey for John wins him the game. And so I think this is John's decision of, do I reach for game here? And we'll see. We see the Iono. John's going to get 3
all he needs
cards,
is
I
Counter
believe.
Catcher.
No, all
Oh,
we need. Oh,
there
we got
it
'em both.
is.
We got the Counter Catcher. We had the Luminous anyway. Knockout, and John takes the round. Goes to top 4. Reno, unfortunately, after a great start, just had such a tough board and wasn't able to carry on and complete the game. So, I mean, John takes it down. So, Mo,
A Luminous Energy was also a game then, too.
for John, yes.
Yeah, so he could have just put it on the active, and we're seeing...
I said that.
Where's the... Oh, you did say it. Yeah,
I did.
dude.
All
I was cooking in my mind.
All right, so we do see now Martin playing against Trevor playing Gardevoir. And Bryce, this is 1-0 in Martin's favor. All right, so we've had a couple long games here, and Martin is still at a prize advantage here. Being able to move and knock out the... Oh, excuse me, just put 30 damage on the Drifloon. I thought it was a Flittle. I thought it was a Flittle for a
It's okay,
second.
bro. It'll still knock it out. And Flittle, they're playing... So Trevor's playing the one that has 50 HP. For the fact that it's a 1 retreater, you can always retreat energy off of it.
Oh, that makes sense.
Additionally, its attack is pretty good. It's psychic. So it does like
10 plus
10
10 times.
plus 10 more for each energy on both actives.
That's not bad. It knocks out a Drifloon in return.
And the 50 HP matters because you can Bravery Charm it. So then if you get Devoed, it has 100 HP.
That's not bad.
Dude, there's a lot of reasons. Josh Wancho and Alex Szymanski cooked, and Ira also cooked. That's Wancho's significant other, and I was in the room.
That's fair.
So-
I'm glad you got to be there.
Yeah.
So
Moral support.
there is a Spothra in the deck. We're just not seeing it right now. But Martin is going in with the Arvin to get the Ultra Ball. We've already been able to retreat with that rescue board into the Dragapult EX. And, dude, we are applying a ton of pressure here. And
Dude.
we get the unfair stamp to hand.
Nah, it's fine, bro.
Man,
Fine, dude.
it is fine. We can't play it this turn. But being able to play it next turn, we're going to be able to take a 2-prize swing here, go down to 1 prize, and have 2 attackers on the board. I mean, Martin's in just a wild position here. Yeah, Martin goes down to 1 prize. Mo, how does Trevor win this game?
I think it's gonna start with an Iono probably.
I would agree with that.
Iono is pretty good. That's at some point in the game you need Iono. Counter Catcher onto the Charmeleon seems pretty good.
That does seem pretty
Charmeleon has
good.
to retreat. It's a thick boy, and you need to Scream Tail presumably on one of the bench Pokemon, not the active. So
Also seems reasonable. It can't be Charizard or Dragapult, though.
and you would need a Bravery Charm because Monkey Dory has the Luminous on it, and that would knock out the Scream Tail if you try
Correct.
to knock out the Dracloak. So it's looking a little rough. I'm not gonna lie.
It is not looking great for Trevor here. We do see a research. We see a counter catcher. So we got some of the pieces, but not enough of them. And so with the Gardevoir, with the Ralts, we need an out to an attacker unless you want to attack again with Monkey Dory, which may honestly end up being the best option here.
But then you just retreat into Charizard, right? And
Well,
you need 1
Charizard
energy for it.
We do need an energy for Charizard.
Any amount of energy will do.
Yes, and actually any amount of energy wins the game in general because you could even attack with something like Monkey Dory or whatever.
Exactly.
All right, so with the counter catcher, do we gust up the Charizard? Oh, we can't. Yeah. We see the Mew, see the counter catcher. Why are we
There
going
needs
for
to
the
be a bravery
Charizard?
charm. Well, I imagine he's going for. Hopefully, he finds bravery charm, and then if he goes Mew, use Charizard's attack into it. It knocks it out.
Ah, that's a good point.
So he just needs bravery charm, and I think he's gonna research here. So off of this research, he's like 8 cards in deck, so it needs to not be the bottom card.
Fair. Well, we actually need more than that. We need to also get a manual attachment on the Mew. Because
No, double Monkey Dory.
Oh, you're right. We have Monkey. We have
Yeah.
Monkey. Good call. Good call. All right, so we see the research. I don't know if we saw the bravery charm.
It's there. It's
oh,
gold.
he is. Okay. So we may have a line here.
There's a chance. I mean, dude, it's thin, but it's there.
There is a line, and we do have to use double monkey, and we cannot put the damage on anything else. We do put it on Charizard.
Yeah, he just has to put it on Charizard. Put the 60 on Charizard. Okay, that's pretty smart.
That is very smart. Let's see the super on. So really, it's going to come down to, can Martin find Gust? And we have Pheasantipity in hand for Martin. Plus, if Trevor does take a knockout, Martin has Unfair Stamp in hand.
He has it? Oh, yeah, because he grabbed it off the Arvin. I was thinking there was an Iono, not...
No, so it is the Unfair
So-
Stamp, and Trevor obviously did not disrupt with the research. So, dude, we got a great game here.
Yeah, so Martin's probably going to, like, push up Dragapult, bench Pheasantipity, play the Unfair Stamp, see the maximum amount of cards.
Yes, indeed. And so any Gus would win the game. Trevor still has to take 3 prizes. I don't mind going into Monkey. I think that's fine. We have Iono here, but we really don't want to play that.
Preferably you want, like, a research.
Well, no, we want
Do you
boss.
have the cards for... research or boss, like...
We have at least one
No,
boss, it
research
looks
doesn't
like.
do anything. Never mind. Yeah, it needs to be a Gust.
And Jess, we are also rooting for Martin here.
I'm rooting for Gardevoir, dude. I want to see a Spathra uncut.
I know, actually, that's a lie. I love Trevor. I'm very happy with either of these guys winning. But we do see the Unfair Stamp, which I think is the right sequencing, because now you get 5 cards, 3 off Fez, and see 2 more off of Recon. And suddenly we're in a position where we get to see 10 cards to try to find a boss.
Yeah, or like a Super Rod plus Charizard. Super Rod some
yeah.
energies back into Charizard, and then you just
Exactly.
smack whatever's active.
All right, so then we'll see the 5 cards.
Okay, there's Ultra
Oh,
Ball,
or
boss. Or just have boss.
or Jamming Tower is also enough
Oh,
because
jamming
it
is
turns
true.
off the Bravery Charm. And
He had
we
jamming
see-
boss Ultra Ball, like he was in there.
It was. All right, so we see Dragapult Charizard taking down the round. We now see 2 going into top 4, unless they're hustling to shuffle up for another game. Wait, do we not? Bryce, can you double check on that? Thank you. So,
If this is game 3,
we may have told you
Trevor's
live,
in there, bro.
and we
This
got
Spathra's getting there.
Never mind. That was game 2. That was 2? All right. Well, Martin was able to pull off the comeback in game 2, and now we go to game 3. And the rules for best of 3 in Top Cut are obviously
Flittle.
if you win,
Yo, Flittle, get in there, pal.
but whoever is ahead on prizes at the end of time is the winner of the round. And I don't actually know who that's going to be.
Yo,
And we do see Flittle get in there. We have an Budu and then just a pass over, I believe.
Okay. Trevor's got this, bro.
I think Jamming Tower going down would be huge here, but Martin decides against it, and there is an
Okay.
Evo TM.
There's a chance, bro. There's a chance that Flittle gets in there.
So now, granted, for Trevor could have just gone and gotten Secret Box with that Arvin. So it's not, well, if it was in deck.
Look for the pink card. There's gold.
There's gold,
There's
there's
purple.
a lot of gold.
But is there pink?
I don't know. We do see the Earthen Vessel. We do see 2 Psychic Energy. And, oh, man, Martin
Bro, check
may
for
have
the
missed a big
Spathra on the deck,
opportunity.
dude. Is the Spathra in there? Check. I need to know.
All
The
right,
people are asking. The people is me.
and we will see
please.
the Evo for 1 Curlia. Martin goes into his turn. We have the Fire Energy go down.
Oh, he
Recon
can't donk.
Directive.
He can't donk. But he could have, right? He could have donked. He had Arvin. He could have just gone Rare Candy, his Dragapult in hand, and he could have gone Jet Headbutt. but I think they're in time. So
Well, it would have taken a knockout. It wouldn't have donked.
yeah, like donked in terms of if they're in sudden death right now. But I think they're in time right now.
They
So it's probably
I don't think they're at turns.
Martin's last turn if
Price-
they're in time.
Yeah, they had a minute and a
Oh,
half.
for sure, yeah. But by the time they finish shuffling, they
Alright.
probably still went in time.
And so we see the Iono. We do see both players get a brand new hand. Martin finds Nest Ball, Candy Tree. Okay, so that is a good find for Martin.
The Spathra, bro.
Especially
Let's go.
because this Itchy Pollen could go a long way.
No, bro, it doesn't matter because Trevor's gonna go evolve into a Spathra, and then he could just load up another energy onto the Spathra. It doesn't get cleared by anything, and he just starts swinging, going to town.
So the issue, though, is Martin can still gust around it and doesn't have to evolve into a Charizard. And Martin can take 2 prizes on a Curlia and a Ralts if Trevor's unable to find a Gardevoir EX.
I believe.
I'm glad you do.
I believe in the bird, bro.
I know we're supposed to be neutral, but we're both kind of like, you're a big Guardy
I
fan,
j-
and
I
I'm a
just wanna
Zard Polt fan. Not Jade West. I'm not sure who you are, but I know you're not Jade West. That is a Flittle that evolves into a Spathra EX, and oh boy, is that an interesting one. All right, we see the monkey. We see the energy. We see the,
The bird.
Spathra EX. come
Martin
down.
doing a double take.
But that's all for Trevor.
It's okay. That's all you need.
And so now we have
Where
Ultra
did the
Ball,
damage go?
Nest Ball. What damage?
The damage on the Spathra?
There's no damage on it.
The Itchy Pollen.
Oh, good call. Good call.
Yeah,
Yes.
he heard me.
That is good.
Talking at reasonable volume, and he heard me for
That's
that.
fair.
Yeah, totally.
All right, so now Martin has a choice, and I kind of think, so we would be at 250 HP with the Spathra. I think we gotta... Kevin, for those watching at home, Kevin is a liar. It is grass type, which is weak to fire, but Charizard EX is dark type and does not one-shot it right now.
Yeah, Martin's playing the arts from 151 for the pre-evolutions, but he's not playing the Charizard from 151 that does like 160 if you're damaged already. So don't listen to Kevin in chat.
Which would be pretty sick, honestly.
It,
But all right.
it would probably be altered as well. We're talking about Martin Moneybags over here.
All right, so we do have Candy Charizard in hand for Martin, and I feel like you kind of have to play it here. He
all
doesn't. We can see the list.
Trust, he doesn't.
So we have Candy Charizard, I
And he
think,
has unfair stamping.
and we have Luminous. Okay, so this is actually a really good hand, and I would like to see the Recon Directive after this unfair stamp because we really want to find Gust on this Curlia. All right, so Martin debating the move. And my guess is we're in turns of time at this point since they're taking their time.
Yeah, and it's so rough for Martin because like he has rare Candy Charizard, but he has to. Does he have like enough? He probably has enough fires, right? He just needs to put 2 on the active.
There's 1 in discard, 1 in hand. And honestly, I don't think Martin
Ooh.
actually wants to hit into the active. I think we're going to want to go for the Curlia and a Halucha play.
But if you don't know that you have the Halucha or anything, like you still need to rare Candy Charizard.
And you still do need
So
to
you-
put 2 on the active, I
yeah,
think.
you probably put 2 on the active as like a insurance policy.
Yes.
He
And I-
has the 3 energy in deck, so he's gonna go like 2 energy, maybe 1 on the Charizard. That way, the Spathra still doesn't knock it out. He needs like another energy. Well, there needs to be
he's actually going to need a
5th
lot more energy.
a 5th energy because it's 30 plus 30 more. So it'll have to be 4 energies between the 5 energies between the actives.
We would need
for a
10
knockout.
between the 2 of them.
Yeah, no.
30 plus 30.
Oh, I'm talking about for the knockout on the Charizard. If there's like a raw
Oh.
gust, because I believe he's playing the one of boss.
Knocking on the Charizard? Absolutely. Knocking on the Dragapult? We
Lily's
need a whole lot
Clefairy.
more. Ah,
Yeah.
that's true.
Lily's Clefairy gets in there.
I do, though, think that attacking with Dragapult is still the right choice here. Wait, we are, I guess, banking on the Gust play here. Or is it Spathra's ability? No, it's all
Spathra's
Pokemon.
ability is the active. When it's in the active spot, then the active needs another energy.
No, for sure. I meant more, was it only on basic Pokemon? But it
Nope,
is anything.
It's on
So
everything.
Martin's dependent on finding the Gust here.
He needs this.
He could, though, also be saying that I can Jet Headbutt, and that's enough here, even if I don't get the Phantom Dive. And I don't know if that's true.
I think even the residual damage, if you get like a Halucha, the residual damage on the bench on the Ralts
Oh,
is important.
Kevin, we're trying to talk quieter so we don't give things away. Oh, but we have the Gust. Do we have the out to Halucha and a Dragapult?
There's an Ultra Ball.
There's an Ultra Ball.
Is there? Well, he didn't Fez yet, right?
He's
So he has to
not.
flip the script. Let's see it.
He also hasn't Recon Directive yet.
Luminous, no Recon.
So we just need an out to Dragapult
Okay.
or an out to Halucha.
First one, Dragapult Halucha. Counter catcher. Doesn't really do anything. So, but he could play like Arven now, right?
Yeah, exactly. He has Arven in
He
hand.
has the
He
Arven.
has the double knockout. And everyone is, I think, reacting to that of, holy, he's got the double knockout.
But he got rid of the Arven. So that
Uh,
begs the question.
I assumed he had another one.
Maybe.
Do we actually maybe,
He's shuffling.
do we not see the play?
I don't see the play.
I see the play. I think it's a great play.
I just if there's another Arven, is there another Arven?
Do we just have raw? Oh, I think we have another Arven in hand. But I guess if we
I'm
had
just
another
like
Arven in
waiting. I'm
hand-
like, let me see it play out, right? Okay.
oh, we're deciding not to knock out both. Just go for the 6 damage on the Spathra.
5 on a Spathra, 1 on Ralts. That makes sense.
That does make sense. I assume
But if
we're going
there's
to go into the
rare
Spathra.
candy Gardevoir, that just takes the knockout. But I mean, that off of a 2-card hand is like impossible.
Agreed. And we have the Curlia, so we are going to be able to evolve it and put it out of danger.
Yeah, if they're in sudden or like not sudden death, but then if they're in first to go down on prizes, I think that Martin's just gonna win it
I would agree.
with
Because
the boss in his hand. Yeah, he's probably just in there.
Agreed. And so we have the Charm, which doesn't really help. Yeah, and Trevor just scoops it up, saying, I cannot take another knockout here. Martin takes the win. Dragapult Charizard. I said it before, and now I'm actually right. Dragapult Charizard moves on into top 4.
It already did.
And it did again. So we're going to see at least 2 Dragapult Charizard in top 4. And so, Bryce, are all the other games done, do you know?
Ooh.
All right, sounds good. So then let me do this. Mo, let me grab Christian because you guys are going to do this next round.
Sure.
Well, I guess that was a question. Are you guys doing this next round?
Sure.
You know,
Let's do it.
let me grab Christian. Let's see what the plan is. And yes, that was a heck of a last game. Spathra EX, such a cool inclusion. So yeah, let me grab Christian, see what's going on and what's moving on to top 8. I will be right back.
It's probably we're looking at, if my guesses were correct. Let's see. The winner of Olive and Ryan, so it's Zoro Box versus Zoro Chaladon. We're gonna have to see, and then yeah, Jess. So Martin did win that top 8. Yeah, top 8. He did win that top 8 match. So okay. So I was just, yeah. I'll take a look at what's happening. We have Zorak versus Zoro Archaladon. We saw the matchup over there. I think the only one we're looking at is Grimmsnarl versus Dragapult Charizard.
Yes, and so we did see John go in with Pulsar, John Wongard, and I don't think we know the results of the other ones. Mo, do you mind checking out the results for the other games? Thank you. And so, Martin, come on down. Awesome to have you here. Congratulations,
Hey, man,
my
appreciate
friend.
being here. You know, never
won
thought
top
I'll make
4?
it up here, but appreciate that.
Dude, you won a ton of games. I'm unsurprised. So,
Yeah.
tell us about Dragapult Charizard. Why is this the deck you brought today?
Well, you know, I've always been a fan of Dragapult and Zard, and you know, I always talked to my girlfriend about playing Charizard back then when it was popular. But I was like, you know, I'm not really into that, you know. And then, when was it? Not this past regional, but the regional before that. You know, it's like I did see Zard Paul doing well, and even in that one that Japan tournament that happened, that Zard won it as well. Kind of like gave me that motivate to pick this deck up and kind of like
Larry John.
try to get good with it,
Yeah.
and throughout to the whole format. So, and here we are. So,
Dude, I mean, I appreciate the not wanting to play it when it's like the
Yeah,
big deck
yeah,
too.
yeah.
But also, Dragapult's such a cool partner for it.
It
You get
is.
to draw, you get to kind of go
Yeah.
around the disadvantage Zard had.
right, for sure. And I played it with the Pulse Zard before, and I've always played it at locals, but I never brought it to a tournament because I'm just like, I don't know yet,
Yeah.
But I like the combination of the two, putting the two stage 2s together, and just kind of put in work. And as you saw, it's like it was tough, but
Absolutely.
on top of that, it's a favorable match of Guardy. So, But towards the end, I was like, holy crap, like, am I gonna get there? Because he put that bird out, and I was like, okay, hold up. So you're telling me I can't push up Zard?
So I was actually curious then. Did you have access to Halucha?
It was prize.
That okay.
So that was, that's what I was looking for at that moment of the turn, and I'm just like, well, he did take a prize, so counter catcher is live, so
Yeah.
I had the unfair in hand, I had the Fez in hand, and I had the Luminous in hand. So basically, I kind of just played out all my hand. What I do at that point? Or I had Zard and Rare Candy as well, so that kind of like helped out. And I thought about putting 3 on it and hitting into the bird, but I'm just like, there's no way he's gonna. No, I don't. I didn't feel like that was kind of right. I felt like I needed to cripple his board a little bit because I did want to take 2 prizes, but the Halucha was prized, so I'm just like, you know what? If I draw into everything, which I pretty sure I was, because I was gonna see a bunch of cards. I still had Fez, I still had Dracloak, and I unfair him to the. What was it? The counter catcher, yeah. So basically, I was just like, okay, unfair him to 2, and then just got the evolution, the attachment, and then and see what he did from those 2 cards. So luckily for me, it played out for my part.
Dude, and you played it well. I think you made, especially knowing that Halucha was prized, I think you made like excellent decision making throughout that turn.
Yeah, because we were already in turns, and I'm just like, okay, it's like at this point, I take 1. He's turned 3. Can he take another prize? So that's why I kind of went with that last place since the Halucha was prized.
Yeah.
Yeah, because other than that, I'm just like, okay, if I could take 2 prizes, then he needs to take 2 in order to, so. But
Well, dude, incredibly well done.
I appreciate that.
Did you guys end up splitting, or are you all still playing for the money?
Well, we never agreed into anything like that.
Perfect. So you're still playing for
it? So I'm definitely still playing for it.
All right.
So yeah, there was no agreement to that, but yeah.
Dude, then you got a trophy to play for?
Yeah,
you got
man.
some good store cred to play for?
For sure. I tell my girlfriend a lot, and I know she's watching, because she supports me so much.
She is. She's here cheering for you every time.
Yeah, look, yeah, hi babe. I call her my little cub, because that's the type of relationship me and her got, and she supports me like
God,
super
I'm gonna
hard.
vomit, and I mean that as a loving, positive thing. That's awesome.
I appreciate
love it.
that. And she gives me like all of the support, and it's like even though I'm having down, times on when I don't play as well, she kind of picks me up and tells me not to give up, and I got it the next one, and that's the most I could ask from her, and she kind of just pushes me to become even better, and that's kind of basically where I'm at with playing this game, just getting better every game that I play.
Yeah.
And eventually, do great or be here where I'm at, which I never thought I would be, so I appreciate you having me on here for sure.
Yeah, dude, I mean, you're a great player. We talk about it constantly. You're always open to feedback. You're always trying to do the right thing and like learn the best way to do stuff. Like, it's awesome to have you back here.
No, I appreciate that, it's like, and again, I take it a game at a time, and I'm always trying to become better, no matter how I play, even in some games I'll play a little rough, and other games, certain situation happens, but, I feel like we're always in the learning phase, no matter who we're playing up against, and, how every turn comes out to be. So yeah, I'm having, it makes me feel great that as I keep going, I'm getting better as I play too. So
100%. And you absolutely are. And also one thing I want to know too, we were talking about this with someone else. You've kind of been playing progressively more complicated, challenging decks too, and like pushing yourself every time a new format comes out.
Yeah, of course.
So it's been awesome to see.
It has, and and it's funny because I know when I started it, not that long, 23, it's like I was in the era where I'm just like, I'm gonna play the deck that I like because I played a lot of the VG. So at that point, I don't know if you remember, but I was playing Masquerada for a whole
Yeah, so. My guy, loved it.
And it was fun doing it at that time. But then after like a year into it already and feeling the competition side of going to regionals and all that stuff, kind of just the hunger of who I am as a person, because I'm a competitor at heart. So it's like the competition and the high volume stakes and like the like eventually I feel like I want to get up there, and be able to play that well, but everything with this game takes time, it's like I've gotten better at sequencing and learning a lot of things, but no matter what, you're never done learning when it comes to playing this game for sure. So
100%.
Yeah.
Well, dude, I will let you get out there. Parents,
Appreciate that,
good
man.
luck, my friend. Great talking with you as always.
Yeah, of course, man. Thanks for the support and everybody that supported me. My girl, Martin's girl, thank you for always being there, and she's always trying to be positive on the vibes on the chat for sure, because I know sometimes she'd be out there and giving you a lot of compliments as well as that's how you host this stuff.
She's
so,
awesome.
Yeah,
it's always so awesome to have her out here. So all right, go get some ass, my
thank
friend.
You so
good
much.
luck.
Yeah, thank you.
And
See ya.
so while Martin, everyone's getting set up, I just want to throw up the lovely charity thing one more time. And Martin, can you yell at Mo and Christian to come back here whenever they're good? Christian. So one thing I do want to throw up here is, again, we are doing this charity event at the end of July, Saturday, July 26th at 11 a.m. And before I talk about details, one thing I do want to say is Christian Fontenot on the Lost Zone Kitchen, and I want to give them a ton of credit because last year they came to us to do a charity event, and we did that for the Greater Chicagoland Food Depository. So obviously, different year, we're doing something different, going about things a different way, but please give the Lost Zone Kitchen a follow, give them a shout out. They're a bunch of great dudes, really appreciate them encouraging the start of this. So this is why we're excited to have Christian here, Dan here, Fly here when he's here. So they're a great team. Give them a shout out. But I'm going to hand things over to Christian and to Mo for this next round because this is going to be a shock to you guys. We got some Pulsard coming up. I know, crazy, crazy. Here, take your headphones and I'll hand it off to you guys. But so we have our top 4 is about to start. Should be a couple good games. I am personally going to take a break and breathe for a little bit, maybe eat food while these guys get going into the series.
Wow, I can't have the nice chair? Wow, okay. Okay, be like that.
All right, I just hit my protein for the day.
Hell yeah.
So
Okay.
yeah, that happened.
Pulsar
Alright.
Mirror. This matchup's fun.
You can lead the way.
Yes, I play Pulsar to NAAC, and also I am Danish, and therefore am instantly a Pulsar god. No. So I was talking to John earlier, and John, I think this is like his third or actually fourth or fifth Pulsar of the day. He was feeling really, really, really good about the Pulsar mirror when I did talk to him, so I'm thinking he's feeling pretty confident going into another Pulsar mirror. He did just beat Pulsar in top 8 as well. The mirror is really strange. It kind of plays like your average Dragapult mirror, where neither player is kind of trying, or like both players, I should say, are trying to not be the, like they want to be the aggressor, but it has to be with boss because your first knockout has to have value, right? So that you swing into a Badoo, that's really bad. The Charizard ends up having a lot of really interesting implications for the late game, where while yes, it does need the opponent to be at 5 prize cards taken, so 1 prize card remaining, to hit the one shot on a opposing Charizard or a Dragapult. This can be fixed with Dragapult spread as well as Monkey Dory damage to kind of make it a lot easier to get a Charizard kill. So the matchup's really, really interesting. Kind of linear almost once both players have kind of figured out the lines. That's only in theory though, because draws and especially Badoo could heavily impact what is and isn't possible for both players. So we're probably going to see some of that in this set. But honestly, both players kind of have some pretty mediocre hands here. So let's see. Larry does have some nice options, but it's definitely pretty rough. But what are you thinking, Mel?
Well, Larry started Badoo.
Yeah.
So that means 2 things in my opinion. He doesn't have to waste the card to retreat it, and he already it's kind of like a layup for what do you think that you're going to do on your turn when you go second? And he doesn't have the cards available to use a TM Evo.
Yep.
So over here, Larry's probably going to go next turn, evolve to Charmeleon, evolve to Dracloak after this Itchy Pollen, and then really try to set up his board. If he doesn't get Itchy Pollen, then he's going to hopefully find, well, goodbye cards.
Big Iono here.
Well,
I mean, Larry's hand notably had Energy and Boss as well, so you already had card, and Pult, I should say, so you're only the Luminous away from getting a really good opening. It's going to be interesting for John here, because John has, like, nothing on his bench, right? We do see a Charmander. That's probably just the grab, right? Yeah, it looks pretty good for John. I don't see a whole lot else of value.
Yeah, John doesn't have a way to Itchy Pollen, so Larry can really go on the aggressive if he wants to. If he's able to get a turn 2 attack, there's Ultra Ball, Rare Candy. He needs Luminous, but he can't draw more cards without using the Dracloak.
Yeah.
To be fair, he's chilling because next turn he could just Itchy Pollen again, and then next turn he can go for the really big swing turn with a Dragapult's attack. And right now he's just really setting up his board, getting more things. Correct me if I'm wrong. I would probably just Recon Directive because you don't know what you're gonna argue.
Recon first for sure. It's strange because we kind of have like a crossroad for Larry already here, where we can commit to Itchy Pollen again, which is kind of fine, assuming John doesn't rip the absolute stones on you. That'd be like Luminous, Pult, and Boss, and a way to retreat the Fez, which would actually have to be the Luminous, or not the Luminous, the Rescue Board, sorry, because we can't attach the Luminous and Rescue Board, and we also cannot go Candy Charizard. So I think you're fine to Ichiban again as Larry. Now, notably, we could go Arvin Candy and then put Zard in play and then just swing into the Fez with the Zard. Now, we're not one-shotting. That's fine. We can just clean it up later in the game.
Yeah, when you're swinging not for knockout, it
Yeah.
doesn't seem that good into this because right now he has a lock. You know, he has
Yep.
John's resources on a chokehold, and if
Yes.
you're able to really keep that control
Yep.
going, then maybe it's a little better than
Mhm.
giving that up to not even take a knockout on this Pheasantipity.
Yeah. Well, notably, I think what we really want to do is we want our first knockout of the game for Larry to be on this Dracloak, right?
Exactly.
If we can get we get Melee into play. We have Zard in hand. I see an Arvin that I don't think we have played a supporter, so we could have definitely just played the Arvin this turn, but it's probably still fine regardless. If John doesn't find a way to protect this Dracloak, so it would actually just have to be a Dragapult here, which of course would remove the option to Recon Directive, but I mean better that than losing your only attacker, right?
Exactly.
So it's definitely strange, especially because this Charmander, again, has 70 HP, so a Hawlucha plus 60 from the Dragapult could clean it up. And if Larry does go remove the Dracloak, then John can go Candy Zard and kind of like at least put some pressure back. If the Charmander also gets knocked out, it is kind of officially over for John like already. So we'll see what options John has available. We're going to be seeing the Arvin for the rescue board for sure. It's going to be a rare candy as well. Do quite like this. Obviously, the rare candy is not usable right now, but the rescue board is a very high value grab to get that Fez out of the active. We have a Zard. I don't know what else we have in this hand, though. For John, you're probably not in a position to be the aggressor. So you're really hoping that Larry kind of takes the bait on something. It seems John has passed, so we are over to Larry. Do have a boss, not boss, a research and a Fez here, which is fine. I mean, it's just okay for Larry here, right? If you're not bossing, your hand isn't really all that good. Again, we could just start into the Fez, but that does kind of come with its own issues.
Yeah, if you're not taking a knockout, I really don't
Yeah.
see why you're giving your opponent. You know, you're giving your opponent the accessibility to these items.
Yeah.
John didn't find Dragapult EX to evolve last turn, and the odds are higher if you get outs to 4 Ultra Ball. So
Yeah, for sure. It's a strange one. I think the main thing I really want for Larry here is actually a Luminous attachment, either to a Dracloak or to a Monkey Dory, because then you get one down this turn, then you can get down another one next turn, right? Monkey Dory and notably chasing down the opposing Monkey Dory is a very big part of the nitty-gritty of a matchup like this. So I do think that is probably the highest value thing for Larry here. That does mean that something like that research should definitely be played. I think we are going to see it played here. Yep. We're really just hoping to find a Luminous Energy. We can play 4, of course, so it should be too hard to find, but you never know. What are you thinking, Elsmo?
it's there, the
There we
last
go.
card being seen there. And do you think it's better to attach to the Monkey Dory this turn, or do you think it's better to attach to a Dracloak? Well, never mind. It's better to attach to a Dracloak because here you can just go for a Dragapult to attack, right?
Yeah, the Dragapult here, notably into the Fez, is definitely really good value. You get to go 3 on the Cloak. You get to go 1 Mander, 1 Dreepy. It could be one option here, and then you do just establish your Dragapult. What I was kind of thinking is that if we weren't establishing a Dragapult here, then I would have preferred to see the energy on the Monkey, but if we are going Dragapult, then I would prefer to see it on the Dragapult, of course, but we are going to opt for the Itchy Pollen. Again, I think the Itchy Pollen here is fine, if not a little unnecessary, honestly. Maybe we do have a boss, so that we go, like, boss knock out the Dracloak. Notably, this is incredibly risky for Larry, because if John goes Pult plus Luminous plus boss, you just wasted your Luminous and you're very far behind the game for Larry. So bare minimum, if we're attaching Luminous, I want to see the Pult hitting the board, even if we do go for Itchy Pollen, but it's not going to matter. John is just going to Iono. I would like to see John maybe use the Recons actually before Iono, see if we could dig for that boss combo, but yeah, like now as John, you're not really doing a whole lot. Even if you establish a Dragapult, again, knocking out that Badoo is just really low value. So I really don't know what we actually want to do as John here. We're likely looking at something like, I mean, even our own Badoo, but then benching our own Badoo definitely has its problems. It's probably just another pass with the Fez. At this point, you're kind of okay to do that. I mean, you never really want to give your opponent the Fezandipity, but it's better than giving him a Dracloak right now.
Yeah, taking a look right here. So there's definitely. Is it just going to be another just pass with Fez active, or are you
Probably
sacking
has
something?
to be, right?
Yeah, the Fez has the most HP, but then losing your rescue board kind of.
Or I'm giving the... Okay, I actually quite like this. The 3 damage on the Fez is pretty valuable because of the monkey, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm okay with this. We do see the boss for Larry, so that's step 1
Yeah,
of
Larry
the
has
combo.
Larry has Boss Ultra Ball.
Oh,
So
perfect.
he has everything he needs in
Okay, so
order to
but
capitalize on this.
he does just need to find that. Notably, Halucha would be a pretty big swing card as well. He probably remove the Charmander. I think the Charmander's probably the biggest threat here, so... Yeah.
Yeah, getting rid of Charmander just means
what's
that your
the
opponent
Luminous to the bottom?
can't retaliate with more than 200 damage.
Yeah. Another thing here is that both players kind of have to be a little bit wary of the opposing unfair stamp. You kind of don't want to get stamped with a bad board. Now both players have multiple cloaks in play, so the stamp isn't that impactful, but obviously who gets first stamp could still be pretty important. We see Larry eyeing up the Arven. I'm not a big fan of that. Hope we're not going to play that. Boss Dreepy shouldn't be too important.
I would probably just grab Dreepy, right? Because
Probably,
you already have
yeah.
the boss in hand. You assume you're going to get disrupted at this point.
Yeah, makes sense to me. We're going to see the Ultra Ball. Yeah, it's the Arven and the Poffin, so that's perfect. We're going to double check for Larry, but yeah, it's just going to be those two. And I like that quite a bit. Now, we don't quite have either Monkey Luminous. We have the Luminous, but we don't have the Monkey also. Or the Halucha, which would both be really, really good cards to see here. So I think as Larry, we were kind of hoping to see a Dragapult or one of those cards off of the Recon so that we could then Ultra Ball for the other. But yeah, it's like going to be a boss Pult. We could see it onto the Fez. We could see it onto either of the Dracloaks. I think both of those are kind of okay. It's a bit of a weird one, though. Nothing's completely guaranteed here as it then goes back to John, and then John gets a bunch of options back. But where do you think Larry's going to swing into here?
I think Larry's going to go boss onto Fezandipity and then probably just put 3 and 3 on the Dracloaks.
Yeah.
For the fact that you assume there's going to be a rare candy Charizard or there's just going to be an evolve into Charmeleon.
Yep.
And if the Charmander stays the same, then you really emphasize going for that Halucha. And you just like, what is your opponent doing at that point then?
Yeah, it's definitely a rough
Then you're in the driver's seat, right?
Yeah.
And you're probably just going first game 2 because your opponent's picking second.
Yeah, if you're able to kind of go ahead by these 2 prize cards, it's definitely favored. Not guaranteed by any means, but Larry's board is very, very strong. We're going to get that second Luminous into play. Seems really good. Don't think we should be debating this too much. Just a very easy attachment. Yeah, we have Research and Stamp, both very good cards to have remaining in the hand here as Larry, and we are just going to go for the big swing. Probably going to be seeing the 3-3, but there's also definitely an argument to be putting 1 on something. We are going to see 1 on the 6 on the Mander.
Okay.
Actually, don't hate this. Notably, it means that the opposing Charizard might be a little easier to knock out for your own Charizard, so that definitely has some interesting implications here. We'll see if that matters later in the game. I'm not opposed. Definitely a little skeptical, though. And now, Mo, what's John trying to do?
Trying to come back, trying to get a Dragapult into play. Having a Charizard of your own or a Charmeleon, like I mentioned. If you evolve into Charmeleon, you're not playing around the residual damage of the Phantom Dive, so you do need a rare candy Charizard. I mean, his hand is stacked, though. There's a Charizard in there, and there's probably an out candy, whether it be Arven or it's not an Arven. Is there... Tell me that's Arven,
I
dude.
think it's a candy in there.
Well, he plays like the really old candies, the blue background.
Yeah.
So, I don't even think there's an... Because if he would have just like slammed it down, right? You just
I
want to make sure
would
that
assume.
your Charmeleon or your Charmander
Yeah.
stays alive.
It is also strange because we do actively want to get Monkey Dory down, so having to use the Luminous is kind of weird. I do really like the counter catcher onto the Charizard, though. So the Charizard can swing, but of course, if the Charizard swings, it'll be without getting that extra 60 damage onto the bench. And if the Charizard doesn't swing, it'll have to retreat, and that's actually going to remove 2 whole energies from the Charizard, forcing a rescue board, presumably. So it's a bit of an odd spot to put Larry in, but definitely something that could play to John's advantage, especially if we're not able to protect this Charmander. If we're not able to protect this Charmander, it's pretty rough. We have already attached Luminous this turn. I want to see the 60 on the Cloak. I do quite like that a lot. Again, puts the Cloak into better Charizard range later in the game if it does evolve.
Now over here, do you recon Directive first? Because if you find Nest Ball, you can maybe use the Nest Ball for Monkey Dory and like move some damage in play. Or, I don't know, like Ultra Ball or something? Or do you just go ahead and rip the Iono to just see more cards?
It's definitely interesting.
Because there's a Luminous in hand, right? You have, if you Iono the Luminous to the bottom, then you only have an out to 1 more Luminous.
Yeah.
Or you can just attach it to the Dreepy, which I don't know how good that is.
Yeah, I think we do definitely want to use or get some good value out of this Luminous here. So I like the Recon here, hoping to find an out to Monkey Dory. We'll see. It looks like it's going to be the Iono for Larry. I think this is fine too. It is really just a race for both players to find their Luminous energies, and John is not only behind in prizes, but also behind in Luminous energy hunting, so to speak. So see what Larry's able to draw here. Not a whole lot. A boss for next turn. A rod. It's fine. It's just not great.
Yeah, something off the top right here would be really good. Would be like maybe that Halucha. Or even if you don't have it, it doesn't matter because you can just use one of those damage counters to knock out the Charmander. I'm just really greedy and I would love to see an Ultra Ball, which he found for that Halucha. Additionally, he can also just bench that Pheasantipity, right? So then that way you're playing around something like an Unfair Stamp coming through.
Yep.
Or just making sure your opponent doesn't really Iono you to low when you're going to go down to 3 prizes this turn. Seeing it play out, I think, he's just imagining he'll go for...
The Fez is a little risky, though, for sure. Because you can't bench it this turn regardless. I mean, you could, but you shouldn't bench it this turn regardless, right?
Hopefully this is a little better for you. I moved it closer to my mouth.
Yeah.
The microphone.
Yeah. What? It's going to be an interesting debate here, though, for Larry, if we're just retreating or not. We are just going to swing. I'm okay with this, but, I mean, yeah, notably, it is putting John into a relatively good position here. This Charmander absolutely needs to evolve and get protected this turn for sure. You do now want to, as John, kind of establish your advantage by having a board with a Charizard that can eventually take a one-shot versus your opponent's board with a Charizard that, your opponent's board that doesn't have a Charizard. There's also a very, very, very big potential swing here for John, as no protection for the Badoo or the benched Dragapult came down, so a 3-3 is actually going to put John to 2 prize cards remaining. So what I really like to see here as our goal for John is to establish Monkey Dory with Luminous, get Candy Charizard, and take 4 prize cards, because now we would have a board of Monkey with Energy, Cloak, and Charizard. With no way for Larry to knock out the Charizard, Larry would be in a very, very bad situation, to put it bluntly. So we'll see if John is able to establish this board here. I do just think that seems like the most ideal board possible for John. I think it was, it was Fire. So that's not great, but I don't think it's something you're getting punished for here. How close are we? We got an Ultra Ball, but I don't see a whole lot else.
Luminous, Ultra Ball. You just need Candy and another out to a Pokemon.
Yeah, I don't think we have. We maybe have an Arven, but that's not. It's not enough on its own. Hard to say. We're going to be grabbing the Monkey. I do think I prefer Monkey over Zard, especially if we can't Candy, of course. We can put that last 30 damage potentially on something like the remaining Dragapult, put that better into range. Not as impactful, of course, if our Charmander's going down, but could still be relevant.
Maybe playing around something like, if there's a draw supporter in hand,
Yeah.
Or never mind.
Well,
I
we
was
can also just see something John. We did see John just ripping Iono off the prizes. That's not bad.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest if there's a draw supporter in the hand, you could just use the draw supporter since you don't have rare candy or Charizard in hand.
Yep.
So you could rip the draw supporter and then take the extra prize card and see what you draw from there.
Yeah.
So then you'd be at 7 cards as opposed to 6, and really seeing if it combos well with whatever you grab off the prizes.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems as though there's just going to be an attack, so then you are a little susceptible to the following turn when Larry does this. I assume it's going to be a Dragapult's Phantom Dive. When you do the Phantom Dive and you just take out the Charizard, or the Charmander on bench, preventing it from becoming a Charizard.
Yep.
Then it's looking rough on John's end again.
It definitely is, but I still think you're probably still ahead. We're gonna see the 6 here. I'm pretty okay with this. Notably, the Badoo is like really easy to knock out later in the game. John is gonna be going to 3 prize cards remaining. And if John is able to monkey again, he shouldn't be able to monkey next turn if Larry puts his damage down correctly, but still, it is a possibility. Larry would be going to 2, John at effectively 2 as the monkey door, as the Badoo, I should say, is just too easy to knock out. And then, as long as Larry can't put together a 2-prize turn, which shouldn't be possible if John makes a correct board, then John is probably still ahead here, right? Because they would just be winning the 2-shot war with the Dragapult in the end game. So Larry now having to find some way to likely establish a Charmander. Of course, easier said than done. We'll get a Charmander into play and maybe remove all damage from the opposing board to deny Monkey Dory. That is going to be giving us the best possible odds, I would say. But do you have any other lines in mind?
Yeah, in addition to what you were saying, just piggybacking off of that, it would have to also just be, you just bank on your opponent not having Ultra Ball for the Hawlucha or having Raw Hawlucha. And John's, I think, been through 3 Ultra Balls now.
Yeah.
So what are the odds, right? That you find Ultra Ball, Hawlucha, Luminous Energy, and Dragapult EX. You're talking about like a 4 cards that you need to find specifically, in addition to the 2 that you need to discard off of the Ultra Ball if you find Ultra Ball.
I think notably the Hawlucha is already in the discard pile for John, if I'm not mistaken.
Then Night Stretcher just becomes
But
live
there's
out,
one
but
Night Stretcher, right? Assuming it's not played, so yeah,
you gotta find it.
gotta find
That's
it.
the card you are even for, and I think next turn is gonna come down. I'm just seeing into the future about 2 minutes. It's gonna be an unfair stamp. I think we're gonna have
Yeah.
to see the unfair stamp come down, and that's really gonna tell the tale. Whether Larry plays it or John plays it, but we're gonna see that pink card.
Pink card, pretty good. I'm gonna let you really quickly take over here as I take off the headset to take off my hoodie. So yap away.
It's getting a little warm in here. Yeah, I definitely feel what you're talking about. So it is warm, very warm. But speaking of warm, fire energies, something that you can power up with the Charizard EX. So the fact that John couldn't do that because he didn't find the rare candy Charizard, stopping him from powering up his board, that's not really as important as it is extending the HP of your Pokemon in play. And not really having a response to Dragapult EX without using yours in that 2-shot war like you mentioned.
Yep.
That's going to be pretty important. And okay, we see one was benched, so Dreepy benched, can't evolve, but the other Dreepy can become Dracloak.
Would be relevant.
And yeah, seeing more cards is always good.
For sure. Trying to think here between. Well, Monkey Dory should never be active for John next turn as Larry just clean up all the damage, but it's gonna be interesting to see. I
Playing
don't
the Super
think.
Rod and flipping the script. That was a pretty solid card. The
It's
Candy
okay. Candy's kind
is
of dead here. It
cool,
seems.
but yeah, it going to the bottom
Yeah.
is maybe not as you probably
Mhm.
don't want it as much unless you did have Candy Dragapult. That would actually be pretty cool.
That'd be pretty
So
okay
stop-
here. I do really like an attachment actually onto something like the what's it called? Dreepy, so you can kind of pivot between Dragapults, but I do really, really like the boss here, or not the boss, the counter catcher here for Larry. Now what you do is you remove Monkey and Charmander, and then you also Iono John to 3. And well, sure, we do have these 2 Dracloaks. We're giving ourselves max odds here as Larry. And notably, what this means is that if John is unable to reestablish Monkey Dory, I really like Monkey Dory, or I guess Hawlucha plus counter catcher would also be enough to like go knock out Fez, knock out Badoo for game. Then Suddenly, Larry is just able to knock out that Dragapult to finish the game. So, really interesting situation here. Larry, I think, finding a pretty good line here, about as good as we can find. We're going to see the Luminous. Don't think we have an out to Monkey Dory, though, so we're debating the attachment. I think I would like to see it held. Larry is going to simply retreat. We can even bench the Charmander here. I wouldn't be opposed to that. Threaten the Candymander.
Exactly, giving yourself
But
more outs. Right?
yeah. It is a little hard to justify, though, because then we can't bench a Monkey Dory, right?
Yeah, I just think if your opponent has Halucha Gust, they win anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Because they would just Halucha, like you mentioned, Halucha the Fez,
Yeah.
Gust it, and then knock out Fez Badu.
Oh, for sure. So, yeah, I think I like the Mander hitting the board here. Shouldn't matter regardless for Larry, I don't think. But, yeah, now is John. You're never able to one-shot the active Pult, right? Even with a Monkey Luminous draw, you would be exactly 30 short. So now it's a matter of finding our Gust line here. We're going to see an Arven grab. That is a counter catcher out. Could also be a Night Stretcher out for that Halucha or the Monkey Dory. We have the Luminous in hand.
Exactly. So as long as you just find the other card.
Yep, we got one
Smooth
more chance
sailing.
here off the Recon. I
With
see
the-
Puffin Research. Not quite going to get there. I might have to just let it rip with a Research, maybe? It's kind of rough, isn't it?
And there's Pheasant discard too, so you can't really. Yeah, there's no out with that
Yeah.
Ultra Ball in hand. Because even if you went like Super Odd. What if you like. No, it's probably bad, right? If you Super Odd like Ultra Ball for Pheasant, draw 3.
Yeah,
That's probably pretty rough.
It's probably pretty bad.
Do you lose this turn if you don't do that? Do you lose this turn if you don't win this turn, right? That's what you have to ask yourself.
You definitely do right now, yeah, because there's nothing stopping Larry from just knocking out your Dragapult. You'd have to retreat your Dragapult, which
then
is still. I mean, if you could go like Luminous to the bench Cloak, you could retreat and then establish a new Dragapult. That could be a pretty decent line. I don't think we've attached this turn, so that wouldn't be terrible. John gonna be debating this Arven. I think it would be for the stamp, presumably. In that case, I think I prefer. Well, we do draw more cards off of our own Iono, but
Maybe John's gonna go for that Super Odd Ultra Ball for Fez.
could be.
Yeah,
That is what we're gonna see here.
It's kind of a Hail Mary play, but you give yourself the option. You do need Gust though, regardless.
Yeah,
You
we're
would
looking
need-
for that counter catcher, and we do also need another ball search card then, because we'd be getting the
Yeah.
Fez, and then we need the Halucha, right?
Counter Catcher Nest, Counter Catcher Halucha, Counter Catcher Nest Ball for the Monkey, but he's not putting the Monkey Dory back in deck.
Yeah. Well, I do think we hold the Monkey, so we gotta give ourselves a Night Stretcher out. Would be quite unfortunate. We drew specifically Nest Ball, so maybe we do it in reverse. We keep the Halucha on the discard pile and put the Monkey in the deck, but
Yeah,
regardless.
since the Ultra Ball already wins.
Yeah. I don't know. It's quite.
It's a situation where you just have to play the numbers. What's
Mhm.
what's a 5% chance of winning versus a 7% chance or
Yep.
something of the sort?
You definitely give yourself as many odds as possible. I would have liked to seen some hand disruption, maybe in the research line for
1, 2, and
John,
three.
but
Was that Night
yeah.
Stretcher?
Well, I don't think we have the full combo regardless, even
Yeah, I
if it
think that was a Night Stretcher though. So
We could see a Monkey Dory, but we might just see another Dragapult kind of hit the board here. Could even just be a Dragon Headbutt for 70. I actually quite like this. All things considered, it's obviously not optimal, but with what we have available to us, we force the boss from Larry. Notably, Larry has no cloaks in play, and clearly does not have boss in hand.
Until now.
And so, well,
rips the boss.
well, so Larry, I'm going to lower my voice here. Larry should be able to find game here, I believe, with Monkey Dory to knock out active and knock out the cloak. Yes, that's what we're going to find because we do have that Luminous in our hand. So Larry is just going to wrap up game number 1 here. And yeah, okay. The stamp was prized for John. That is definitely pretty rough. Good play for both players here. A couple of different lines that we maybe could have gone for, but overall a very, very clean game 1 here for both players. So going into game 2, do you think there's any adaptations either player should make, or are we just kind of going for the same strat?
I feel like the players were just drawing their energies out of order. We
Mm-hmm.
spoke about a couple turns where the players had Monkey Dory and they're like, okay, is it time to bench it?
Yeah.
No, they'll find their Luminous later. And then they Iona the Monkey Dory to the bottom, find the Luminous.
Yeah.
So it's not about playing what if I benched Monkey Dory, because then the bench spot always becomes something else.
Mm.
Unless you find the 2 cards in tandem, you
Yep.
usually don't want to bench one without the Monkey Dory without the Luminous.
Oh, for sure.
You know, it can always become the Badoo. It can always become another Dreepy, which becomes a Cloak, or just a Charmander to threaten that energy acceleration and big damage with Charizard
Mhm.
EX.
Absolutely. Yeah. We're going to be seeing John going second, presumably here in game number 2. And then it's going to be interesting to see if John can do anything differently. Maybe a better opening could go a long way here. But let's see. I see a Poffin in there for John. A Monkey start. Actually, by no means a bad start. I think we have an Energy and an Arven, as well as we see a Mulligan for Larry. So far, so good for John here. I
Yeah.
think we have quite the strong opening hand.
John's probably wondering, if it's free, it's for me. I will take that extra card off the mulligan, please and thank you.
For sure, for sure.
Did you get a chance to see what John led?
Monkey Dory.
Monkey Dory? Okay.
Yeah,
Free.
Totally fine starter, especially in this matchup.
Especially if you find a Luminous energy, plus maybe a Luminous
True.
in that, find that rescue board, a little 1-2.
Does seem like it's going to be the fire energy we'll have to use and then the Evo from the Arven. But hey, we could rip the Luminous off the top. That'd be pretty good. But do start for Larry, by no means bad. But ooh, the rest of the hand looks quite poor.
All right, Larry, buddy popping right here. Bang. Nope.
That's a Drac.
It's not.
Oh, boy.
You don't even attach to Badoo, right?
You are
like,
draw passing, buddy. That
there's-
is rough.
there's literally nothing you can do. This might look like a quick game.
Yeah. Larry's got a whole lot of nothing, and
There's-
as John here, I mean,
Does John play the Charmander that attacks? No, it doesn't.
no,
It doesn't, right? That's 60 HP, the one that
yeah,
attacks from one fire?
it's not played in any decks right now. So John's definitely just going like, you could kind of argue for the Badoo here to deny the Poffin for Larry, but honestly, we can just kind of Evo 2 Cloaks in the play, or even Cloakmander, or Cloakmeleon, I should say, and just go like, hey, I am going to win next turn. Have fun trying to stop me. The Badoo is also completely fine to do this because we go Badoo. Well, I guess we won't be able to play items next turn, right? So maybe Badoo isn't that good because then we would be winning in one less turn as we are not able to use the candy unless we, of course, kept an energy on our Monkey Dory. So we could do something along the lines of even like attach fire to Monkey Dory. Probably just Dreepy is better as long as we have a cloak in hand. Notably, and I actually don't think we have any outs to cloak or anything similar in hand. So yeah, the more I look at John's hand, the more I'm really thinking, hey, I would love to see an Evo play, but it's going to be the Badoo as the first grab here. Move the Evo as prized. Obviously, if the Evo is prized, we are definitely just committing to the Badoo. No need to get too greedy. It's going to be triple Dreepy. Did we prize double Mander? That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
Well, he has
why
the
would-
Mander in hand, right?
Oh, that's very
So
true.
he can
yeah,
bench
yeah,
the
then
Mander,
never
and
mind.
then
Yeah, this is totally
Even
fine.
though he's not going to go for TM Evo,
Yeah.
I guess the next turn he can go for like
Well,
Arven.
this is still
TM Evo if he
very
really wants
this is still
to,
very
but-
very strong, right? You are theoretically threatening game with Dragon Headbutt or frankly whatever you want to attack with, as long as you do get this fire onto play. I do think the Charmeleon has an attack that one shots the Badoo,
Okay.
and we saw a concession from Larry.
Larry.
Yep, fair play. I mean, I would have
you never know, Larry.
I would have
Make him
personally
have
just
it.
itchy pollen and just see John have it. Like, I don't know, maybe they pressed all energy. I don't know.
I guess with that game one going a little long, you want to make sure that you're not losing
that
to
is
the time
true.
rules.
Yeah, that is very fair. That is very, very fair.
Yeah, you get a little more time than a Swiss round. You
Uh-huh.
know, you get a lot more time than a Swiss round, but you're playing a best of 3. You're not playing a best of 1.
Yeah.
But since this is top cut rules, the games have to finish. So you
Mhm.
do want to make sure that, regardless or not, you give yourself a lot of time to shuffle up and think about your next game.
The
And
game
Larry
3
winning game one.
pile shuffle, Larry.
The power shuffle.
No.
Larry.
No. I'm calling Azul. Getting Azul on speed dial.
Personally, I'm just a fan of, folding my cards. If I can riffle them, I'll do it. That's why I don't borrow cards from people.
Yeah.
I'm doing what John's doing. I'm folding them.
Well, so I riffle my cards without destroying my cards.
I
Yeah.
You don't want to see my my Lily Clefairy, the alt art.
Oh,
yeah.
the Spanish one?
No, my English one.
You have an English one now?
Yeah, I have both of them.
Oh, bro.
Yeah,
Oh,
my
no.
Spanish one not as destroyed. My English one kind of destroyed. My Gardevoirs, the alt arts from
I
Scarlet Base set.
could only imagine.
Yeah, they're destroyed. My gold Ultra Balls. So I've got a lot of shiny cards, and most of my
For
shiny cards
sure.
are they've seen better days because I
Yeah.
use them in every deck. So I'm like,
For sure. Hey, we're gonna see.
nah, bro.
We're
As long
gonna
as
see the
as long as-
John attach pass here.
dude, you're chilling.
You are chilling for now. I do
As
think
long
I,
as-
I do think John's hand is like noticeably like a little bit better than what Larry had. Yeah, we do see there's both a Dracloak and a Iano in there. We actually do have Candy Dragapult if we did
Saying,
want to
bro,
do that.
He's gonna TM Evo and be like, oh man, I'm so ahead.
Yeah.
And then he's getting his, he's gonna like lose to Phantom Dive.
I could see it. It's possible. We do Candy Pult, Iono, draw the fire,
Yeah.
play a Poffin, get some more guys on the bench.
Bro, Larry's not even gonna get another Charmander. He's gonna be like, bro,
It-
this is fine.
It could be fine. Honestly, I'd be
It's
chilling if I was
not.
Larry. If I was Larry, I'd be pretty relaxed.
For my
but
opponent has it.
listen, I would definitely bare minimum like consider this Badoo to like, hey, what if my opponent has it, right?
I would consider another Charmander if I have the resources for it, right? I think he has another Buddy Poffin in hand.
Yeah. Well, we know we have the
Nope.
Ultra Ball, it seems. It is a bit an interesting debate here for Larry. I actually don't think we hit any outs to energy. So maybe it could be like a Puffin angle here. Well, if our hand isn't that good, then also using the Evo here to get our cloaks into play isn't terrible. We have another cloak and some Ultra Balls. I think I'd actually quite like the idea of playing an Ultra Ball here, but no, it is just going to be the Evo. And, well, Larry, my good friend, you have activated John's trap card, except we're going to go for the, okay,
John,
John, you don't want to be funny?
you gotta go for the money moves, dude.
This isn't the money move. I mean, it's not terrible. Okay, so if you were to do 70 damage into this Charmander, notably Larry cannot respond, right? So it's actually maybe just better value to go for this as John. It's not the funny play, but it might actually be the best play as you are seeing that extra 2 cards, right? And you keep that candy in your deck for later.
I wanna see the Phantom Dive.
I do want to see it too. We're going to see the Puffin there. Probably just always going to be the grab. But yeah, I don't think the 30-30 does a whole lot. Now, the 30-30 could obviously be relevant, right? But maybe it's just not worth risking it for John. You're going to go with the safer of the 2 plays. And now we have this Fire Energy. We have this Puffin. And we're going to see the big Dragon Headbutt. In all likelihood here into the Charmander. Actually a very strong position for John. Take the first 2 prize cards take first 1 prize card, stopping Larry from taking any response prize cards and doing it into something that's pretty high value in that lone Charmander. So definitely a good spot to be in as John, if not a little bit of a weird one. But yeah. What else do we think we can do here?
So, I'm gonna go back to the point that this is a local tournament.
Mm-hmm.
We're all friends here.
You just want to see
You
the
gotta,
candy.
you gotta do the
Yeah,
clout
yeah,
moves.
listen,
You gotta go candy.
You gotta go
Dragapult,
candy
Iono.
Dragapult.
Know you're gonna draw that fire.
You
It's
don't.
not,
You
It's
don't.
not a question. You know you're gonna draw that fire.
But do you not think that it's still kind of iconic to go
no, it's not.
to go Dragon Headbutt?
We've seen like 40 Dragon Headbutts.
But Dragon
They
Headbutt
have concussions. they have concussions at this point.
Wait, what are we doing? Oh no! No, Larry, no!
My ears, bro.
I'm sorry.
My
I'm
ears.
sorry. Oh no!
If I'm Larry, bro, I'm still winning that.
Are we?
Yeah, bro, you just monkey dory them. Easy.
I don't that.
Personally, I would have drawn better. That's that pile shuffle magic.
That punished for the pile shuffle. I definitely should. So okay, for those who were looking away, Larry did his first prize check of the game and proceeded to see both Dragapults and both Charizards.
No,
And
I
then
would've won.
instantly flipped his prize cards and conceded the game. That was funny but anticlimactic. Sure, okay. I guess we're
All right,
going over
Jess.
to Olive and Martin here. I'll let you take it away, Mo.
Martin's down game 1. He needs you to cheer him on. He's got 2 prizes left. He's swinging right now. He needs plus 30 damage. So if he finds Luminous, then he gets to win the game, right? 270, Monkey Dory 30, knockout.
Oh, let's see here. Let me take this.
Light
In.
work.
2 prize cards left. Olive
3 prize cards left.
needs. Well, Olive has 3.
I'm talking about it's Martin's turn.
Yeah,
Martin
yeah,
just needs
I know.
Luminous.
So yeah, Luminous Monkey does the game. Now we don't actually know if Martin has attached yet, do we?
He didn't, bro. Trust.
Trust? Oh, okay.
I
Okay.
trust Martin.
You
bro.
trust Martin? Okay, I believe. I'll
Why
believe.
why would he attach?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
He's saving it for the Luminous.
I'm just giving us
bro.
the benefit of the doubt. Okay, come on.
No, bro, that's big money, Martin. That's money bags.
My bad. My bad.
Yo, nice trick for the Luminous one time.
All right, let's see it.
Okay,
let's
okay.
see it.
Trick cloak right here. Rip it.
Cloak
Bang.
into Luminous
there.
and
Nope.
Tower
Right there.
and not Luminous. Okay. So let's say we whiff here as Martin. What is the line? Because Olive at 3 prize cards here really isn't threatening a whole lot. If Martin just punches, you're probably fine. Notably, a Turo could be a massive game swinging card if you do knock out that Charizard as well as Olive. It's probably gonna have to be your line. I don't know quite how many resources we're down.
Do you ever like? No, never mind. Okay.
What were you gonna ask?
I was gonna say, do you ever just like attack with Dragapult here? I know you lose both energies, but like Dragapult can't get knocked out.
Well, losing the retreating the Zard and retreating the Zard and having the Zard get knocked out are effectively the same thing in a way. As we would be losing the Zard regardless, kind of. But Olive did rip the Turo. I believe we did have that Turo in hand, so we could see a Turo up the Turo up the Archaludon, swing back into the Charizard, knock out the Charizard, go to 1 prize, no Charmander on the board for Martin. Don't think we'll have any way of winning as Martin, right?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I think.
Is it not just like kind of checkmate? Well, it's not quite checkmate.
Well, Moneybags should have gone for the Dragapult attack, and then that way he could go.
This is fair.
1 damage on Fez, probably like 5
Yeah.
onto Duraludon.
Yep, and then notably, you would be
Win
safe
with
as
CC.
well. So yeah, that would have actually been the line. You're right, but now Olive is kind of just like winning. Now, obviously, Olive does need to find a boss for next turn. It is going to be a big old boss, or I guess Iono Simulator, I should say, right? You just swing into the Charizard, and the Pult comes in, swings, and then Martin just kind of has to say, like, hey, if you got boss, you win. If you don't, I'm just going to knock out whatever you put in the active, right?
Yeah,
So,
there's no Turo or anything, so we have the deck
No.
lists right in front of us right here.
yeah.
Martin with his great handwriting, way better than mine.
Oh, God,
There's
yeah.
no Professor Turo scenario.
No,
so
that would be quite a strange card to play in Pulsar, frankly, at least in the current meta.
What if? Okay, you count the Turos that your opponent has, and you go like Countercatcher, Zoroark, Baduit.
That is a very viable line here. We'll
Even
see
though it doesn't
what-
really do anything, right?
Right. Well, we'll see what options Martin kind of has available here. With no damage on the board and the Hulucha already in play, there is no way for Martin to win this turn. So yeah, I do think it has to be some kind of Iono, preferably also counter catcher line for Martin. I do actually really like the idea of maybe going counter catcher into the Zork, and then just punching with Dragapult actually seems pretty good, because then you're forcing a retreat and a boss, something that should be really hard for Olive to pull off. With that hefty 2 retreat costs on the Zork.
Yeah, Rescue Board Energy would have to be that.
Rescue Board Energy plus boss, which is quite the ask
Ooh.
from, what, 4 cards seen, right?
The
So
Unfair Stamp
yeah.
is pretty good, though.
Stamp does work just fine. Not as good as Iono, but by no means bad. Notably does draw Martin some extra cards, which is pretty good. Do you have the Badoo in hand? But no, it is just going to be the Stamp being ripped here. For Martin, we have 1 cloak left. We are really trying to find that Gust card. I do believe we have not played a supporter yet, so the boss is still active. Of course, the Arvin for counter catcher is still active. So
My thing is that I believe he had Arvin in hand before.
okay,
So
we
I
could be
guess
down all CCs. We
he
don't
might-
know.
Yeah,
this.
he might just be down all CCs.
Yeah,
If that's the case, it's unfortunate, but you still have one of your Dracloaks. You're drawing 5 cards, so you're seeing the top 7.
Yep.
Boss is there, I believe.
Yeah.
Believe in the money bags. Full art boss right here.
every time. Trust.
It's always there, bro. Is it?
I don't know. Oh, not showing the camera. Come on.
Bro, show me.
Show the camera.
Let me see it.
John's looking behind the bag.
All right,
Gotta get
boss
tall John.
right here. Is that it?
Don't know.
I mean, he just like threw the other card to the bottom.
Could have been popping. Could have been something bad. Let's see. 2 cards for all.
Or it could have been something broken. He could have actually had like
True.
the actual out right there.
Yeah. Let's see here. Martin not showing the camera anything. You do have to do something. We're going to have the Luminous attached to the monkey. Okay, that's fine. It's a very decent line. A little bit scary to potentially punch into the Archaludon, as we could see the Relicanth rip, right?
I see a Fez.
This
No,
could be
just a
interesting.
Dragapult. I guess like plays are on like Iron Bundle, right? Like
True.
even though you didn't find it, you just have to make sure that your opponent doesn't have it on like some random cards that they technically in theory could play. There's no Iron Bundle on the list. But like
Martin doesn't know that.
you never know what
right?
your opponent has, right?
For sure. We're going to see the Iono,
Oh,
so just -2.
Dragapult in hand.
Oh, yeah, that.
What's the Dragapult doing?
No idea. There's a Dragapult on the board that is kind of just like not supposed to be. It's either the bottom of the deck or it evolved.
Yeah.
I don't think the evolution action has been made. So there's just a Dragapult on the board that should not be on the board here. That
Nope,
that
the
does not go to your
Dragapult's not
hand.
in hand.
That does not go to your hand. Yep. Hold up. There we go. Yep.
So it's, yeah, he put it on his bench. I would imagine that it was just
yeah.
evolved into the Dracloak, but like oh well.
Yep. Anyway, regardless, 1 card, 2 card for Olive. We are looking for boss. Another Zork's pretty good. That's going to increase our odds here. Here's the trade. Away to Ultra Ball.
Isn't it just Ultra Ball for Relicanth? I don't know why you trade away the
Is Relicanth?
is Relicanth in out?
enough?
Relicanth isn't out. Yeah, Outrage, right?
Well, it's
200.
not enough.
No, it's not. Right?
It's 280.
It's
Yeah, 280 is not
280?
enough.
Yeah, okay.
We did whiff here for Olive, it seems. Relicanth plus Black Belt would be enough. I think we have Black Belt.
Oh,
Ultra
that's why
Ball.
people were playing that. Double
Yeah,
Black Belt, yeah.
but then of course we only have 3 cards for Olive, right? So we actually cannot play the Ultra Ball and play the Black Belt. And of course, retreating this Archaludon is a bit of a death sentence, but I mean it's that or losing, right? What do you even go into? It has to be a Zork. No, it's going to be a concession for Olive.
Okay, we're
But
going to a game 3.
It does seem like there's just nothing you can do as Olive there. So yeah, I do agree with that.
That's money bags right there, bro.
There we go.
Called it. I knew.
For sure. All right, we're going to see a full game 3 here.
Martin, a little bit of a smirk on his face. He's like, okay, man, I'm feeling on top of the world. Coming out with a win in that situation, you definitely do feel, a little full of yourself because you're like,
Yep.
I wasn't supposed to win that game. So whatever happens in this game
Although
3,
the board was definitely pretty interesting for both sides, right? It's
Yeah.
kind of an interesting one.
there's just a lot of ways you can lose with the Zork deck being so thin and having Gust.
Yep.
And you're just like, okay,
Yep,
man,
Martin run to the bathroom,
I
I
need
think.
this. All right, this restroom break. Let's see what's happening in the background. We have Alex and our judge, Michael Storms. They're over there talking, chatting it up. Maybe they're talking about this game happening. They can't
no,
even
man.
hear us. So we could say whatever we want, basically.
Can we?
We can't get in trouble. We could say anything.
I'm pretty sure that's not true.
We could say anything. We could say how to beat this matchup, man.
Then say anything you want.
Anything I want.
Anything you 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 want. I already have my own personal stream. You can say anything you want. Mike's all yours.
It's okay. I'll refrain from saying anything that could ruin my career path.
That seems
Yeah.
wise.
Honestly, if I was to say anything, it would just be the fact that I wish that Gardevoir was winning this event because Gardevoir is such a broken deck. But it's okay. It won the event that mattered. The challenge before this event. Our last challenge, Alex Cruz took it down.
The Energy Challenge, the most prestigious event in Pokemon history.
Maybe not the most prestigious because we do have our League Cups, right?
Oh, true.
So,
true.
duh.
Way more impactful than Gardevoir winning NAIC, of course.
I think a little lore while they shuffle up. There's another event that we used to call like the Chicago 1K or the Chicago SPE
Mm-hmm.
or Special Championship. Now that it is not special events anymore, but we used to have our League Cups or not even League Cups. It was like 1Ks.
Yep.
At this. Ooh, I was about to burp. It was a League Cup at a banquet hall, and you could buy like a $10 plate of food. And like, I love Mexican food, dude.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
these,
those were amazing.
These.
So
those were awesome.
they would have those tournaments. I hope they have them again.
Yeah.
Shout out to them because getting
Dude,
a $10
those
plate of
tacos
food,
were fire.
tacos, you would get a gordita, you would get like,
dude.
I don't know, man.
Dude,
They
we
would have,
got
like,
we got to run
everything.
it back in Mexico next year.
I'm trying to run it back, dude.
I'll be there.
I'm trying to get first.
All right, let's go into it here. Let's see, a jamming tower, attach,
Ooh.
double mander, pass for Martin here. Not the worst, not the best.
He said, "I hate your team, Evo."
Yeah, no Evo shenanigans for Olive
Okay.
here. And it looks like it was a pass back. Did we not want to I guess that hammer is like probably pretty bad here, right? You're two-shotting regardless. The 30 never matters, and you're just giving Martin Monkey Dory for no reason. So yeah, I'm actually pretty okay with the pass for Olive here. Martin's gonna rip that that they're puffing off the top of the deck. Seems pretty fine. I'm going to go for a prize check and hopefully have Dragapults and Charizards in his deck.
Martin, let's
Can't
talk
be-
about the Riffle Shuffle too.
Uh-huh.
Martin riffles. He plays with the Bubble Mew when he can. This deck doesn't play a Bubble Mew, but that's money bags right there. What is it to Martin? He doesn't care.
Ooh,
He
hey
said
yo!
He said the
There's
jamming.
a candy
There is the clout play. That's
The
why it's money
clout
bags right here.
play.
He said my Dragapults are in the mail, so he's getting the Prismatic Evolutions Dragapults. He's getting a gold jamming tower.
Of course, of course.
Bro, that's money bags.
Of course, of course.
That's Martin. I don't know. That's
I'm clearly missing some lore here. We did
he's
see
just playing max rarity, dude.
we did see big money bags over here. Whiffing the Luminous though. That doesn't seem very cash
It's
money to me.
okay. The
Doesn't
Luminous
be-
is gold at least, so like he's chilling.
Right, but it's on his hand.
It's okay, bro.
Okay.
70 damage, 200 damage. What's the difference, right? It's only 130. It's only 130.
Anyway, I would like to see this Ultra Ball for a Charmeleon
Well, he can go Dracloak too.
Well, the what's it called? JP said the board this turn. Both of them.
It did.
Yeah,
It did do that.
it did do that.
You know what? You're right.
I am in fact right.
Is there Charmeleon? I hope there's Charmeleon.
Might
That'd
not be
nice.
Charmeleon. No,
It
there's
is.
Charmeleon. There we go.
My poverty eyes have never seen the alternate art from 151, so I just my bad.
Yeah, of course, of course.
I was just assuming that it was like the regular art because that's what I would
Mhm.
play.
Yeah, same.
But money bags over here.
Of course, of course. You got two different cool looking Charmanders, of course. They have the boss
Indecisive,
and the
bro.
for real.
He said my cards are shiny, my Charmander is shiny, right? The Master Ball Dreepies, bro. This is an absolute.
All right, I
masterclass.
need you to stop glazing here for a second so we can talk about all of his play, okay, Mo?
It's just talking about rarity, bro.
I know you
We
want to
see
talk about your
full art
boyfriend.
Zoroark.
It's fine.
We see full art Zoroark hit the
I-
field. Jess
yeah.
will kill me. We see full art Zoroark hit the field. All right, trade, bang, buddy poffin. Getting your board set up. You might not be able to take a prize this turn. You might not be able to do damage this turn, but
Mhm.
you're getting your board set up.
If you
There's
do-
another
if you do
Zoroark or two in hand.
get a smack here onto the cloak, it could be quite impactful. Notably, while this first hammer in last turn isn't quite relevant, the second hammer in could be relevant if we are ever forced to go down that route. So Olive, she might not be in a great spot if we can't find this Archaludon here. Not quite sure what's in hand. So we will see here. Oh, there is an Archaludon, but do we have the energies? Becomes the key thing here. We're gonna
Ooh.
see the boss on the Charmeleon. Okay, is it gonna be a pass angle or is it
Oh,
going to be?
It's a hammer.
pass.
It's a pass.
It's a pass again.
Oh, we're gonna see a pass.
These Arch Zoro players and they're passing, man. We're gonna see the big lizard hitting the field for Martin here. Now this is relevant for a couple of reasons because the best play for Martin is definitely to find a way to retreat into your Dragapult to knock out both the Duraludons, right? That would be most certainly just a game-winning play on the spot here. And to do that, you would then need to retreat your Charizard, which is going to cost 2 energies from your Charizard, which is going to be quite difficult to make work here. So we do need a Gust here for Martin, and then preferably we would need a Rescue Board, except we do have that Jamming Tower in play.
And there's no stadium.
other stadium bump. Yeah, so we could just dedicate these 2 energies to retreat the Charizard. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but definitely wouldn't be ideal for Martin. But it does seem we're just going to see the swing and no boss, no nothing for Martin. And now, back over to Olive. We do have to find an Archaludon swing this turn, or else we are actually just cooked.
All right, this needs to be like Earthen Vessel right here.
Yep.
And then you can Ultra Ball. You can Ultra Ball away energy is actually pretty good. Or
Only
trade
the
away
one,
energy is pretty good.
Only the one energy, though.
Well, there's 2 in discard. You can evolve the Archaludon.
Oh, is
power
there
up to
is there 2 in our? Okay, I
Yeah.
thought there was 1.
And then you can CC probably. What do you take out? The Dracloak? You just take that out, or do
If we're
you?
fine, just like
just swing into
punching- I
something?
think swinging into Charizard is actually pretty good value on the whole here. You need to make sure the Charizard isn't an option in the late game. That is the most important thing. If you can win the 2-shot war, that is pretty good. I do like removing this Charmander for that same reason as Olive here. Yeah, as long as the Charizard never takes a one-shot, you're probably fine as Olive. If the Charizard does take a one-shot, you are absolutely not fine as Olive. So that's kind of where we're going to be. So you're just kind of trying to hunt the Charizard pieces, make sure that that late game is all Dragapult, and therefore not of any concern to Olive's board.
Exactly. At 3 prizes taken, you're hitting 270. So if you do have any damage left in play, then the Monkey Dories at Runner Brain can put that 30 onto our Chaladon, and then 270 with the Burning Darkness will clean up the knockout onto our Chaladon EX, being only at 300 HP.
Absolutely.
Stage 1 at 300. Psh,
It's pretty insane.
why so little?
Why so little? Is he the Mega Venusaur?
Megas Venus. Yeah,
Mega
we don't talk
Venusaur?
about that. Not yet.
380?
It's okay. It can't hurt you.
Oh, it can.
Yo, Precious Trolley.
We've got, yo, trade away Precious Trolley. We did find the energy there at the end for
That
Olive.
is huge, actually.
Well, if we'd whiffed that, it'd be cooked, surely, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Gonna be the knockout on the Charmander. Don't think we got anything else going on, so we're just gonna take that nice 1 prize back over to Martin here. Let's see what we've got going on. Another cloak is pretty good.
That's just
Definitely
more
looking for
draw
a
power.
Luminous. There
And
we
he has the
go.
Luminous. Okay.
There we go.
That's money bags. What did I say? Why are you doubting him?
I never doubted. I'm just trying to be neutral.
I just want to see like any damage in play. I just want to see like a whack amount, right?
Right, of course.
Given there's no Monkey Dory on on Olive's side, so like, that kind of makes me sad, right? Because all the damage that stays in play is staying in unless there's a Professor Turner scenario. But that card is pretty cool too because you just clear everything off your active and then push up another Duraludon, evolve it to our Chaladon, and swing for a 200, which is not measly at all.
No, not at all.
Especially with that, there's double, what is it? Black Belt's training.
Yep.
So there's double of the Black Belt's training. You could hit up to 260, or if they swing into you, swing even harder. Use that Relicanth Outrage. With a Black Belt's training, you're clearing Dragapult. You're clearing Charizard.
Yeah, should be pretty good. I think the line here is quite interesting. If Martin punches the Archaludon, it is going to be, of course, that Black Belt Relicanth for the combo. The question here for Martin is actually where are we putting our damage? I'd quite like to see all 6 onto the Duraludon to then, once the Archaludon knocks you out, the one that will then take damage, you can then even put pressure on the new Archaludon, putting it into Zard range regardless of anything else. I do think putting damage on Zorks is fine. Notably, 1 on each Zork is pretty strong, but I do very much like the idea of going 6 on to the Duraludon, although 1, 1, 1, and 3 is also completely fine. We're going to see 6 on a Zork, though. This isn't bad by any means. Let's just set it up for a Charizard Gust knockout, but I think I would have preferred to see it in some other fashion. We'll see, though. We'll see how this plays.
Yeah, doing the 1 on each Zork and then 30 onto Duraludon, I like that one because you're playing around the 3 prizes taken, and then your Charizard just clears everything on that bench. Assuming that the Duraludon evolves into an Archaludon.
Yep. We are trying to play to a very checkmatey late game as Martin, where we can kind of just like put Zard inactive and then preferably another Zard on the bench and just say, hey, you can't win, GG. Even with 1 Zard, setting up for a potential way to take even a 4 prize value with the Zards, like 2 and then 2, because they can't knock you out, is the ideal. Not a whole lot Olive can do about that in a lot of cases, besides just going fast and denying opportunities from Martin. So we'll see how this plays. We are looking for that Relicanth.
Additionally, like this next turn, do you want to see a Monkey Dory come down? Do you think that's like optimal? A Monkey Dory Luminous coming down on the side on Martin's side?
For sure. I don't think we're attacking with another Dragapult for this as a game, at least not if we can help it. Worst case, we already have a Fire Down, so we can still power it up in 1 turn, but we do really want to go hard in on the Charizard for us of this game. We do have a Turo in hand for all of it, and it looks like that is going to be our supporter of choice. This is fine if we can't go Black Belt Relicanth. This is definitely good as well. Just kind of putting some pressure on Martin, and then of course healing that damage. I quite like this. Not a whole lot Martin can really do to punish it. It's just a very nice, neutral, safe play. Notably though, it means like Martin could do something interesting with like Halucha plus Boss to like knock out the benched Zork, but that seems kind of unnecessary. So The main thing here is that Martin gets to spread 6 on the bench again. I think that's the big noteworthy thing, but we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, so you already have the Dragapult powered up, right?
Yeah.
So doing that, maybe finding that Luminous Monkey Dory would be pretty cool. I think that was Rescue Board and another card, but looking at Olive's list, I don't believe there's a stadium bump. It's just the jamming. There's a Watchtower in here too. So Olive can put the Watchtower in play to bump the jamming, but they don't really benefit. Their only tool is the Technical Machine Evolution and a Rescue Board, so maybe the Rescue Board comes up in play later.
Yeah.
So we'll just have to see what Olive wants to do. They're in control for the stadium war now because Martin played his one stadium. But Martin's swinging over here.
Stadium war shouldn't matter too much. We're going to be retreating this. This is a very interesting play here. One I'm not entirely sure that I agree with. I think we're undervaluing our Charizard by throwing it in the active here. Yeah, I don't think I like this for Martin. I do think, I mean, bare minimum, we have to mention another Charmander if we're doing this, which we are eyeing up the Charmander, so it seems like that is what we're going to be doing. That Halucha there is supposed to be in our hand. Yeah, we can Nest Ball for the Charmander, presumably. It's going to be quite important. We are effectively letting our Charizard die by going for this, as Relicanth to Black Belt should be exact math for Olive. So we'll see how this plays. A little skeptical of the implications of this Charizard line, though. I think we're undervaluing the best card in this matchup, but what do you think, Mo?
What if there's a Halucha plus Boss onto the Zoroark?
So that is exactly what it's going to be.
I was thinking, I was like,
In that case, it's definitely more fine. It'll be the Charizard, of course, cannot get one shot here, as there is no damage on the Archaladon.
And there's no grass Pokemon in play.
Well, yeah, of course. So the Charizard's safe here, and then now, let's see here, Olive could go swing into the Charizard, isn't bad. But then, I mean, as Martin, you can kind of just like punch back, knock out the Duraludon. I think the main thing here is that this Duraludon does kind of have to evolve. I think that is the most important thing. Martin at 3 prize cards remaining, you kind of have to punish that, forcing Martin to go through 2 more big boys to win the game. And again, you have to punish the Charizard aggression as best you can. So notably, force Martin to go through 2 big guys and then make sure that he's not one-shotting either of them. So we're going through the first Archaladon, the second Archaladon that we have presumably on our bench by the end of this turn. But of course, we can't get there. It is going to be quite rough for Olive. Let's see, though. Didn't quite catch that counter catcher. Not a bad call here. Watchtower, pretty irrelevant.
It only benefits Olive now because now the Watchtower can get the Rescue Board onto a Zoroark, plus some basic energy, can help retreat. Martin did Ultra Ball away the Rescue Board last turn.
Yes,
so this only benefits Olive now.
Yeah, so this is fine. I do like this. I mean, you might as well, right? I don't think it's like a major swing, but you definitely might as well do that. And it doesn't seem like we have a whole lot as Olive here. We do have a bunch of Pokegears, so maybe we could support our way into something, but we're not playing Boss, but it's going to be a gear. We do have a counter catcher in hand as well if we do want to go for a gust of some kind. A couple of different options here as Olive for sure. It's going to be the Arvin grabbed instantly here for a Palpad and a TM Evo. Okay, I do like the Palpad quite a lot. Should just be a couple of bosses, maybe like Boss Turo or even Turo. I don't think we've only used the one Turo. It's just a strange situation to be in as Olive. You could punch Charizard or you could counter catcher. I don't think either line is particularly clean, though.
Exactly. Like, you can take out the Dragapult, but then it gets really awkward because Charizard ramps up by 60 more damage.
Yeah.
And then it's a situation where Zoroark can get knocked out.
Exactly. So I do think we have to punch the Charizard, but then the problem then becomes that punch the Charizard, all of a sudden if the Charizard punches you back, then you're not able to punish anything with Relicanth because there will be no 2-prizer that isn't already in your range. So actually, Mo, the play I think I like the most might be the counter catcher onto a 1-prizer as Olive. I think that would be the best line, right?
Are you feeling Charmander or are you feeling Cloak with energy?
It's definitely one of the two, no doubt about it.
It's the Halucha. No, I'm just kidding.
I-
You gotta go for the unoptimal plays, throw your opponent off their game.
you definitely trip them up with that one. That's for sure.
Just the boss's order. We're not seeing like a Turo hit the deck with that pal pad. We're
I
not
guess
seeing like
we're
black belt go back
we're
in.
committing to not needing it. I do think we have both one black belt and one Turo left in our deck regardless. So worst case scenario, all of this have options to find both, or I guess either, I should say. Still, counter catcher at the top of the hand. It is going to be the Dragapult. I still don't completely hate this, but it is really just banking on the fact that Martin isn't able to boss up the Zork. We'll see. I guess, well, in complete fairness here, so we do get that. Wait, we already Arvind. Stop them, please. Hope we know how many cards both players had, or if any cards were seen. This is why we have Stream Judge. Oh, wait,
Oh.
wait, no. Oh, no, that's... Why are we scooping? Should we be scooping here? I definitely think that was reversible,
been.
right? Oh, Relicanth was prized.
Oh,
I think it's the feels bad scoop from Olive, knowing that like, hey, Relicanth was prized, that was probably cooked regardless. And then maybe I don't know.
to be fair, you're taking 2 prizes there, so it could have been there. If you're knocking out the Dragapult, you're still taking the 2 prizes.
Yeah.
In this situation where we have to go back and like watch the VOD, stop it, and then find out what those cards are in hand, or
Mhm.
how many, get as close to that situation as possible, it might have also been a 2 prize penalty, which in that case,
If you get the DPL, it's just
if it's a DPL, then August onto the Zorak with the Charizard
yeah.
EX does 270. There's already 10 damage on there. And that's
Mm.
a perfect 280 to hit that knockout and clean up the game. Martin, moving on to the finals.
There we go.
Did you doubt Moneybags?
Oh, there we go.
Oh.
I
Okay,
caught it.
well,
I caught
he
it.
got
midair,
it. Yeah.
Midair.
His reflexes.
Of course. Do you wanna do the interview?
Sure. I'm
Or
down.
I can do it. It's up to you.
Doing the interview with Moneybags?
Well, actually, no. You love Moneybags more than I do, so I'll let you do the honors.
Yeah, Martin and I mean, he's just someone who's been in the local scene for a while. I probably about like 2 years now, just about. I just remember seeing him go to the events, and I don't know. I remember he used to pull up with Meowscarada. That was quite a deck, and then I won a League Cup, got a Meowscarada champion mat, and I was like, I know who this goes to. So that's how he got his Meowscarada mat. And then he played Miraidon for a lot of time. He got a what was it? He got a dub with Miraidon at a League Cup, and then really liked it. But we have another Dragapult Zard player.
That's all we have left. Why are these?
You gotta flip it.
I'm stupid.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Dude, 3
It's not
pulls.
stupid. You just haven't learned it yet.
How many Pulsars in top 8? Was it 3? was 3 or 4.
No, there was like 4, dude. Maybe
Yeah, I
5.
don't know. I've only hit mirrors in top 8, so yeah. Anyways, hi, I'm John.
What's up?
I like playing the mirror, so I'm very looking forward to this.
I probably couldn't stand playing that.
Dude,
deck.
the mirror is so fun. Oh my god. I started practicing it like yesterday, and it's awesome, dude. Just like the constant threat of mind bend on like both sides is
John W.
awesome. Yeah, John W.
Oh, sick.
Yeah, the constant threat of mind bend on both sides. Charizard. A lot of people tend to go in like Larry in our set. We played in Swiss too, and he really likes getting aggressive with Zard, and I just think that's like a really bad way to play the matchup. Like you can fall behind like 4 prizes and still be fine. Yeah, I'm just target down Dracloaks, bro. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, literally. Like
Yeah, like
I-
Zard doesn't do any. It's just a worse attacker in the matchup.
Zard, yeah, the fact that like if your opponent's playing really passively,
Yeah.
then you're only hitting for like 180, maybe 210.
Yeah.
But would you rather hit for like 260 total or 210?
Yeah.
I think I'd rather hit for the
I mean,
260.
Also, like knowing that like everyone's on like the Rowan 60 basically means
Yeah.
like you kind of just like know certain tricks aren't gonna happen, which is like a good and a bad thing. Like no one's playing Turo, so like in game 1 against Larry, I bossed his Zard with 2 energy and then punched it. So that if he retreats it, I can boss again, jamming tower and stall for a turn because he can't rescue port that way because there's no counter stadiums and no Turo. So if he retreats it, he can't attack. Just like
Definitely.
I don't know, the matchup when you know that each other's 60, and in Zard Pult Mirror, it feels really interesting.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
saw when you, I can say it now that Reno's out of the tournament, but
Yeah.
when you and Reno hit, it was the same 60.
Yeah.
So like you see the jamming go down, and you're like, okay, well,
It's in play
rescue
for
board
the
is
game.
like
Yeah.
not that good anymore.
Yeah.
And then TM Evolution, I mean, if someone like opens it turn 1 and just slams it down, TM
Yeah.
Evolution
Cooked.
on like if you're going first and you open it, that's
Yeah.
like good.
I mean,
but
it's one apiece, so like you're probably not gonna find it.
Yeah.
But still.
it's like the best card to open if you want to punish your opponent.
Oh sure. Yeah. Yeah.
I
mean, I don't like putting in play early just because I like rescue board on my Zard, and a lot of people don't. Like put board on their Zard. I don't really know why. Mindbend is gives shenanigans that you can just play around. A lot of
That's
people
really
like
good.
a lot of people like to board their monkey or like their active. I'm like, no, just attach retreat, bro. Like you can just put the board on the Zard, and then he can skate out of there. Like
Yeah, the fire energies are kind of like, it's not an infinite resource, but
Yeah.
you do notice that like the fire energies, once you super rod, like it's not, oh, I'm getting 3 Pokemon back. It's usually like, I noticed that you did it and some other players did it today.
Yeah.
They would like super rod back in triple fire, like
Yeah.
double fire, and you're just like, I
You-
just need this for later. It's a
Yeah.
little investment.
you get really expended on resources just because you are moving around a lot. And like unlike most Charizard variants of the past, like you're always Infernal Raining for 3 this time around because you
Yeah.
always like load 1. Like usually it's like 1/1/1 or like 2 on a Zard and 1 on a Dracloak, but like now you're actually like expending all your energy. Plus you want like a Luminous on the monkey, and you need 2 for 2 different Dragapults. So like by the end of the game, you're out of energy. So yeah, resources get stretched thin.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You usually want to go like, all right, I want to
Yeah.
power up a Dracloak or something, but now it's like I need this to retreat. This
Mhm.
is gold right here. Plus, I need at least 1 or maybe 2 on my Zard because I don't
Mhm.
want my Zard getting trapped active.
Mhm.
Like you mentioned, you like to rescue board your Zard and retreat it.
Yeah, I think that's just
Others, if they
correct.
don't do that, then like they're kind of cooked because you just bring it up. You couldn't even do them, and then like, what do they do from there? So
Yeah.
that's always a funny line you can do. Is once you count your opponent's energies, you just
Mm.
assume that they're playing the Rowan 60, and then like.
Yeah,
Alright,
pretty
well,
much.
Let me just go ahead and itchy paw on that, leave it active, and then eventually win the long game.
Dude, I mean, I hate going Chien-Pao in the mirror though. I hate having the Badu there
Just do
just the whole time.
Just do it.
Dude, it's just
If
like
they, if they
constant.
have bench lock, just do it.
I love when people like Chien-Pao on me because I can just like Dragon Headbutt it, and like if they don't have a Charmander, like there's no threat turn 2.
Yeah.
Just because they can't accelerate, so like the worst they can do is Jet Headbutt me back for 70, and then like they have a Badu just constantly on the board. I can just like always take. You don't play Brave Charm, you don't play Cape, no Turo, nothing. So like it's just there, dude. Like Fez and Badu, I just do not want to put in the mirror, but sometimes you got to. So
You,
feels
you
bad
have
when
to,
you
right?
do,
If you want
yeah.
to draw cards or you
Yeah,
want to stop your opponent
yeah,
from
like
playing
aga-
cards, you kind of
like against Larry when he went draw pass, it's like obviously I'm gonna Badu there, but like besides that, not too big a fan of it in mirror. But
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's all these doors that you can open, and then
Mhm.
like close doors for your opponent if you itchy pollen or if you knock out a specific Pokemon.
Mhm.
But I mean that's the wonders of playing mirrors, especially when you know like the 60 or like the 59 or 58 cards.
Yeah.
There's always wonderful things you can do, and it really emphasizes a skill difference, or even just expressing your own skill if it's not a difference thereof.
all right, where'd Dan go? I thought
have
Dan
no
wanted to get
clue.
back here. I don't know if Martin's ready or not yet.
Yeah, maybe Martin's just taking a break. Colin, I don't know. Jess hasn't been messaging in the chat, so maybe Martin's doing a phone call. We'll see what's happening.
They're
But,
gonna be in a minute, but I'm gonna talk with Mo and kick you out.
All right, Dan.
Let's go ahead and see what happens here. Someone's going home with that. Don't get any fingerprints.
And
in
to
the
those
glass.
who are wondering what the heck you're talking about, Mo, I am back because I wanted to show off our lovely trophy.
Ta-da.
Because whoever wins this invitational actually gets this sick, sick trophy to say, hey, I had to qualify among a ton of people. And I actually earned this by beating all those darn people at Pokemon. So it's kind of cool. So we mentioned it's $500 in store credit, but you also get this, and you are welcome to bring it with you every round at Nerd Rage and just plop it down as your V-Star marker or something like that.
V-Star marker, such a thing of the past.
It is. That's true. That's true.
I'm waiting for the Pokemon Z attack or whatever. Well, we've had Z crystals before, but whatever the new mechanic is, hopefully there's a counter you need for it. Even if you're like those attacks that are like your opponent can't attack next turn, and you usually put a marker on there or a coin on there to indicate it. Just plop that glass down and be like, my Pokemon can't attack next turn.
There you go. Exactly. All right. So, Mo, you saw the games in this last round. We're going to have Martin versus John. Is there a difference in the lists? Is there one you think's more favored? Is it same 60?
I will not say anything of the sort. I refuse to say anything. Okay, is the door closed?
It is. It is.
I think it's the same 60.
Okay. Fair enough. So that is a lot of 60 card mirrors today. So for those who are watching at home, we're like, what the heck, guys? Do you feature nothing else? We had a pretty wide spread of stuff. And this is what kind of came to the top. So it's exciting. I'm so proud of you.
Yeah,
So we have at our lovely establishment that you can't see a horrible, horrible door that is wildly loud every time someone tries to go in and out. So Christian's very proud of himself for getting it. But all right. So Mo, thank you very much for joining. I will kick you out. Christian's going to join, and we're going to jump into our last round where someone will try to win this trophy. No, it is for either John or Martin. TBD.
All right.
It is
Follow me
not.
on X, or formerly known as Twitter, at PTCGMo.
There you go.
That's really it.
I was going to say, if you're heading home, I figured you'd be around. But, dude, if you're heading
I'll
home,
probably be around. I'm, I don't know. I got my protein for the day, but I still have 400 calories, so it's only 350 or 353. So I don't know. Maybe I'll get a salad, low calorie.
either way.
Something.
Dude, thank you very much for joining. It is
See
great
ya.
having you here. I will take, you can give those to
Take a
Christian
cool
if you would like.
headset.
And so we're going to get into this last round. This is, as you heard Mo say, a 60 card mirror of Dragapult Charizard versus, shockingly enough, Dragapult Charizard. And I'm super hyped everyone is still here because last time we had a cup, they scooped in finals. So it is nice to see finals play out today.
Wait, Dan, can I have a moment of silence real quick?
All right, so Christian, as the adult that he is still reliant on those energy drinks. And John needs no such motivation or hype because we have a Buddy Poffin and another basic in hand. We are cruising for turn one.
It's definitely a nice turn one here for John. Now I need to get back to that. I already had my very adult cup of coffee this morning. I just did not sleep because I could not fall asleep for the life of me last night.
Are you just too excited
I
to
was
come out
way
here
too
today?
excited. It definitely just wasn't the heat, right?
That's fair. All right, so John does
yeah.
get 3 Dreepy down, a Luminous down, a Charmander down. Insane. And now for Martin, I think Martin has an energy in hand, so we have an opportunity either to TM Evo or to Itchy Pollen. And what do you think's the move?
Well, it's definitely one of the two. It kind of depends on the hand here for Martin. While Martin figures that out, though, I want to kind of ask you. You did say it was a 60-card mirror, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Is this a net decked 60-card mirror?
Yes.
Or is it okay? So I was going to say, or is it something they worked on together? I don't know that these
No,
know each
so
other. But
this is the top finishing list from NAIC.
So I think original list by mainly Jackson Ford and Rowan Stavinoff, and I believe the highest placer with the deck was Ryan Antonucci.
And Makani, who played the same 60, I
Yes,
believe.
both of them in ASEM, right?
Yes,
Okay,
exactly.
Perfect.
All right, and so we do see Martin being a very responsible adult, checking his prizes,
Yep.
making sure he knows what to play. And it sounds like there's actually an issue with that with Liv in the last round that I wasn't paying attention to.
There was Liv accidentally double supported Iono'd as the second supporter, and then instead of trying to resolve it, it was just a scoop. I believe they were in turns of time, something that we need to make easier to see as a stream, as me and Mo definitely not know it was turns of time. But regardless, yeah, it did end up just being a bit of an unwinnable board state thanks to that, and then I think Liv just kind of just had the scoop of shame, so to speak.
It happens.
It happens. Happens to the best of us. Nothing you can do. But yeah, as Martin continues his prize check here, it is, as you said, the debate between the TM Evo and the Badoo here. We have TM Evo already in hand, it seems. Unless, did we grab it from the Arvin?
We haven't grabbed a tool yet from Arvin.
Okay, so in that case, we already have that. So I'd like to see the rescue board grabbed if it's not prized.
Or maybe
But I don't
we
think we haven't.
did.
I don't know. Well,
Oh,
we're-
yeah.
we're-
And Martin decided to go with the Charmander. Absolutely the right
so
choice.
we did also already grab something here. We're going to have the Luminous plus Evo as our option here. I don't quite like this. You're only really getting punished if John rips the candy Pult on you.
And I mean, if he does, John is a good deck. And there's really
True.
not much you can do about it. Oh,
True.
boy, we have it. We
Yeah.
have Candy Pult
Do
in
we
hand.
actually? Do we have the fire energy?
We have Candy Fire Arvin
There we go.
in hand.
That's
so
pretty good.
that is pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Now, granted, on Martin's end, unless we also have Halucha with that, Martin will be able to respond. Oh, but we are declining to do that and
So-
just going with the
This is
Cloak.
something we saw John actually do in top 4 in a very similar situation. And notably, John's opponent at the time did have a lot less options on the board. Just the same board actually, minus the Charmander. But that Charmander does open up basically Pandora's box for Martin here as far as the
for
energies
sure.
are concerned here. But notably, what we might see John commit to would actually be a Dragon Headbutt, removing the only energy in play from that Dreepy, something that did end up being very, very strong in the last game for John.
Well,
We'll see if
so-
we commit to that. It could also be an Evo. Evo would also be a completely fine play.
So, but why? To quote Ryan
Yeah.
Reynolds in a GIF, why? Because my bigger question is, why do you need to evolve the active with Cloak? Because you could easily evolve the bench and then
Yes.
retreat into it if you really feel this way. But this way, if you do high roll off of that recon directive,
Yep.
why not give yourself an opportunity to go on with Dragapult?
I think the idea is that we actually want to swing with specifically the Dracloak. Now, I'm not. I don't think in this situation I actually agree with it. I do think just going for that candy Dragapult line would have been better for John, especially with us Ultra Balling this candy away now. Yeah, I'm not sure if I really like this. I think we might as well just swung there. I guess at this point we're kind of committing to a Badoo line. Yeah, it is going to be the Badoo. And then we're going to rescue board to the active and presumably fire energy to either the same cloak, but probably the second cloak. So this is a more defensive line for John. Definitely a
Yes.
safer play, no doubt about that.
Well,
He could go punished, but this is definitely still very strong.
I'm actually going to disagree with you too. I
Sure.
don't understand why this would be safer. If you have the play, you still have Recon Director Cloak
Yeah.
Enhance you can
Mhm.
draw. Why is this better than just...
Well, so it's better because fundamentally this matchup is about who takes the first valuable knockout. Not the first
True.
knockout, the first valuable knockout.
True.
And Dan, knocking out a Badoo, not very valuable. Not if it's in the active anyway, right?
Well, so that is
So-
true, but knocking out a Dreepy and a Charmander.
Well, he wouldn't be getting the Charmander knockout.
So
we
with
would
the
have
extra,
to find the Halucha.
you already had an extra Ultra Ball off of the Recon
We don't have the
Directive.
cards to discard, I don't believe.
Well, don't give me all these reasons that are valid. I don't need to hear this. But no, it's a good point. And so we do have the Recon Directive.
Yeah.
Martin is going to get to play the game pretty effectively.
For sure, for sure.
But then for his turn, I almost imagine it's got to be a return Itchy Pollen, right?
It's definitely either that or simply a pass for Martin. Both very viable options. The pass is actually totally fine. It's not optimal by any means, but if you got to do it, you got to do it. But I got to go back to John. I kind of agree with you to a point that I think I would prefer the Dragapult swing, but to explain the line of thought for John, I do think Itchy Pollen is definitely the de facto second best line in my opinion.
For sure. It's good to talk
Um,
about when we're wrong.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
And there's definitely pros and cons to both. Notably, this board is a lot more stable for John, and Martin presumably has no way to punish it because he can't go Candy Charizard, and if he can't Candy Charizard, then Martin cannot power up a Dragapult. If Martin can't power up a Dragapult, then Martin's only possible knockout is on to Badoo, and as we just established, knocking a Badoo not very high value, so Martin is not going to do that. I would assume.
And I think it's a
Yeah.
good point. And
Mhm.
if Martin had gone with Charmeleon Dracloak instead of 2 Dracloak, John doesn't take the same line and says
Very
that
possible.
it's much more feasible for Martin to respond. So I
Mhm.
want to be more aggressive. But
For sure.
to your point, yeah, I think getting 3 Dracloak down, ideally Martin finds a way to retreat into a Badoo.
Mhm.
And I believe he's checking out that Iono saying, "Hey, John, how many cards you got?" And John said 1. And Martin says, "Well, I don't know if I want to give you a new hand with that."
I'm pretty sure +5 isn't super appealing for Martin here.
No, and what else does Martin
Um,
have in his hand?
I guess
Oh.
nothing. So yeah, we are just going to be opting for the Iono here as Martin. I think that's fine. You kind of are okay with giving. I mean, it's not great, but we really need this Charmeleon to hit the board, Martin.
Oh, and we on the last card find the the Itchy Pollen.
Itchy Pollen Badoo. Yeah, so we're gonna be able to Itchy Pollen back, and now let the the all glorious Badoo wars begin. We are going to be sitting here and waiting for someone to draw the combination of a Dragapult.
Oh,
EX
don't
and
do that, don't do that, don't do that.
So what do we do? What do we do?
Q
What do we
stop
do?
'em.
Oh, Nestball. We have a table judge. We have a table. Okay, you know what? I was just gonna let them handle it. Yeah. All right. This is great.
So-
okay.
For me, and Michael's obviously going to be the differentiator here.
Yeah.
No new information was really gained.
No.
Like, we already knew what was on top of the deck. We've already done a thorough prize search. The deck was not reordered. And
Yes.
to me, I would say this is very justifiably a warning,
Yes.
especially since John was there, had literally used Itchy Pollen and
Yes.
didn't catch it.
So I do agree. I think at the major, so regional or IC, this would be ruled a DPL. However,
Yes.
this is not a sanctioned event. This is an invitational. I mean, definitely competitive. There's a lot to play for both players here. But still a more friendly event, right? As long as the board state is reversible, which it is, then I think it should just be issued a warning. It does seem to be the case.
And so this is something where I think Martin unfortunately got a little tilted from that happening.
Yeah.
Declined to go in with the Buddy Poffin, and now, or excuse me, with the
With the
Budu.
Badoo, yes.
And now John's going to be in a really, really good position.
This is exactly what we talked about, right? You knock out the Badoo, and it's just like, well, why? I think passing would have been just a straight up stronger play, frankly.
I actually don't agree with it.
Well, it's counter catcher.
Well, yes, I actually
and,
do agree. I don't think
I think we're-
passing is better. I think
Yeah.
retreating out of the
Oh, for
Dracloak
sure.
and
Retreat
then
Ichipalin is
passing.
definitely the best play. But I do think that I would rather. I think it goes like Ichipalin, then pass, then attack is like the list of like how good the plays are. Regardless, though, of any of that. I mean, this is just an amazing board as John, right? If you get the Hawlucha is the big one here, because if you remove the Charmander, you remove all energies from the active Dracloak. Martin is going to be sitting here with 2 Dracloaks, neither of them have energy, and exactly 0 way to announce Phantom Dive. And that just means John wins, frankly. I mean,
And
it
it
becomes such
is-
a dominating position for John.
It would be
yeah.
a huge swing. And for John, we do see the Ultra Ball. Easy choice to go get that Hawlucha. The one question, though, is we don't actually have Dragapult yet. And so we do need that. But with the Arven
We
and
also
with
have-
the
we
Ultra
have
Ball in
Ultra
hand,
yeah.
we've got the Dragapult and the Hawlucha. And
Yep.
that is going to put Martin in a very, very difficult position. And knowing that time can be an issue, this is where I'd almost say scoop it up.
I honestly agree. Maybe go for like a Hail Mary Badoo, countercut your line into something. See if you can like force a whiff from John, but frankly, that's maybe a little too optimistic on my end. It's probably just a concession on the spot. It's almost looking like Martin is preparing for it.
And I would agree.
But
And
yeah.
I think this is something that is a really, really important lesson for people watching this and paying
Yep.
attention. Even if something goes wrong, even if you make a mistake,
Mhm.
even if like something crazy happens, you get a DPL, it's really important to maintain your focus and stay engaged in the game. Because even if it was a DPL, Martin's wasn't out of the game.
Yeah.
Like still in a fine position, still
for
able
sure, for
to
sure.
take the win. But now kind of going with that suboptimal play, John's probably going to run away with this.
Yeah, I really do think it was just a big blunder for Martin that John is perfectly capitalizing on here.
For sure. And so John obviously taking the 2 knockout or the double knockout here. Martin going into a Dracloak. How does Martin respond here? Like, what can he do?
I do think Countercatcher Badoo is the only feasible line I can see here. With the stamp, naturally, but with the double recon in play, you're kind of just really hoping that the fact that all these energies hit the board and the rescue board, notably, also has hit the board already for John, is like kind of your way back into the game. It's really rough.
It
You
is.
could even jet headbutt, frankly, into maybe the cloak with no energy. That could be a niche line that you can kind of like set that up for a knockout and then knock out like something else, or even punch into a Dragapult. It's possible, but
I actually
it's rough.
really like that jet headbutt into
Mhm.
the cloak without energy, only because, like you said, the rescue board's down. There's no energy in the discard pile, so there aren't any item cards that can pull
Yeah.
out energy for John. So
Yes.
if you're able to set up some of that damage for a swing turn on your end, that's a big deal.
For sure. And notably, John's biggest priority next turn is actually establishing a luminous energy on a Monkey Dory. This would be the perfect time for John to do that. And if you are, as Martin, going to countercatcher a Dracloak, then that luminous energy attachment is just now impossible for John. Unless, of course, we are okay with just passing back, but I can't assume that we would be, right?
To be honest, we probably would still be okay with it because of how
Yeah.
far ahead we are.
Oh, for
but
sure.
it is true, like, you don't always get opportunities to use Monkey Dory. So being able to.
Yeah. It's a bit
Oh,
bizarre.
interesting.
I do like this quite a bit. Again, forcing the Charizard to presumably retreat and discard all those energies, and the one, I guess, 210 onto the Dragapult not being particularly relevant.
Well, so I disagree with that because you're
Mhm.
two-shotting this Dragapult. So whether or
Well,
not you're
I mean,
hitting into it with
compared to the Dragapult, right?
Phantom Dive
Yeah.
is certainly better.
For sure.
But even then, hitting 210 into this Dragapult is relevant. Like, that's
No.
still fine.
It is, but what happens here now is that if we do swing as Martin and we are able to somehow set up a way to knock out this Charizard, because the late game of this matchup is very Zard heavy.
It is.
You are trying to basically you're spending the entire time positioning your board to put your Charizard in a better position than your opponent's Charizard to let that Charizard sweep a game. So Martin notably identifying this by saying, hey, I'm going to put pressure on your Charizard in the only way that I can put pressure on your Charizard. And that is going to be by just hitting it for the 70 damage. On the next turn, we can hit it for 200. Still not knocking out. It's going to be a total of 3-shot. But then, of course, we would be able to do some kind of combination where we go 70 plus 200 plus then a counter catcher onto a 1-prizer and then taking out the Charizard on the bench. This
Yeah,
would put us
absolutely.
to 2 prize cards remaining. And what we really need to do for this line to be possible is we need to establish our own Charmander. If we do all of this and John magically whiffs Monkey Dory for the entire game, which with this rod is implied to be not happening, it's the line for Martin. You have to play to your outs, of course.
Yes.
But this would be a line that would allow Martin to swing the game back into his favor. I see this Luminous as Martin. I'm insta-scooping personally.
Well, so I do think that Luminous is a big deal. I think
Mhm.
the Luminous is a less big deal if you do this play into the cloak. Because
for sure.
even
Yeah.
if or John decides to leave the cloak in the active,
Yeah.
just attach the Luminous and start to move the energy,
Yes.
you are still putting very, very relevant damage down on a
Yes.
single prizer. Because like you said, Charizard sweeping is a huge win condition for this deck.
Yep.
Or sweeping a bunch of single prizers. Because if you
Mhm.
don't want to rely on the one big guy
Yep.
to kind of swing across the board and like take
Yes.
all of your big knockouts, and you can do a closeout with Halucha or something similar,
Mhm.
then you can still be in a good position. But yeah,
sure.
at this point, I would tend to agree if we don't get a Charmander. Well, actually, the thing is, even at this point with Monkey Dory, if we do get a Charmander down, John will be able to take a knockout on it without having to gust. So
Exactly, and I think that is kind of the problem here. Notably, Martin also does have to attach to the active, so you have to attach to the active no matter what. You have to bench the Charmander no matter what. But John can literally just go retreat, knock out both, and then Martin is once again at a 0 energy board, and now we're really in the trenches as far as our win conditions are concerned as Martin. I really do think this is a concession angle.
I think so too. But Martin is going to play to his outs, which I
Yep.
give him credit for. It's still game one. There's
For
still
sure.
no guarantees.
Yep.
And there is still a line, like we said, with the gusting of Charizard and trying to stall it. We can do the exact same thing with Dracloak.
Yep.
And even though some of the damage will come off with Monkey Dory, it's still okay because you're still setting up for a single prize swing. And so if Martin is able to get a Charmander up and then is able to hit into the Dracloak, and then, I'm just walking through the lines here, is able to actually knock out Monkey Dory and a Cloak for a 2-prize swing before John can reach another knockout, all of a sudden, if Martin's able to just steal a turn here, he's in a pretty good position.
Yeah, but you do need to steal that one turn. It is not an option for Martin. Let's put it that way. It is a mandatory line here that the alternative is just
100%.
insta losing the game, right? So it is very rough as Martin, but as you say, that is the line. It's the only one possible, but we do have to play to it to an extent, right? I do
so-
think if it's just it's really really rough here.
I agree. One other out Martin has, Martin could get Monkey Dory himself and try to set up and kind of play that damage bounce back game
Mhm.
if he's able to get a Charmander down. But without the Charmander down, without the ability to stick John, yeah, I think Martin's basically cooked in this one. So if he is going to gust
Yeah.
and attack with Dragapult, what is he going after?
First idea would be the monkey. And none of them, honestly, none of them speak to me as particularly good. You could swing into the Pult to put pressure on the Pult. You could swing into monkey to remove the option. Honestly, I think the best place to punch is actually into the Charizard. But it's gonna be the monkey that we bring up here. Knockout, and then where does the 60 go? I think it has to be like a 30-30.
I think so too.
Yeah, but the problem is that John has the
Oh.
freest knockout in the world into his active Dragapult. The real problem here is really just that. Theoretically speaking, right, it's fine for Martin. Like we do see the 6 hit the Charizard here, and then like, oh, you can knock out the Charizard next turn, and that's really good. Except Martin is going to be ending this or going into next turn with a board of literally just one Dracloak, and you
And
can't
so-
win with that.
That is the problem, is
Yeah.
that by taking this route, by not using Arvin to get a Night Stretcher or something like that, Martin is not going to have a way to Phantom Dive the next
Mm.
turn or go in with a Burning Darkness, something like that. And
Ooh.
then John decided to take 2 prizes,
I
leave
like
the
this
Pult
a
active.
lot.
But
Very clean heads up play from John here.
And I agree, because now you've set it up where Martin has no other option but to attack with this active.
Yep.
And John knocks it out with anything.
Exactly.
So now this is where I think playing for time is important.
Yeah.
Martin's got to scoop it up.
Yeah, and I really want to highlight this play as John, because this is a really phenomenal play. Because John's always in a winning position, right? John knows this, we know this, everyone knows this. But what's really interesting is that when you as John do commit the boss to knocking out the 2 Dracloaks, you're effectively, the numbers here are random, right? But you're effectively going from a 90% win rate to a 95% win rate
100%.
in a game.
Well,
and those small
yes.
optimizations, they make the difference in the span of a long tournament, right? Now, typically it's when playing from behind that the small optimizations do matter the most, but really just like closing in on an opponent and making sure they have no outs to winning the game is what differentiates good and great players. And it's a really, really, really impressive heads-up play from John. Looks very simple on paper, but I know plenty of players who would have just taken the knockout and then had the minuscule possibility of losing to some absurd line from Martin, right?
And so when we talk a lot about kind of how you line up the win and how your opponent lines up their win and kind of mapping out the two, I agree. And I think John provided a really good example there of Martin's only line to win the game would be to stall a couple turns with a healthy Dragapult to try to steal a win somewhere. By getting rid of the options to put up anything healthy in the next turn, John removed that. So Martin, unfortunately with a rough go in that game, does have an opportunity to go second here, though, and set up a much stronger board. And maybe, just maybe, John won't have Buddy Poffin Basic in hand going first. And right now, he does not. He has an Ultra Ball, but we don't have anything else yet.
Yeah.
So then, Christian, for John, you have game 1 win.
Yep.
You have a bit of an advantage of time. Is there something special you're doing this game? Are you approaching the game differently at all?
I think the only thing I'm doing as John is I'm maybe scooping a little bit earlier because it was quite a long game 1, and I know that as John, I would have a advantage going into game 3, getting to go second, right? So
yes.
If we have a table judge, I assume the players are allowed to ask for how much time is left, something they should be taking advantage of to gain as much information as possible. Now, obviously, John should play to his outs here. There is the Poffin from the top deck
and
after
so
2 mulligans.
And so that's a big deal because now going first rather than it being get one thing down and hope, John's going to be able to set up a pretty decent board, knowing he's going to get Ichi Polland, but still.
Well, this is extra important in front of Badu, right?
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, absolutely. That Arven in John's hand is frankly a very dead card next turn, right? Technically, it does get you a tool card, but really not getting you that much. Now with the Puffin, we are able to Ichi Polland back into Martin, and with this Ultra Ball, we are going to see John likely grabbing a Dracloak. That Dracloak is then officially going to be putting John ahead in the game by giving him first Dracloak, first attachment in front of the Ichi Pollen War, right?
Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're good. So, and yes, the one thing I think also could have been justifiable, though, is instead of going for the Dracloak, it would have been, I think, reasonable to get a Charmander just to make sure that he could set up a board and play around some kind of disruption from Martin. But Martin going with the Arven, likely getting a Buddy Poffin. And I mean, Christian, is this a TM Evo angle, knowing that John has like a Dracloak in hand?
It could be. I think when you start the Badu, you just want to commit to the Badu. It's a matter of forcing value from your Badu as well, because the Badu on the bench is a massive liability in these Dragapult mirror matches. So if you're going to have the Badu in play, you really do want to get some kind of value from it.
Which I agree. And I think there's something to be said about trying to maximize the value of what's on your board.
Yes.
Versus what is the best way to enact my game plan. Because we saw that earlier with Alfredo. He kept the countercatcher in hand because he only had one, held the research to protect the resource. But in doing so, gave his opponent a turn or 2 or 3 to stay in the game. And so I don't disagree. I think using Ichi Pollen here could be good. But I also think there's something to be said about Martin saying, okay, I'm not actually going to slow you down that much, and you just burned a search out that could have gotten you a Dragapult to get a Dracloak. Maybe I just want to start going on my end.
Yeah, and it's very it's very reasonable to at least you should, as Spartan, consider both options, right? I do think both plays have value, and as such, both plays should be considered. I do think to an extent it also depends on the rest of our hand.
Yes.
If, as Martin, we then have our own Dracloak for next turn, then I do value the Itchy Pollen quite a lot. But if we're just going Itchy Pollen into then not actually having a Dracloak, then we do definitely want to commit to the Evo as Martin. So I do think it is a hand-to-hand based situation here. We do have the Ultra Ball. Martin seems to be eyeing up as well as an Energy, I believe an Iono, and that TM Evo. So Martin trying to map out what resources he can and can't get rid of. I think it is an Ultra Ball way TM Evo to use Itchy Pollen, or it's going to be some kind of Evo play. But I don't think Martin is quite locked on the Evo. But no, he is considering it here.
And I actually think I like the Evo play here more, knowing that you're gonna Iono and just kind of hope to hit a cloak or burn your hand down, risk getting Ionoed by John, and then hope to hit a Dracloak. Doing this kind of secures you that, and then if John does pop off, like, congratulations, man, you got me. But in general, you're setting up a very sustainable board.
You absolutely are. I think the problem here also is that if John just Itchy Pollens you back, you're not doing that much as Martin here, and notably you're letting John kind of get this poffin up. I actually do think, the more I think about it, I actually would have preferred the Itchy Pollen as Martin here. We'll see how this all plays out.
So I'm actually curious then, because I actually think this was exactly the correct play. So let's see how this pans out.
We will.
And for John,
what I'm worried about is like we're giving John, because we're going from giving John just the one recon, the one cloak, right, to giving him Poffin out, Nest Ball out, Ultra Ball out, much more to work with.
Very
right?
true.
And for what, frankly, just getting a little bit ahead, because I don't think Martin is going to be able to launch an attack. If Martin launches an attack next turn with a Dragapult, then this is absolutely correct. If
And
he's
actually,
not able to do that, then I do think it is a punish.
And that's actually the reason why I do like this.
Yes.
Is there was zero shot of Martin getting off an attack next turn if he does Itchy Pollen.
But I think that is being impatient. I think patience is the most important factor for both players in this matchup, and it's something that I've seen John play to quite heavily, whereas Martin is playing a very more a much more aggressive line, trying to be the first attacker here. And I do think John kind of playing into this idea that patience is a virtue in this matchup. Another thing I would have liked to see from Martin is that instead of evoing with the Badoo, we can have it evoed with our second Charmander. It just kept an energy on the Charmander. Notably, of course, we kind of talked about how the Badoo is a liability, and as such, if it's going to get knocked out, it has to be in the active. So that's a really good reason to keep the Badoo in the active, even when we're going to use the Evo. But it's quite interesting. And now John is going to go for an Evo of his own. This is a really interesting play. I'm kind of curious what you think, Dan.
I think his hand is crap, and I think that's why he's going for this play. And I think Martin made a fantastic decision because, especially if John's response, I agree, I think patience is important. John's response is a very patient response.
Yeah.
But it opens up a line for Martin. Now that him being willing to say, you know what, you can buddy Poffin, now enables him to maybe apply a ton of very real pressure here, especially because there is a Dracloak in the active, not anything else.
For sure. If Martin is able to get Charizard.
Oh my goodness.
I think we got there. Do we have a Luminous?
I don't think we have a Luminous.
I do not think we have a Luminous. Poffin and Rare Candy there. No Luminous, barely. And Zarding into the cloak is fine, but it's not much more than fine, and as such, I'd probably prefer the Badoo. I actually do think this Evo as John might have been a misplay, even if our hand was dead, honestly, because it does open up so many options for Martin, whereas if we had committed to the Badoo, then you could maybe have stalled out that kind of game of chicken for a little bit longer to increase your odds of being the first to do anything.
And I agree because
it's a very interesting back and forth, though.
Now I think that Itchy Pollen on Martin's part is going to be the move for this turn.
Yeah.
Because I think I love how Martin has structured this, and you may still very much be right at the end of the day for not Itchy Pollen.
Yeah.
But I think Martin taking the opportunity to maybe apply pressure, and then now, when there isn't going to be a ton to gain from going in with either a Jet Headbutt or a Charizard, now going in with Itchy Pollen and saying, Martin, like, go for it, or John, go for it, dude, I think is great.
Oh, this Itchy Pollen here is absolutely great for Martin. It is definitely a better play than going in with the Charizard. 100%. I would love to see an Itchy Pollen here from Martin, especially because you put yourself in a really interesting spot where I do think evolving here is fine. I think evolving here is fine. I think attacking is something different. So I think that's totally fine here for Martin still. Again,
I think
it's a matter of being the first valuable Dragapult hit of the game. And if we just kind of use the Charizard here and then Itchy Pollen and then assuming a whiff from John, you can then go Pult, Luminous, presumably Boss if John puts the Badoo back in the active, and then kind of go from there. Now, of course, you are kind of susceptible to John doing the same thing. John could go
well. So
Luminous,
just
Boss,
hold on
Evolve, and then-
to
yep, of course.
keep it on Martin's turn for a second.
Of course.
I do think going to Charizard is okay, but I
Yeah.
don't think it's better than getting another Dracloak. Because, like you said with
That is
Patience,
very fair.
Martin keeping one Dracloak down,
Mhm.
knowing that there's a chance he won't be able to use a rare candy on that Dragapult,
Yes.
now only has a little bit of ways to draw. And kind of like we were talking about, we're not attacking with Charizard. Sure, it's nice to get out,
Yeah.
but is that worth not having more draw on your board and having more flexibility if John does knock out this Dracloak? And
Mm-hmm.
just to further add on to that, there is a catastrophic scenario where John is able to get a Halucha double knockout
Very
on Dracloak
true.
Dreepy,
Very true.
and that hand doesn't seem too far off of it. So then,
It's quite hard off of the Itchy Pollen here with the Halucha out.
oh, and
but
that is true. That is true. So, I mean, Christian,
still.
looking at John's hand, what is the perfect turn for him this turn?
I mean, the perfect turn is very likely to knock out both the Dracloak and the Dreepy, using Boss's Orders, Luminous Energy, and the Dragapult EX with the Halucha. I think even then, if we just do knockout Dracloak plus knockout Badoo, that is totally fine, getting even 30 damage onto either the Dreepy or the Charizard. Both have value, and it all ties back to the thing I've been repeating all set here. It is a matter of getting the first value kill of the game, which is going to be typically just a Dracloak plus a Badoo on the bench, right, to go up
Sure.
on those two prize cards. You can also leave the Badoo in play. Typically is better, but it kind of depends in a lot of cases.
It's a free monkey prize.
It's a free monkey prize for sure. Monkey Wars is also something that's going to be coming in the mid game here. That's another thing where neither player has any Luminous, so it's quite interesting. But yeah, John is just going to commit to going Itchy Pollen back. So we've got to see both players go back and forth on what the optimal line here is. And now we've finally entered the Badoo War. And it's just going to be a matter of time until one of these players is able to establish a Dragapult and pull off a Boss's Orders at the same time. And we're just going to be seeing a lot of Itchy Pollen and a lot of Recon Directive. And that's kind of it until one of these two players does pull off the combo.
And so the combo is going to be that Phantom Dive. But right now, Martin's hand is okay. We have the Dragapult. We have a Research. So we could burn our hand to the ground. I think we have Luminous. So the question really is just, do we have a Gust? Because if we have a Gust, oh boy, are we pokey gaming here.
That we would be. I do think we are. Oh, we do have a Boss Orders in hand. Okay.
So I would actually love to see a Gust knockout here.
Yes.
And actually, I'm torn whether or not it's the Cloak with Energy or if it's Charmeleon. And do you have a choice here?
Knockout Charmeleon is incredibly valuable in this matchup, as we kind of talked about earlier, how the Charizard late game is a very, very real factor. That being said, denying draw for John, especially by forcing the Dragapult to evolve, kind of leaves John with potentially only a one Recon Directive board by evolving the Dreepy, one getting knocked out and the other getting evolved. It's really, really interesting as Martin here. As in general, I do think knocking out the Charmeleon is better, but I think on this specific board, there is a very real argument to knocking out the Dracloak. I do think I would knock out the Dracloak that doesn't have damage on it, though, as I don't think we're worried about Munkidori when John already does not have a Luminous in play. If John had a Luminous in play, we should probably knock that out, right?
And I think that's reasonable.
So
I think
we could have kept the damage here.
we definitely could have. I don't know how much the one damage counter matters, but like you said, for playing optimally, protecting some of that is good.
Yeah.
I do think we would want to see 3 on the Cloak, 1 or 3 on the Dreepy, and just call it a day there. The tough part is Martin knows that John is going to unfair stamp him now.
Absolutely. And that is the second layer here. Now we get into the stamp turn for John. And notably, there's no Recon Directive Dracloak on the board for Martin, so this stamp extra powerful here, especially if we get the Halucha. If we get the Halucha here, we might be seeing a bit of a worst case scenario for John. or not for John, sorry, for Martin. Another thing I'd love to see is that counter catcher onto the bench Charizard, punishing the Charizard from hitting the board early. You could swing into it, force it to kind of stick around, something
Yes.
like similar to what we saw last game. And if you could do something along the lines of punch the now active Charizard, unfair stamp, and then knock out the Dreepy, I think that would be the perfect combination for John.
So I do think that'd be fantastic. I also
Yes.
don't think you'd be wrong
Mhm.
to punch Charizard twice with Dragapult EX and put
Yes.
all 120
Uh-huh.
on the bench Dragapult,
That could
because
work too.
then you're within a Phantom Dive of knocking out. Oh, and we see the Luminous for John.
Yep.
We have it out to Iono and Unfair Stamp. We have the Gyro. So we have the Phantom Dive.
Right.
I think we have a counter catcher. We see the
Don't
jamming tower.
See it, unless
Ah.
that's Boss. Nope, it's just gonna be
Unfair
the
Stamp,
unfair stamp here,
which
now,
is fine. This is
it's totally
great.
fine. Yeah. We
So then, Christian, I guess my question for you is: we've got the Luminous, we've got the Energy, we've
Yep.
got the Dragapult. What else does John want to do this turn?
CC the Charizard, right? Again, the Charizard's the big bad. We want to remove him now before the Charizard starts to get that insane value in the late game, right? Because if the Charizard sticks around, the game just becomes incredibly hard for John, right?
Yes.
So I don't believe we saw a counter catcher. Now the counter catcher isn't the end of the world, but it is absolutely still optimal, and notably, I think it is more important than the Hawlucha. But we'll see what John is able to do here. I saw Monkey Dory, which is good for next turn, but isn't quite going to get us what we want here, it seems. And then there is absolute debate here, for example, to even go into the Charizard. Here's actually something I maybe would have liked here. Maybe we could have put 10 damage on the Dreepy to then knock out the Dreepy, but then we could put the remaining 10 damage from that Hawlucha onto maybe the benched Charizard to then put that closer into range of some kind of like combination of Monkey Dory.
It could.
Plus, yeah, it's
could.
weird. We could also now like threaten the Charmander, but if we go knockout Dreepy, knockout Badoo, and then take another just 2 prize on Dragapult, 2 prize on Charizard, then the last Charmander there doesn't really matter too much. So the prize map is pretty interesting.
One interesting thing here, though, is that's only 1 energy off Charizard. And so we do see the hit to knock out the Dreepy. I think I do like that in general because it eliminates Martin's draw.
Absolutely.
And Martin had the Ultra Ball in hand to go get a Dracloak. But to be honest, at this point, too, as much as it could be problematic, this is a turn where putting down Fez is probably fine.
Yeah.
Because we've used Hawlucha.
Yep.
We do have Monkey Dory, but we're hopefully going to clean some stuff off the board. Like, I actually think going into Fez right now is great for Martin to just get a little more stability. And I think that's what he's going to do here.
It does seem like it. It's not a great combination of cards to be throwing away from this Ultra Ball here, but it's really Fez or nothing. I do think the Fez is actually a much worse bench than you kind of make it out to be. I think it is a very, very easy way for us to lose this game. Notably, it means that John no longer has to go through this Charizard. On the bench, we can now knock out Dragapult, knock out Fez, and then, of course, just one of the 2 1-prizers remaining, probably the Badoo. But for Martin, it's really not much of a choice, right? You do kind of have to do it. That is an insane draw. We see Boss and Hawlucha.
Bonkers.
Not a whole lot of draw here, though, and that is kind of the problem where we're now kind of forced to go into our Charizard after our Dragapult gets knocked out. But, I mean, the boss here is definitely going to expand our options here. I wouldn't be opposed to something like a knockout on maybe the Monkey Dory.
I disagree.
Really?
I want us to hit Charizard.
I'm very okay with that as well.
So,
especially with the 1 energy on it.
And I want us to hit Charizard and knock out the Cloak. Because not only are you removing draw from John's board, John's hand clearly wasn't that good after that stamp. And you require John to have an energy in hand and spend that attachment on Charizard, which means John can't Monkey Dory.
Very true. Yeah, I'm very okay with that as well.
Good. Team is aligned. Excellent. Hopefully Martin does it. But so as much as that hand is bad, we are able to play the game. And honestly, we're able to play the game pretty aggressively. And now John is at 5 prizes. If we do see 3 more prizes taken, Martin's Charizard is going to be doing a huge amount of damage and may be able to clean up that Dragapult at some point this game.
Yeah, it's very interesting here. Martin is still not in a great spot here, notably because there is no draw. It's going to be the Monkey Dory here from Martin. We'll see how that plays out. But regardless, Martin is keeping up, right? Martin is
Yes.
keeping up in the game. Now, the lack of draw is going to make this late game very, very difficult for Martin, but bare minimum, we are keeping up, and it means that if we draw an out to continue doing something as Martin, then we are going to be able to, follow up with these plays. So we're staying in the game, keeping up the aggression, and forcing John to have responses, right?
And so John will be able to respond with either a Phantom Dive or a Burning Darkness. And the tricky part, though, for Martin is that now that Martin is at 3 prizes, if Martin does knock out this Dragapult EX, John will be able to one-shot his Charizard EX with his own Charizard.
Yes, absolutely.
And so things are getting a little sketchy unless Martin is able to do something like use Monkey Dory to clean up the Budew and take all 3 prizes in one turn. And I don't know how likely that is here. So it's all going to depend on what John can do and what pressure Martin can apply.
I think as long as John doesn't enable Martin to go for something like a Monkey Dory plus Charizard, game-winning turn here, we're probably fine now. The Monkey Dory being onto the Budew, the Charizard taking 2 prize cards. I don't think that's going to be possible for Martin. Theoretically speaking, though, if we did see something like John swinging into the Dragapult with his own Dragapult, then Monkey Dory would put the active Dragapult in range of the Charizard, but then we wouldn't have the Monkey Dory for the Budew, so we're probably still fine. It's a back and forth. It's a very interesting back and forth, but John is up by a turn here.
Well, and I would say even more than being up by a turn.
Yeah.
Up by honestly 2 turns.
Frankly,
Because we're reaching for the knockout on this Dragapult EX.
yes.
And doing it in a way where if Martin is able to apply too much pressure or any pressure,
Yeah.
like John's going to win the game. So this is a
Yes.
very, very tough spot to be in unless Martin is able to set up another Dragapult.
Yeah, and the math here is really good for John because we're able to go 2 on the Budew.
Wait.
4 on the Fez, right? Or no, we're gonna see. Okay, this is fine too. I like 4 on the Fez notably because it means that if we heal 30 from the Fez, then it would still have 10 on it, still be in range of a Dragapult, which would then be notable if Martin is able to find a way
Whoa.
to knock out the Charizard.
Well,
right?
no, but that's exactly it.
Mhm.
So now Martin has a line to knock out the
Yes.
Charizard, and that
Yes.
absolutely means Martin could win this game. And we praised John previously for playing around like a loss condition really well.
Yes.
But I almost feel like this is the opposite. John
is.
just gave Martin a line to still win this game.
Absolutely, and let me make it abundantly clear here. This line is very unlikely to work as Martin because what you need to happen is first of all you need to find Gus the Charizard, then you have to find your Monkey Dory. Your Monkey Dory has to heal the active, or else we're not able to one-shot the Charizard. So that means that John would still win with a Gust onto the Pheasantipity that would still have 10 damage on it. So it's not a very likely win condition for Martin, but it is still a win condition that he wouldn't have had otherwise had John played it a little bit differently. And
Exactly.
again, we could see that minuscule chance being the differentiating factor here. Only time will tell.
Well, that's fair. This unfair stamp may tell. But Martin has another advantage where John went to 2 prizes remaining.
Yes.
And so with 2 prizes remaining, it means that Countercatcher is activated for Martin.
Mhm.
So we can get the Gust much more easily.
Yep.
We just need to search out for Monkey Dory.
Yep.
And then we need a Luminous Energy.
Yes.
It's still a lot.
You say just. That's quite a lot.
Well, it's 3 pieces. And that's
Yeah.
not a guarantee, but it's
No.
definitely in the realm of possibility.
For sure. It looks like all 3 pieces are going to have to be drawn from this unfair stamp, though.
Which is, unfair stamp plus Fez.
True. Very true. We do still have Fez.
And
so
Fez
maybe Fez before the Arvin would have been better. What do you think?
So it's tough because I think you also need disruption. John has too
Yes.
big of a hand. He just took 3 prizes. So John would win off a Gust.
Yeah.
And so you can't just let John hold his hand. You need to combine this with disruption. And if you need to combine it with disruption, it would be Theo, we need Gust, Monkey, Luminous.
We knock out the Dragapult. The Charizard on the bench just wins the game for John.
And so I think we do need to Fez after. Oh, but that's not a great hand.
Doesn't seem like we got there. Yeah, guys, you have to remember that while
wait.
Monkey plus Luminous is enough to knock out the Oh, we do have the
you're right.
Badoo.
You're
Never
right. You're
mind.
absolutely correct.
Badoo is on the bench.
I got
Hold up.
locked in on the Charizard. Okay, we should talk quietly about that.
Damn,
but-
we're trolling.
I know. We absolutely got locked in on the Charizard. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Just
Yep.
Monkey and Luminous. And so we have the Monkey. I don't think we have the Luminous,
No Luminous here for Martin.
but we have the Counter Catcher.
True.
So we can simply pull up the Charizard, hit it for 300. And unless John finds a Luminous Energy, John can't win the game that turn.
No, it's definitely.
Oh, well, John is a
tougher.
boss, so just John can win this
Okay,
game.
well, that's
Okay,
that's pretty
well,
rough, though.
that's unfortunate.
That is
okay.
that is unfortunate.
That is
here, yeah.
extremely
so if we do have the whiff
unfortunate.
here from Martin, then it does seem like it's shocked. Feeling a little bit silly missing that there was that very obvious Badoo line.
We had literally talked about it 5 minutes ago, so that's fine.
We literally talked about that exact board state as well.
And so this is tough then. So
Yeah.
for Martin, the other option we have too
Uh-huh.
is you can gust up something like the Halucha or something similar.
For sure. You try to buy a turn. I do want to like circle back on this board though, because Monkey Luminous being game for Martin, I actually think it was quite a massive misplay from John last turn.
Yes, 100%.
Leaving 3 on anything, even because this line shouldn't be available for Martin, right?
I think the
This should
term
not-
is
yeah.
never punished.
Very true.
And so to
Yeah.
that point though, if Martin actually no, I still do think that the Luminous or the Arvin first without
Mm-hmm.
a draw supporter in hand and then Fez was correct.
Probably
Because you need a combination.
Yeah.
And so if you Fez into one of the pieces, you still have to shuffle draw your hand.
Yeah.
Unless that piece is a Luminous Energy.
Yeah, we are just going to see the boss here for the game, for the tournament win for John here. So congratulations.
Yes.
Very, very quickly, though, I do want to say I did quite like the counter catcher play into the Charizard. Notably, you kind of can't just knock out the
Exactly.
Dragapult, because if you do that, you just lose the game, right? The
Exactly.
Charizard just knocks you out, you lose.
And I say credit
yeah.
to Martin because I do think Martin
sure.
played very well across the board where
Yeah,
obviously mistake with searching under Badoo, and I
Oh,
think
for
that kind
sure.
of threw him off.
but we've all done that, surely.
For sure.
For sure.
All right. So Christian, I will let you come back in a moment.
Yep.
But hey, Sky, thank you for joining us. I'm gonna let you go grab John because I'm going to
You
congratulate
have to
him.
present him with the trophy.
I do have to present him with the trophy.
That's perfect,
Absolutely.
yeah.
So
I'll go grab John for you.
perfect. Thank you very much. I'll actually slide over so John can slot in here. Well, so for everyone who's watching, I do really appreciate you chiming in. We are going to talk to John a little bit here. We are going to hand off our lovely trophy because John won. So unfortunately for Martin, John did pull it off. Got unfair stamped into a boss's orders, which is not ideal for Martin. So this, to me, is an awesome ending to our first inaugural series because we had 2 months of people coming in, playing hard, trying to do some great stuff. And then we come to today and we see some ridiculous things and some really strong decks and some really strong play. And John, don't worry about the door. It's fine. But dude, grab the headphones, have a seat. Congratulations, my friend. So you get the fancy trophy.
That thing's awesome. Yeah,
Right.
I have a few Smash trophies like that, so that's
Do
pretty
you
cool
really?
to add.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
So this is our inaugural league, league invitational.
Oh.
We have an energy
There-
series. I can't use that term, but congratulations, man! I'm gonna hand this
thank
to you.
Thank
This
you.
is yours
This
to
thing
keep.
is awesome. That'll be in the stream background. Yeah.
Feel free to bring it to every single locals.
Oh,
and
yeah.
hold it at your
Oh,
seat.
flexing this for sure.
Yeah, please don't actually. do
I got
that, but-
I got kind of bodied at the last cup, so this is a good rebound. Yeah.
I'm glad. But dude, congrats, man. So
thank you.
how did that last round feel for you?
Pretty good. I know game 2 he chose to Evo turn 1 instead of HE Pollen when I only got 1 Dreepy down. I think that was probably just incorrect. I really like playing the mirror. I've played
Yeah.
5 today, and this
Dang.
deck's awesome. Yeah, when you know everyone's on the same 60.
That makes
Like
life a lot
yeah, like the same. Like no one's playing Turo,
Yes.
no one's playing wacky stuff. They're all the same row in 59. So it I don't know. Knowing the 60 mirror is pretty fun.
That's fair. And
Yeah.
honestly, I actually think Martin made the right decision there with that Evo.
Did it, I
There
don't know.
There were some other decisions that I
Yeah.
think put him in a bad
I-
spot, but I think that one was
People
right.
just get too aggressive in the mirror.
Yeah.
I'm willing to just sit back and attach to Drakelokes, and you have to find bosses. And if you go 3 prizes up, my counter catcher's alive. Yours never are.
Yeah.
I know I played Larry in Swiss and in top 8, and in both times he got super aggressive with Zard. And Zard's just bad in the matchup. Like for the most part, besides just accelerating, it doesn't do anything better than Pult.
Well, well, that last game, if Martin knocked out Pult, it would have done something
Oh,
great.
well,
It was
yeah,
sorry.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
But to your point, exactly, it is meant to be the closer and the accelerator.
Yeah,
it is
for
not the
sure.
primary attacker.
I mean, I did use steady fire breathing today.
Did
The
you now?
Charmander, yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, that was
Knock out
cool.
a Badu.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I
That's
got the
sick.
Charizard load up a Charmander. Yeah,
I
it was
love
pretty
it.
cool.
That's fantastic. All right, so
Yeah.
John, how
Yeah.
did you feel about the League Series? Like, is it something you enjoyed?
It was really fun. Yeah, I mean, I don't live too close, so getting like the local points for like just attending was a little rough, but we got the League Challenge top 4. I think maybe a little generous on like just attendance based.
Yeah.
Versus like I think it should like next time be like slightly more performance.
Which is understandable.
Yeah,
So,
just like as a competitive person, that fits my like idea of like a league invitational more.
So this is great
yeah.
because I was actually going to talk about this topic here before we transition to the next one. So John, you're
Yeah.
on your game.
Yeah.
So yes and also no. So yes, one of the things we're going to do with our next one is it's going to be over a longer period of time.
Yeah.
So
I think I
when-
heard you talking about that.
Yes. So when it's only 8 weeks, I think it was, give or take, it is definitely biased towards attendance.
Sure.
Because the more often you attend, the points you're going to get are just kind of baseline every week.
Yeah. Was it only 8 weeks?
It was 8 weeks.
Ooh, it felt longer, damn.
Right. So we're going to do the next one over about 4 months.
Okay,
So
sure.
when you're at 16 weeks, obviously the difference between going 3-1 and 2-2 every week, that's going to stack up a
Yeah,
little bit
because
more.
what was it? It was just like if you attended, you got points, and then for every round you played, you got points.
Yes,
Okay,
and
yeah.
I don't think that's bad. And I think it's
I think that's fine. You can get some amount from it.
But it's the
Um,
purpose of what the League Series is. And this is, again,
Sure.
why I have those people here.
Yeah.
So the whole point of us doing it is we want to kind of celebrate and encourage people to play continuously. So you're
Yeah,
right.
and I agree with that. Yeah, just like as someone who likes playing hard games like that, I would just like.
Yeah.
I like playing against the best of the best like all the time. Like
That's very
in a
fair.
regional, I'd rather have 9 rounds of Azul than 9 rounds of like random people that I've never heard of.
You're
so-
a brave man.
Yeah,
That's
so
fair. I
uh,
too enjoy going 09 at times. Like I get that. I'm kidding. But no, it's a good point. It's that competitive spirit is a good
yeah,
thing.
Yeah,
But no, I appreciate the feedback, and I
Mhm.
think when we go into the next series, hopefully you can come by
I
and
will.
win a few or
I
win a
definitely
challenge
will.
or two.
I will try.
All right, excellent.
Shout out Alec for giving me the homie ID last league challenge, or else I wouldn't be here.
Good man, Alec.
Yeah.
Looking out for you. All right,
Thank
so
you.
then, John, is there any shout outs you want to make or anyone you want to mention?
I see Sky in the chat. What's up? That's my girlfriend.
That's probably a good one. I wasn't going to delete that one for you,
Yeah,
but probably
I
should.
and I don't know. Shout out Rowan for making a broken 60. I picked it up like 2 days ago. Deck's awesome, and Dominic Viola for testing with me. Lost on Kitchen, yeah.
Dude, Lost on Kitchen, definitely shout them out. We were mentioning you guys helped brought the first charity thing to us last year, so appreciate you guys.
The players
doing
you guys got is ridiculous this next time.
I
Oh
know,
my
dude.
god.
that. They're gonna be good. I thought
That's
y'all were gonna
insane.
cook us last time. I think I'm probably gonna get cooked this time.
Yeah,
but
no, this one's gonna be rough.
Yeah, but that's good. So
That's good, yeah.
everyone, please come watch. Please come donate
I'll
to
be
Trevor
here,
Project.
yeah.
All right,
Of
fantastic, dude.
course.
Well, John, anything else you want to say?
No, just thanks for having me. Good tournament. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, dude, congratulations.
Thank you,
Well
thank you.
earned.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Glad having you here.
Mhm.
Flex a trophy.
Oh,
please.
real? Yeah, this thing's actually really cool. I
Right?
was expecting like a little like Pinewood Derby like thing.
Uh-huh.
So this is super cool. I love the glass slabs.
I'm gonna be straight with you. I also thought it was gonna be that, and
Yeah.
then Norm was like, "No, we're gonna take this seriously.
No,
It'll
this
be
is
a real
super
thing."
sick. Yeah, no, I'm glad to have this now. Yeah.
Perfect. Well, dude,
Awesome.
thank you. I will let you get out of here.
you.
Congratulations. Enjoy all your store credit too.
I will.
So congrats, my man.
Thank you, man.
Thank you for
Appreciate
coming
it.
out.
Yeah.
All right, and so for everyone else, do really appreciate you coming and joining with us the whole time. No, so the Trevor Project event is not open to public. It's just going to be the people who are here. The store is still going to be open and doing store things that day. We've just kind of conquered our own little part for the charity event. But I appreciate you asking, Shores. But thank you all very much for joining today. I do really appreciate it. Christian, thank you for joining us and hanging out today.
Thank you. I had a
Any-
lot of fun.
Any shout outs you would like to make before we
Oh,
end?
I would love to. Shout out Lost Home Kitchen. Shout out
Great
88
choice.
Card House.
Great choice.
Shout out myself.
Also a
Can I
solid
do that?
choice.
Am I allowed to do that?
Sure, man.
Sure.
That's fine.
Cool. Sticks BTCG on Twitter, Twitch, and Medify. Medify. That's the big one. That's
Yes.
the big one.
Christian is a great player. As you heard the commentary, he knows what's going on, so
Sometimes.
he's going to be a good resource. But I will say thank you all for joining and attending. Really appreciate it. Thank you to all the players who both tried to qualify. We had over 125 players throughout the course of this league invitational, so it's awesome to see the top players here, and we would love to have you join us next fall when we kick this off again. So Thank you, everyone, for joining. We hopefully will see you here for the charity event in July, and I hope you have a great night. We'll see you here next time at Nerd Rage Gaming.
Have a good one.